Welcome back to Teesside Karting in the British 24-hour race. We've got just under 5 hours remaining here as the sun has well and truly risen and is beginning to shine down on most of this great circuit. Still 85 teams in the race from the 89 that started. 1 confirmed retirement, 3 on pause for the moment. Hopefully they get out for the finish a little bit later on. It's myself, Ian O'Leary, Zach Sweeney with you for the next 55 minutes or so, before David Sullen will be back with you to take you to the finish, and Tom Butler later as well. We've enjoyed it so far, Zach. It's been absolutely fantastic, and we've still got a long way to go. Nexus Sport are leading the race by about a lap and a half, ahead of MS Soko Select, then Red Graphics about 40 seconds further back. This race is still wide open.
It very much is. Nexus Sport, of course, have just taken every opportunity that's been handed to them. We said before that, a few hours ago, before they took the lead, I wouldn't have tipped them as favourites. I thought they were just going to sort of cruise to a fairly comfortable third place overall. But that's not been the case. Few full course yellows over the latter portion of the night, and they've really been able to capitalise on them, do the strategy, get themselves into potentially race-winning contention, despite the fact they have not been the quickest, but they have been the most consistent. Like I say, they've kept themselves out of trouble, they've kept their nose clean, they've just done the laps, they got through the night cleanly. Still, potential things can go wrong, but right now it's looking very, very good for them. MS Soko Select, though, they've suffered a lot of problems. Their chain snapped not too long ago, forcing them to come in, then in again to swap the entire engine. So they have had problems. They were fairly comfortable in the lead, about 2 laps in front. They're now 2 laps behind Nexus Sport. So they've got a lot of catching up to do, which means that I think we've got a very wide open race for the overall win, and then also ones further down as well. And
then not so long after that engine change for MS Soko Select, after that palaver they had with 2 pit stops longer than they should have been, Red Graphics had to come in to change their left engine as well. So I don't think we got to the bottom of the actual problem itself, but we know that they had to change a left engine. Anyway, it doesn't really matter what the problem was. They had to change out the engine. That's the long and the short of it. And they're now third. Let's just tell you about the class leaders in each class. We won't do a full rundown of the entire field, but I will tell you about each class leader in the field because we've got less than 5 hours remaining. As I say, Nexus Sport are leading overall in the Owners Elite. We talked about them plenty. In the Owners Pro class, it's Team Tate who are currently leading, although the gap, as far as my timing screen is showing me, only 13 seconds between them and Max Plant for now. Team Tate can't be too far away from a pit stop here. In fact, I'm going to check if they've just been in or not, because if they have, they're in a very strong position indeed. No, they haven't. So it is a legitimate close battle for the front in Owners Pro. In Owners Club, it is less close, but 36 Motorsport are being kept honest in 11th place overall by SKA, who are the closest runners-up. Rethink Racing International just about repaired that you said track rod that was probably broken since potentially we don't know.
That's typically what goes wrong
when the steering is misaligned. So they did that repair with 24 seconds to spare, as it turns out, because Alessia are fourth and closing. CBR 113 are next, as we've got a yellow flag going into the chicane. It's all cleared though, it's fine. The Core Blimey Racing team are leading by a good few laps, not quite as many laps as it was before, but still comfortable. Track Limits number 20 leading in the highest club class. That's by a lap and a bit, lap and over 3/4 ahead of Teesside Academy. In the highest pro class, we've got JS Racing leading the way. They had a huge advantage last time we did a rundown. It's come down dramatically now, and to the point where actually when they make a pit stop, they fall behind Teesside Tigers generally. And then in the higher rookie class, it's Le Petit Bourgeois Racing team who are leading the way with the biggest margin anybody's got in the field. So that is your class leaders and their situations. Very, very interesting indeed to see the changes that we've had so far. And of course, worth mentioning the number 4 Owners Kart as well. In a class of its own, it's Racing for Ange. Of course, Chris Pellingham still going. Lap number 813 for the moment. He is only just over 100 laps away from the record. We're trying to break a world record here, the longest distance travelled by an individual in a go-kart over 24 hours. It looks like he is bearing down on that record with great speed, and he's aiming for 1,000 laps as well. He's got less than 200 to go and just under 5 hours to do it.
Yeah, he should be okay. He's aiming for 50 laps an hour. Initially, he was a couple laps off that, and with the full course yellows and things slowed him down. But we've had a few hours and a couple of spells where we've had sort of 2 or 3 hours at a time where you are just able to put laps in, and that's really helped him get back on target. 813 laps then at the line, 4 hours 50 left to go. All goes well, he is on pace to smash the record, and probably not even that, but also maybe even the 1,000 lap barrier as well, because we've got 4 hours left to go. He's well over 800 laps. Well, we've got just under 5 hours left to go, so obviously if he's aiming for 50 laps an hour, he could well be able to do another 250 laps just off.
You mentioned earlier, well, probably last night to be honest, the overall lap record. 11:46. How are we looking for that at the moment? We'd need 246 more laps in the remaining time in the race. We probably would need to go at 50 laps an hour, and that's proving to be quite difficult, I think.
It is, but if we go green all the way through, big if, obviously. The last couple of laps coming in for Nexus have been around the 13s, so 73 seconds. We do some quick maths. We've got 4 hours and 48 minutes left to go. I can't do it in my head. Is it easy to do this in seconds or minutes, do you reckon?
288 minutes left.
288 minutes left?
Yeah.
If we do a minute and a quarter.
Oh, this is getting complicated, this.
So call it 1 minute 15, so a minute and a quarter. So we've got minutes divided. We've 230 laps left of this race. If they run at 1 minute 15s, which they're running quicker than, 230 add 902 is a new distance record. I know it wouldn't be actually.
No, not quite.
Not quite, but they are running slightly quicker.
Let's forget about that until we get a bit closer.
Until we get to the end, yeah.
Because this is complicated. 4 hours and 48 minutes away from the finish, so we'll leave that to a little bit later on. Just being kicked up out of the final corner there by number 13 in the highest class. That is the. Oh, that's not on our list. Number 13. How's that possible? Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Number 13 not on our list, but we'll try and find them in the overall indicator. Maybe I've just been seeing.
Unless it's the 313.
No, I don't think so. I might just be seeing things. It's fine. Oh, we got a slow cut, very slow cut round South Bank there. What's going on down there? Is it just the? It looks like everybody's back up to speed. Yeah, it looks all okay. It just looked on the at one of the camera shots there as if someone was going quite slowly on the outside, but seemingly not. They appear to be fine. So, when are the next pit stops going to be? Nexus Sport surely have got to be in shortly. In fact, they must have been in already. Wouldn't I think? Oh, no, not quite. They've got the next 10 laps or so to make their way down onto pit lane, and hope that they're not the next ones to be struck by engine problems, because over the last, I mean, I've been here for 3 hours and a quarter now, and I've seen 2 of the top 3 contenders have to change an engine. Yeah,
they are under a lot of load. Obviously, they are twin-engine Hondas, the rear end, so you are getting powered by 2 motors, which obviously does help. But imagine switching your car on and redlining it effectively for 24 hours straight. Eventually, it's going to give. Obviously, these karting engines as well. I don't know if they're 2-stroke or 4-stroke. Either way, nonetheless, it doesn't change the fact that they are under a high lot of stress. T-side, a lot of the track is spent flat out. Then, obviously, you've got all the lateral load and change in temperature as well. That, again, is going to affect things. Thankfully for the engines, it's been quite mild. Even the hottest part of yesterday was relatively okay. They've not really been stressed in terms of overheating as such, but nonetheless they've still been pushed to their limits for as long as possible, and that is going to take a toll. Eventually something is going to pop, whether that's a coolant leak or a fuel leak or a hose popping off or a intake getting blocked. All those different things can sort of work together. Probably an oil pump, oil feed pipe or something getting blocked as well if the pump gives way. Again, I think we saw yesterday an engine seize a couple of times, did we not? So they get pushed and understandably do need to be changed. If Nexus Sport are able to keep their engines in check and not need to change them, they should be all right. But again, the engine isn't the only thing, and that's been proven, that can go wrong.
Certainly not. Certainly not. We've seen punctures earlier on in the day. I didn't know that Williams had a puncture actually.
No, neither did I.
But clearly they would get a spare tyre in that case. I know we were talking earlier about only 2 tyres changed for for the hires during that service period, but they do get a spare tyre if it's punctured. Of course, they're not made to run around with a punctured tyre because that would be totally ridiculous. So that was all rectified for them. Of course, the racing for Ange, Chris Pellingham did have a puncture as well at some point. Although Tom seemed to think that it was just a tyre getting knocked off the rim, if you like.
Yeah, that can happen.
Of course,
but it would go flat anyway.
I know,
there would be,
But still, it's not quite the same as because it was actually done in contact. I think that the contact might have just knocked it off the rim. But in any case, it's not inflated, and it needed attention down on pit lane. So, as you say, anything can go wrong, and it's not just engines. Even though we have seen mostly engines in the last couple of hours. Battle for the 28th place overall between Kart Events Belgium and Teesside Academy, Race for Ruben a bit further up, is ongoing at the moment. They're currently making their way towards the Wiggles. It's going to be difficult for us to try and pick them up just for the moment. However, it is a on-track battle in a race. It's becoming increasingly rare for on-track battles because we are so deep into this race now.
It's true. It's nice to see. Did just get confirmed that the MS Urban Pink is in the pits for a broken steering wheel. Well, that's the second time that's happened. Now, if I had a nickel for every time it happened, I would only have 2 nickels. But it is weird that it's happened twice. The 181 had it last night.
Go home.
And then the I can in 3 hours. So to be fair, you can go in 42 minutes, can't you? If you wanted to.
Maybe in theory, but I mean, I've been here for 20 hours.
Might as well see the end.
Exactly,
yeah, no, exactly.
What am I going home for?
But no, they're in. They had a broken steering wheel, probably in a similar vein as to what happened to the 181. The bumps put a lot of stress on the spokes, and if you break one, it puts a lot more load on the other ones. If they break, you haven't actually got a steering wheel. You've just got a rim that's gone around the outside and broken. So
wow,
not good.
Big news in from the pit lane. Number 1 team, that's Red Graphics, coming in shortly for an engine change again. They are ready and prepped for it this time, so they should be in any time now. That's from Tom down on pit lane. Thanks to him again for the insight. The Red Graphics kart is just coming up to pit lane now, and that's not them. They go past pit lane instead. So, big news. Does this take them out of contention with 4.5 hours to go?
Probably.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because they'll take a scheduled stop anyway. They'll fuel up. That's understandable. They last came into the pit lane
but this
at lap 863.
This is only halfway through a stint, really.
Halfway through a stint.
2/3, yeah.
How long have we got? 4:42. So it's not even like it's a nice even number.
No, it's not nice at all.
But they will have... This will basically just reset their stint, and they'll have a fresh engine. I'm assuming they're probably going to go for the right engine, because they changed the left last time, unless they've fitted it wrong.
You wouldn't have thought the left engine needed changing again, but we'll find out when we get the view on pit lane at the time. Wow, that's big news for them. And a real shame too for a team that were challenging again for the 2nd year in a row to try and win this race. It looks like they might just fall up short again. It's Nexus Sport versus MS Soko Select for the 2nd year in a row. 3 laps separated them last year in favour of MS Soko Select, who took their first win for 3 years at the time. And Nexus Sport looking for their... I'm not sure if it's their first win ever, but they certainly haven't won in the last 7 years when I've noted down the previous winners. So it would be first time in a long time, even if it ever has happened before. And they're looking good for now. A lap and a half is their advantage. Just a bit more than that after 908 laps. We are bearing down on 1,000 here at Teesside. Predicting over 1,100 laps here. And we are predicting to see the biggest race distance for 3 years, because this is the first dry race since 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah.
We haven't had a fully dry race since 2020, and that year, by the way, I don't know if you've seen it. There was a very close finish indeed between who was it involved in that race that year? It was MS Soko Select, as you would expect, and Red Racing as well. A team that's not here, although some of their representative might be. I'm not entirely aware, but yeah, it was a battle, a change in the final half an hour, final lap of the race, when we saw that change for the win. So
was that the year they
good omen?
crashed? There was a year that they were close and they had contact quite
On the last lap?
Yeah.
I think there might have been contact on the last lap, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it does boil over sometimes. But hopefully it's going to be a decent finish. Next to Sport, of course, they're not going to be waiting around for anyone. If it's a close finish, that's great for us. They'd rather it not be, but 1,000 laps, and we've got 88 karts, obviously. 85 still running. All of them have done at least 700 laps. We've covered a decent chunk of distance over the last 19 hours.
Yeah, it's supposed to be around 1,500 kilometres, I think, for this race, somewhere around there. It's quite a long way, realistically.
It's true.
So there's a view onto the back straight. We have the cameras again now. The sun is up and the cameramen are up as well. And so we can see down the back straight in towards the chicanes. It's a big turning point, although, as we talked about, it is about straight lining it really. A very fast section before standing on the brakes for hairpin number 1. The first of 4 on this circuit. Switch back in a very similar way. Just mirrors of one another almost. Still yet to see red graphics in. I wonder whether they are, based on what you were saying earlier on, I wonder whether they are persevering a little bit longer and trying to stay out until it's a better time strategically to come in. Maybe.
Or they aren't fully prepped. It's better to have the kart going round, even if it's slightly slower.
Tom says they are fully prepped.
Than to come in and wait in the pit lane. But if they are fully prepped, then yeah, they should be coming in. Or they're being very very prepared and waiting for the next sort of 20-25 minutes or so to make it a more reasonable time for red graphics to come in. The solace that they had was that they were potentially able to do the rest of the race on one pit stop less than Nexus. That probably won't still apply depending on when they do it. Because of the engine changes.
I've still not quite got a full grasp on the strategy, to be honest, in terms of how many stops everyone's got remaining and what's going on here. And the technical difficulties as well are only exacerbating that. However, the MS Circo Select and Nexus Sport carts are on the same strategy. They seem to be the ones that they're sort of going to be the last two remaining, if you like, in the race. They're a lap and a half apart, and there's very little difference in terms of strategy. I think they've got 2 stops remaining each, and so it's effectively a race to the flag, and that's a lot of time to make up when you're
2 stops.
in second. I think so. Why not?
When did they last come in?
Sorry, 3 stops remaining.
I was going to say they last.
Sorry, yeah.
They last came in a while ago, so they owe us 2 stops after the next one.
But that, who would say that? That doesn't make any sense. 3 stops remaining. You are right.
Yeah.
3 stops.
I was just thinking, that's fine.
No, you're right.
We know what we're talking about, we promise. Good to see you all in the chat, by the way. If you are just joining us, hello and welcome. Good morning. I know it's an early start for those in the UK. Me and Ewan have not really slept, but the commentary team, the show must go on. We're loving it up here in the commentary box, and I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage at home. Make sure if you do, you like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications as well to stay up to date with TSK-Motorsport, and of course share the stream around. Get everyone to be tuning in to the final 4.5 hours of one of the biggest karting events in the UK in 2024. We'll keep on tabs with you all as you're throwing in your comments, your thoughts, feelings, queries, questions, whatever really tickles your fancy. In the YouTube chat, seeing a couple of you come in. Good morning to you all. Ian Williams saying that he's glad to see Pedals still doing really well for the world record. He has done a fantastic effort. A 24-hour race as part of a team is tough. Doing the entire thing on track by yourself with little sleep and little opportunity to rest is even more difficult. And then to do it in competition for a world record, to be the world's best at it, is another level. He has done a really good job, and I think he has raised upwards of £1,600 for the Racing for Ange thing as well. Yeah, exactly, 1676. 1701 now, had to refresh the page. There we go. So that's really good. That is a fantastic effort.
And don't forget as well that you can donate yourself if you would like. If you go to Just Giving and type in Racing for Ange, it should come up. And that's exactly what Chris Pellingham is doing. So if you can donate and you're able to, then please do, because it's a great cause and a wonderful effort from Chris as well. He's on lap 825 at the moment, going for that world record. He is about, I'd say, about 3 hours away from achieving it, as long as he doesn't do any long stops, although they may become a bit more frequent. We've talked again and again about the strain that will be taken on his body. I can't help but think what he's going to feel like when he wakes up from whenever sleep he's going to have. The soreness he's going to have is going to be
stiff,
absolutely unbearable. Goodness me.
Right now, he'll feel tired, but his body will just be in a state of limbo where it's just like,
surviving.
Just to ignore it. The adrenaline will obviously suppress some of the feelings. You'll feel it, obviously. You'll start to get tired. For me, what starts to happen is my hands start to cramp, so I'll actually have to like pluck my fingers off the steering wheel as such, because they're sort of stuck in like a Lego hand position. In that sense, but but for the rest of his body, once you get out and you rest for a little bit, your body then realizes, oh, we're no longer in that fight or flight scenario. We can actually calm down and breathe, and then it starts to actually realize, oh yes, I am very much in pain. He will sleep like a baby and probably have a very well-deserved pint of whatever tickles his fancy, to be honest, because he deserves it.
73 laps on that latest stint for Nexus Sport. The race leaders are into the pit lane. Number 17. That's pretty much on schedule, and that means that only a few laps later, MS Solo Select will also be in. We're expecting Red Graphics to make a pit stop at some point shortly as well. Oh, 4 hours 33. Maybe it won't be 3 stops, including the one they're doing right now.
Might be 4.
That's 3 1 hour 31 stints. I'm not sure they're going to manage that. You'll be here with 3 hours to go, so you can work that out. Note that as a thing to look out for. As
cool.
Because Nexus and MS Soka, I mean, if this has worked out that the 43 can actually make it on one less stop, which might happen, then they might be in the money. But I just find it difficult to believe they can catch a lap and a half really on pace.
If they're able to do it on one less stop, a pit stop takes you about a minute, which gives you about 80% of a lap. If you're able to limit one stop, so realistically, they'd only have to catch sort of 25 or so seconds. But if they're able to keep the pace that they've got now, which is a 12.5 just set by MS Soko Select, it won't be too difficult. Throwing a slow stop for Nexus Sport, throwing an issue for Nexus Sport, and once again, the favourites that have been the favourites for the vast majority of this race until recent times, once again take to what could be the top spot. So it is going to be very, very close indeed all the way to the end. So keep your eagle eyes on. If you want to follow live timing, live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. If you want to keep up to date with each and every single one of the teams, messages from race control, and obviously a live track map of where everyone is in relation to each other as well. You can follow along and just give yourself that extra little bit of information to help follow the race. Of course, stay tuned in with us watching on YouTube. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ewan O'Leary, alongside me in the commentary box for the next half an hour before David Sullivan jumps in to the end of the race. It's been all right, and yeah,
it's been all right.
It's been okay. I'm underselling it a little bit. It's been all right.
What do you mean? And how do you mean?
Sort of not. Sort of. It's been all right. It's obviously been a lot better than all right.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Fine. I've just seen Nexus Sport come over the line again, by the way, for their outlap. They are going to have a gap over MS Soko Select that I'll tell you in a couple of moments' time, because the 43 will also be over the line very shortly as Apex Twin Racing get a warning for contact, as have Williams a couple of moments ago, about 9 minutes ago. So those are the last couple of warnings that have come through. 45 seconds is the margin. So maybe they've got a chance if Nexus are making an extra pit stop. However, because 45 seconds does seem like a gap that you maybe could get, but the other gap is out at close to 2 minutes, if indeed they are making the same amount of pit stops from that moment about 10 minutes ago until the end of the race. So I think the 43 team have got a bank on that leading car coming in one more time than them, unless they're banking on actual problems as well, which of course would certainly give them the lead. Difficult to say, but it's not out of the question. MS Soko Select are still in this race for sure. They just need to close a very, very large margin, and it's easy to say that, much harder to do, of course, but they, at least now, they know what's in front of them and they know what they have to do to win this race. Beforehand, in the night before, you got no idea. Now, 4.5 hours to go, they know exactly what the score is.
Exactly. You start to piece together more of the puzzle as the race develops, and you sort of start to see where you are in relation to those around you. Now, obviously, the sun's back up, and we are beginning to very much count back from the checker flag to now. It's okay, this is what we're doing, this is what we think they're doing, this is the gap, this is what we need to do, and you can relay that information to the driver. Obviously, usually the driver would be very isolated in the car, so they wouldn't have much information as to who they're lapping, how much time they're gaining, but especially the top teams will have radios that feed back to the team, two-way communication, so they can talk to the driver can talk to them. So again, all of that information does get fed back, and they do know what task they need to be doing. And for MS SoCo Select, that task is drive the car as quickly as possible, hit your fuel target.
Spin on the back straight there, just out of hairpin number 2. In an awkward place. Oh, careful, but he had to get off the racing line. Two-armed gesticulation. Maybe it's himself or maybe it's someone else, but wasn't particularly ideal. At least they're back going again, though, without getting collected by anyone. What were you saying beforehand? Sorry, continue.
Something. Targets for MS SoCo. They just need to be quicker than Nexus, and easy as that basically. But it will be very, very close. As we said, we'll touch on it more closer to the end, with about 3 or so hours left to go, because then we sort of are towards the penultimate stops of the race and can really see where people are going to be. It'll be easier for us to count back. They probably already have. Especially the Apollo RAN teams, because they've got all the data stations and stuff. But for the small-brained commentators, we'll be able to predict the strength. We're commentators for a reason, Ewan. Yeah, it's because drivers. We don't know what we're talking about, but we're very good at making it sound as if we do. Some of the time, anyway.
You're not selling us great there.
No, of course not. Why would I?
Selling us a bit short there, really. But there you go. Just gone 7:30 here at Teesside Karting in the morning. And that means we're just under 4.5 hours away from the finish. I was also on a train of thought. I was about to make another point on the back of that, but saw someone spin at hairpin 2.
Gone in a bit. We're selling ourselves really well, aren't we?
No. Oh, good. Yes. I was going to reference a comment made by Ian Williams in the YouTube chat. Says he's pledged 10p for every lap that he completes. He being racing for Angie's Chris Pellingham, doing this entire race on his own. That's a spin out at South Bank as well, I'm afraid, for one of the hires. Yes, at the moment, if you're wondering, by the way, if you're doing 10p a lap, it has come to £83 at the moment to donate, so that will bump up the total rather nicely. A big thanks to Ian Williams for pledging that, and as I say, you can donate yourself if indeed you're able to on Just Giving. If you search Racing for Ange Chris Pellingham, you will be able to find it. And donate if you're able to. It'd be great to see. So, but thanks to Ian Williams, who's in YouTube for that. I hope you're enjoying the coverage this morning. We've got steadily people trickling back onto the stream again after having some sleep overnight. I find that one of the most exciting things about watching a 24-hour race. Waking up in the morning and seeing what on earth has gone on since you've been... I mean... I'm quite looking forward to David coming back here and seeing that Nexus Sport are leading. I mean, compared to his situation that he left when I got here at 4 in the morning, this is a weird situation. This is unpredicted for sure. Yeah,
not what we expected at all. No. Because like I said earlier, when we were like, are we going to have a lead fight on the last lap? We were thinking Red Graphics and MS SoCo.
Yeah.
I did not think Nexus would be in the mix, but they have crafted this race so well, have been lucky, granted, maybe with the other two teams having issues, but also in racing, in motorsport, you make your own luck, so much so that they drove consistently. They haven't had any issues thus far. Any issues they have had, they've dealt with very, very smoothly. And then also, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Right? It's very easy for them to be in a lucky situation and completely throw it away. They haven't. They've seized the moment and are now really strongly in the running for the lead. They're not wasting this opportunity at all and have had their hands cupped ready to make the most of it.
Where have you got all these Shakespearean phrases from?
The thesaurus.
Taking a horse to water and making it drink?
Yeah, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Have you never heard that?
No. I get what it means
Yeah.
now, but that's weird.
Teach a man to fish and all that. I don't know, something like that. Have you not heard that one either?
I have heard that, but I can't remember quite how it goes.
You could you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. You teach him how to fish, you feed him forever. That one, yeah. Or until he runs out of fish in the pond.
Until he dies.
Or until he dies, yeah.
Not forever then.
No, that's true.
But
you feed his he can teach his generational fishing knowledge. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
We're sleep deprived.
I don't know where you find these phrases from sometimes, but you do come up with them. You came up with one earlier on as well that I was slightly bemused at, but I've forgotten what it is now because it's early in the morning. I've not had much sleep.
It's true. I don't know. Maybe I'll come up with something again. I don't know. Pull one out of the bag.
Yeah, you do often.
The race to take that.
Yeah, the race leader just comes over the line there with a 13.3. And wait and see. That's 43 higher cart. That's not going to be much use. The 43 of the owners is what we're looking for. That's just to get a bit of a look at the gap. What we're seeing for the moment. That's the out lap. That's why it's looks a bit weird. Thought it was a bit odd. Lap number 920 then is the pit stop. That was only 52 laps. Oh, excuse me, I can't count because it's early in the morning. 72 laps, sorry, in the box or out on the circuit. That's pretty much the same as Nexus Sport. So they're making their way out with about 4 hours 25 to go. Can they make it on 3 more stints? It'll be they need to do an hour and 28-ish, hour and 29 on a stint. I think it's looking tricky for them as well. I just think they'll need a little bit less fuel, but I mean, what it's looking like at the moment, they'll need a drop of fuel at the end. Yeah.
Splash and dash.
Very much so.
And it's tough because, again, what if the fuel bay's not open? What if they are sort of anything like that, something that delays it ever so slightly? You can't just bank on you having a pit box. Unlike GT racing or any other really type of endurance racing, you are sharing 2 pit boxes amongst 85 karts, effectively, right? They're not always going to be free exactly when you want them to be. So again, that adds an element to the strategy. This isn't just Nexus Sport versus MS Soko. This is 83 other karts, all vying for their own respective positions, all with their own strategies and stuff. So it's going to be difficult.
Whoa. Spin at hairpin 1 and good avoidance from those around as well. I'm glad to see we've had good rejoins and avoiding action being taken as well.
I haven't seen a dodgy one thus far.
Well,
have you?
I just
Close.
I just think the drivers oncoming have been better than we see in sim racing, as we and Zach often do, at slowing down, A, although slowing down hasn't been taken so literally by some people, and B, actually avoiding who's in the road. So, you know, when you see a yellow flag, actually expecting someone to be in the middle of the road, and that has really helped in terms of avoiding. Saw it there, you won't have seen it on the stream, but there was a cart right in the middle of the road, and there's another one now straight in the middle. Ooh. Good avoidance again from everybody. The cart will get back going again, and they'll slip through on the inside. Another good example of avoidance at turn number 1. Apologies, the cart's slightly too far away for us to read the numbers from here, but
56, I think, maybe.
Right, okay. Good eyes if it is. But yeah, I think it comes down to those 2 factors. Just slowing down a little bit more, buying yourself that little bit more time, and actually expecting someone to be on the racing line.
You can lose a second by having the forward thinking. You can very quickly lose 10 by having to slam on your brakes or hitting another cart, damaging your cart. So it's that sort of short-term loss for a long-term less loss, I suppose.
Yeah.
And sort of that investment, that risk versus reward. A lot of people can go, and I think it might well have been the 56 because they were a good 5 seconds a lap slower, 1:31.2 on that one. So there we go, going for that spin through hairpin 1. But yeah, it is just having that forward thinking, that common sense really to say, if I do hit someone, it's going to hurt, so I'm not going to be stupid.
Spin at the 3rd hairpin as well now. And a quick recovery, thankfully. So only a brief local yellow flag. Have we gone through another stint without a full course yellow together?
Yes.
Have
well, we've got 20 minutes left.
Well, yes.
Yeah, but we would have had,
I was thinking this earlier on.
Because we did it.
We did have one in our middle stint.
Did we?
I think we did
right at the end.
Right at the end, yeah. but that was after a good 2-hour green flag run. We've had at least 2 hours now in terms of green flag run, but we are starting to see a few spins. Track's heating up, tyres heating up. Is that what's causing this, maybe?
Maybe. Dust has been a big issue. You touched on the dirt either side of the racing line going into sort of the wiggles.
Oh, and speaking of that, someone's gone straight over the curbs and airborne, and now the hand is airborne as they're showing frustration at those ahead. That was disaster averted there, and takeoff aborted as well, thankfully.
Yeah, funnily enough, go-karts aren't meant to go to space, so thankfully they didn't. But yeah, the wiggles and all the dust, obviously the nice sticky surface of the tarmac, if you've got some dust over that, it limits the contact patch that you've got, makes it a lot slipperier. So obviously that's been a big talking point of this race. And as you say, the track heating up, the drivers maybe getting a little bit tired. This could be towards the end of a double stint or whatever. It's still early doors in the morning. If they're in the kart now, they've at the very least been driving since, say, 6:30, maybe even before if they're doing a double stint. So again, it's getting on in terms of fatigue. That also could be a decent factor as well. Did just want to bring up, of course, a fantastic lap time for the Fantastic Fours. They have just set a personal best. So too, actually, of the 111 JS Racing, P1 at the moment in the higher pro class. They just went quickest. Their fast lap of the day, a 120.9 dead on. A very nice round number, actually.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say as well. So fine. Shows that actually, while it is tricky conditions, it is not slow conditions. Yes, exactly. So I hesitate to call this happy hour now because this is a bit too late, really, for happy hour. Although it's quite happy, I suppose, in terms of track conditions. It's clearly not bad, but it's not quite the happy hour that we know. Marshall out on... There's a yellow flag through hairpin 3 and 4 with no stationary carts. Mr. Marshall putting a backpack on. But anyway, the yellow flag is drawn in. And 3 wide over the start-finish line as number 61 makes its way through on a couple of higher carts. That's the Alethea team. Still only 25.1 seconds behind Rethink Racing International. That's going to be one of the stories of the final 4 hours. I think that final spot on the Owners Club podium. Yeah,
very much so. 36 Motorsport obviously have been pretty much the dominant force in that respective class. They've really been on top form. A couple of black flags, particularly over the night. They have had some issues, but they're leading. SKA obviously after Rethink's big rethink in terms of their driving standards, demoted them to P3, and then Alessia have really been able to step up. In terms of pace, that last lap was slower by Alessia, but it can chop, it can change, it can fluctuate. So 25 seconds is not at all very big indeed. Big race change, race sort of intrigue dynamic. The race leading 113 CBR, Core Blimey Racing, the reigning champions of the higher elite, are into the pit lane. So too actually were Williams Esports from Higher Club.
Hold on. The leading Core Blimey Racing 113, just as you were talking about it, is in the mechanics bay. What has gone on here for the 113? It's the best placed hire kart in the entire field. Unclear at the moment as to why that's happened. We can't quite see from that angle. It's not clearly right next to the left-hand chain.
Yeah.
Has gone. So are they going to replace the entire engine or just the chain? If they learnt the lessons from MS. Soco Select, they would change the engine, but are they going to do that or not? It's a good job they had one of the biggest leads in the field.
Yeah, that's going to be something they can lean on quite heavily. But even again, they've got laps, but laps are minutes, and minutes are not very, very long when it comes to repairs. Obviously, when it comes to the higher karts, there's a lot less space to work with because they've got a lot bigger of a bulkier build, the wraparound and stuff, because they are meant for the general public. There is good old David Sullivan. You can see him because he's got his name plastered across the back of his coat. And watching along, seeing what's going on, I can't quite see, but you have to disassemble quite a little bit to get the space to be doing things. I don't know if they're taking the engine out or just putting a new chain on, but it's not quite like putting a new one on your bike. It does take a little bit more than that. But as long as you do it right, you shouldn't need to do the engine, and it will be quicker to change the chain anyway, and cheaper, obviously, than swapping the whole engine out. So surely it should just be a chain. I think maybe MS Soka was just an anomaly where they maybe got it slightly wrong and then eventually just cut their losses and changed the engine anyway.
That's not the CBR kart, so don't just be wary of that. The mechanics bay does have 2 slots, of course, for the hires, and that was somebody else getting a repair done. So where are the Petit Bourgeon Racing team? They were 4 laps behind. They're now just 2 laps behind, and they're not too far away from the end of the lap. David Sullivan telling us it's a snapped sprocket carrier.
Do you know what a sprocket is?
You'll have to tell me what all of that means,
It is
other than snapped.
Well, snapped is when it's broken, Ewan. But no, the sprocket is effectively the kart's gearbox. So it's what the chain drives that obviously turns the wheels, basically. So it can be changed. Obviously, they're all fixed in terms of sprocket ratios and things. It basically gives you either more acceleration or more top-end speed. And then obviously the sprocket carrier is what holds it in place. And you kind of need the gearbox, effectively the gearbox, to be held in place. Otherwise, you're going to be having some problems. So they're going to have to get that sorted as soon as possible. A little bit more complex of a fix, I'd imagine, than a chain. And
they're going to have to get out on this lap now, because the Petit Bourgeon Racing Team 1 in the number 024 is now on the same lap. This is a real battle for the best placed Hires kart in the field. The Hires Elite lead, the overall Hires class lead, and overall for 24th position as well. The Corblimey Racing kart has to get back out there again onto the circuit shortly, as there is the orange helmet of the number 24. It's a dark front end, and making its way down the inside of the 722. Still can't see Corblimey Racing back out there again as of right now. Through the final couple of corners. Might not have much of the driver themselves, might not actually have that much of an idea of this problem. And there is the kart still up on the jacks. We're going to have a change of lead here with 4 hours and 13 minutes remaining. The best placed of the higher karts will change hands. The Petit Bourgeon Racing team will be the leaders.
Yep, and that is huge. Of course, as I say, for our reigning champions of the 113. Interestingly, the LPBRT did win their class, the clubman class, this time last year, and in fact actually were second overall in the highest. So they do know what they're doing, but haven't quite won overall or in the elites. And this is their perfect opportunity to do so, should they avoid further issues for the rest of this race. And constantly losing more and more and more time. Every single second that they spend on the mechanics bay is another second they are then going to have to work to claw back to win. That is huge, huge news. Still got 4 hours, 12 minutes left to go. So as we say, it's all subject to change. Nothing is set in stone just yet. But for the Pete Bourgeon, that is a very, very big lifeline for them thrown. And just once again, just goes to show how quickly the pendulum can swing one way.
And will they be able to get a laps advantage here? They're still following the number 24. That's the one you're looking out for here in the orange helmet, the darker overalls. It looks like they're starting to wrap up down there, but it's taking a while, as it would do, I suppose. It's a complicated operation. And so it will be a lap. It will be a lap. The 24 goes past. Corblimey Racing are a lap down. Well done.
Thank you.
From leading by 3 or 4 laps to a lap down.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
5 minutes. A 5-minute repair. It doesn't seem like a lot of time, but on the racetrack, it is the difference. And it's a big, big difference. And we spoke about earlier, I know when you were talking about, oh, the laps are now, the gaps are now in laps as opposed to seconds. And it means nothing, because spend a lap in the pit lane and that's just thrown out the window. To close laps on pace, granted, is a lot. But to do it in the pit lane, there's only so much that you can do as a mechanic, because you've got to assess what's wrong. You need to see if anything else is broken. You need to then be going for quality and speed. And it's a hard balance to strike. They're not superhuman. They're very, very good, our race mechanics and kart mechanics especially. But they're not superhuman, and they have got limitations, and time is one of them. Unfortunately for racing drivers, as much as they'd love to have a fast repair, to just go and stop for a second and be fully repaired and go again, that's not how real life works.
I would still argue that some gaps are too big to cross, even with mechanical problems.
Obviously,
I'm seeing 28 laps in one of those gaps for 22nd and 23rd. Well, that's to the racing for Ange cars. So Nothing bad to say about that, even though it's 28 laps. Of course, it's Chris Pellingham on his own, so now completing that 842 at the moment, getting closer to that world record attempt that we've been talking about all day long. It is very much still on, looking good for Chris, as we have a look again at Blimey Racing in the garage. Looks like the final work is being done, is it? Still not got the wheel on here, so can't be that close. And now the wheel being picked up, so we're not a million miles away now from getting this back underway again. But this has gone from, again, it's gone from a comfortable margin for Blimey Racing team to actually a very uncomfortable margin. And actually, I think Race for Ruben have overtaken them for second now as well.
Yeah, that's going to drop them to the back end of the podium. You are right. The gap between them was actually, well, it's coming up as 8 minutes. I don't know exactly how accurate that is. I don't think it is very, to be honest.
No, because this is why. When the Blimey Racing team come into the pit lane, they cross the line first.
Of course, yeah.
And so it's actually taken Race for Ruben 8 minutes to go round and round and round and round and round, and then cross the line on the same lap. So it's
not technically a lap gap, is it? Because
how do you mean?
It's just because it's a really long lap for Blimey.
It's not a gap at all. Race for Ruben ahead. And now they're a lap ahead.
It was, yeah.
Another lap ahead. So Teesside Academy now go through. Now they've got to be worried about falling off the podium.
Kart Events Belgium would be next.
And they're only a lap behind. So where are they? They're about further way through the lap. If they get round again here, they're now through onto the podium again.
Yeah, which would be huge for them, obviously, after the difficulties that they've had. But heartbreak, of course, for Blimey because of all the work they've done now being undone with just 4 hours left to go. We spoke about earlier, if you want issues to happen, you want them to happen with still 23 hours left to go. As are they back out on... So there is Kart Events Belgium. Yep. That's the number 6. They have had a couple of spins this stint, but the overall pace has been really, really strong. They are making their way into... this is South Bank now, so the fast, long right-hander... Blimey need to be out now if they want to stay on the podium.
They absolutely need to be out now. It looks like Kenneth Nersons, who's at the wheel of this kart for Kart Events Belgium. The kart is being lowered now for Blimey Racing, so we are going to have a fight for third. And there it's off again. It's off. Blimey Racing will take third place and retain third place ahead of the team that won the Le Mans 24-hour kart race just 1 month ago. Kart Events Belgium, of course, on a recovery drive of their own, but it's going to be close. 10 minutes that took for Blimey Racing. 10 minutes 30 was the gap, and now it is basically nothing.
Yeah, and that is how quick things can change. It is motor racing. That is why we do it. You love it, you hate it for all the same different reasons. Blimey Racing will be hating their luck right now, but they've got 4 hours to do something about it. 4 hours to change their fate and maybe hang on to a podium, maybe claw themselves back to take a victory. Who knows? Yellow flags are out in force as the kart's gone spun round through hairpin 1. Kart Events Belgium make their way through on their pursuit for what could well be a podium. We'll update you, of course, on how it's all racking up in the higher elite class, but one thing is for certain, and that 24 is home free. They are not wasting this opportunity at all.
As expected, really. Yellow flag remains out down at the first hairpin.
Someone else spun at hairpin 2, I think.
Sure?
Yeah, they just got going again. Black helmet down there, yeah.
Okay, I think so. I think you are correct. So, Blimey Racing do indeed take 28th overall. In fact, their other kart now, 213, is also into the garage, so it's been a bit of a rotten couple of moments here. Kart Events Belgium are 5.7 seconds behind. That is a real battle that won't take much closing at all. And we're going to have a race on there.
Yeah, we will. Kart Events Belgium, they were arguably one of the favourites to win the Elite up until that problem that they suffered. So they know their way around. They've not been the quickest in terms of pure pace, but they have been the most consistent and one of those teams that just churn in lap after lap after lap after lap. So quick, so consistent. So let's see if they're able to close in for the podium, especially if they're able to relay that information to the driver, as if to say, you're 6 seconds off getting us back on the podium after all the troubles we've had. We want a trophy at the end of this race. Go and get it.
Yeah, and I think they will certainly try and do that. Well, that was a bit of excitement, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, it's been a rotten few moments for Blimey Racing because their second kart, the number 213, is also into the garage, as I said, and they were running fourth in the Hires Pro class. That should drop them behind Lockwell Hill, one now in the Pro class as well. Previous leaders, of course, of that class. And so it's going to be from fourth to fifth at least, and maybe worse, I'm afraid, for 213. Still leading that Pro class, by the way, in the Hires is JS Racing and their 111. They are, after their issues earlier, they're nowhere near as far in the lead as they were before, but they do still hold a relatively comfortable advantage of at least a lap.
Yeah, in the second highest hire class as well. So JS Racing absolutely smashing it in that 111 machine. Obviously some familiar faces doing a brilliant job. 30th overall as well, so top 30 on an 88 kart field in terms of official DNFs. We started with 89, we're now down to 88, but 85 out on circuit. So to be inside the top 30 as well is an achievement in of itself if they're able to hang on to it for the next 4 hours. So let's see how the progress tracks. ABC Racing, they're behind about a minute back on JS Racing, but of course in the elites, and again they've unfortunately had their own problems despite, again, some really good pace. So many teams this race have had a what if over them. If things went right, we could have had a very different race, but we don't do what ifs and maybes, we do absolutes.
Very good. Very good. What this also has done, by the way, is closed in the battle for the overall Hires class or division win, if you like. It's not for a class position at all between the Podium Racing Team or Track Limits. However, there's only 16.4 seconds between them. As the 24s just come over the line, we see the 20 do so in a couple of moments' time as well. And so the Hires club class leader may well have a chance at getting the overall Hires victory. There, across the line goes the 20 in a very generic
17.
Black kart. Yeah, it's gone up to 17.2 by 7/10 of a second that time round, but anything can happen again. And that's another thing that's been created by that issue for the leaders in Higher Elite.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be interesting to see that the third class would actually be able to take an overall win. I mean, even then, even to finish second overall in the Hires would be a really good achievement for Track Limits, who unsurprisingly have had a couple of Track Limits warnings thus far this race. But their pace, yeah, they have. We had a couple. Me and David were on the comms, and it was just very poetic. Yeah. But nonetheless, yeah, 17 seconds after what we've been going for basically 20 hours. After 20 hours, 17 seconds is nothing. Like, that probably adds up to about 0.1 of a second every lap or whatever it works out to be, probably even less than that.
Less than that, I would say, yeah, it's really, really small margins. But then again, you've got to, in my mind, you've got to look at it in the other way now. Look at some of these gaps and think, what amount of time do I have to gain per lap to
do it,
to do it now? And for some of these gaps, I mean, Cartbench Podium are now only 4 seconds behind the 113, for example. That's possible, but when you're looking at a margin like we had with the leaders early on, even if the overall leaders that is, even if it is in the right way as far as the MS Circle Select team are concerned, it is still 45 seconds. Think about how that is going to be over 4 hours. It might still be manageable in terms of per lap, but even a 10th per lap is a lot of pressure to put on you because
you've got to sustain it.
You've got to sustain it, and you can't gain that much on one lap round here. It's not a very long lap.
No, that's true. Especially with, it's not a guarantee because you're not all that's a spin going up the mountain, and that's a higher cut. That's going to be difficult to get up into Barbecue Bend.
It's fine.
They'll be all right. Put your foot down, mate. Yeah, got it. Beautiful. And all is good. But yeah, and you're also not guaranteed because sometimes your lap time is not down to you. There was some debris being kicked up there. Not entirely sure as to what that is being thrown across the circuit. Something came off a cut. Air filter. Has just popped off. You do need one of those, and that has just fallen off.
Who did that used to belong to? Not entirely sure, but
someone who's not got an air filter anymore, I reckon.
Well, yeah, but who's that? Can we spot them? I think it's going to be difficult. There's the 20, trying to catch up to the leaders in the higher division overall. Last time around, the gap stayed the same. The times were only 16 thousandths apart. So more chasing to be done for number 20. As Track Limits go over the line, losing another 3 attempts. 18.4 seconds is now the margin. battle between, oh no, excuse me, it's not really a battle anymore. Lockwell Hill have gotten through on Cold Racing now for 4th in that highest pro class. So Cold Racing down to 5th. Unfortunately, it's been a very bad couple of moments for them, which is a shame. We're at Cartbench Belgium now in their battle with Cold Racing. 3.3 seconds. It is closing, isn't it?
It is. 21.9 last time by for Cartbench Belgium, 22.6 for Cold Racing. That is really off the pace compared to what we've been seeing. Because you've got LPBRT, which to be fair on a 22.5, but they're cruising up in front, so they've not really got much reason to push. Race for Ruben at sub 21, 21.9 for Cartbench Belgium, 22.6 going the way of Cold Racing. Again, you're not overly in control of your lap times in some capacity with lap traffic and things and the timing of it. Like then, Cartbench Belgium straight away shoot up to 22.9, so it is going to fluctuate, but the overall net gain is in favour of the 06.
Yes, you'd say so. Of course, we've got to work out again as well just how those final stops are going to play into this as well, with just less than 4 hours to go. I'm a bit more confident actually that the higher carts can make an hour and a half. However, the leaders didn't really seem to be matched up with an hour and a half in the way that the overall leaders are, which is a little bit odd. But I'm sure they've all got it planned out, of course, and they've all got their strategies that they're going to employ. But it did seem a little bit odd to me how that's all happened. But anyway, I'm sure they've all planned it out. Looks like Corbijn Racing have come out in that 2:13 as well, 2 seconds behind Lockwell Hill. So actually, 2 problems for Corbijn Racing have created 2 battles. Yeah,
well, their loss is our gain, I suppose, and we commend their sacrifice. Thank you very much for it. I'm sure they weren't volunteering as tribute for that particular go, but it has given us a little bit of intrigue to talk about. One, obviously, they're going to be directly involved in that fight with Cartbench Belgium. That's stabilised at 3.5. So I think, unless Cartbench Belgium obviously get lucky with traffic and Corbijn Racing don't, that gap is probably going to stay around 3.5 seconds, at the very least until the pit stops. I reckon. It's going to stay around there because, again, 3.5 seconds. If Cartbench Belgium can do a nice pit stop, in fact, let's look.
But also, they won't be in at the same time.
They won't be in at the same time, no. But
yeah,
eventually, when it all levels itself out, the last pit stop time representative was a 2:45 for Cartbench Belgium. Obviously, I won't go for the last pit stop time for Corbijn Racing because that's a bit unfair for them.
Yeah.
But their previously representative time was 2:42. So actually, they're going to be, if they keep up the trend of the last representative pit stop, would be ahead. But
I think those times fluctuate very much
exactly.
in terms of those pit stop times. So
traffic on the outlap,
there's so many things that can factor into it. However, there are less than 4 hours remaining. The time has gone just past 8 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty much it from my commentary. A big thanks to David for emailing me out the blue and asking me to do this a few months ago. It's been a pleasure. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm going to enjoy watching the last 4 hours of the race. First of all with you, Zach, and the next voice, of course, David Sullivan, who you'll hear in a couple of moments.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much to Mr. Ewan O'Leary. Thanks to him for messaging me on Discord asking if I wanted to do it with him as well. He got the email and then he got me in as well, which is very nice of him. And then, of course, to David for actually listening to Ewan and getting me in as well. And speaking of the devil, he's joined me after his travels around the pit lane. And you've been a busy man. Have you had much sleep?
I've had some sleep. If I had like a Fitbit on, and it would not have been quality sleep. I was sleeping around about 3 or 4 meters away from moving carts. Every year, I know that the place I can go generally where people won't bother me is the room behind the weighbridge.
Yeah.
But you just have to bear in mind that there is cart noise, so hence why I normally sort of go to sleep quite late. Last night it was like 4 o'clock, straight to sleep. Alarm was set for 7:15 this morning. As soon as it went off, straight up, because if I snooze, then we've got issues.
It's a dangerous slope.
Yeah, it is. And then, straight back into walking around the paddock. I went up, ordered myself a little bit of breakfast, and then was walking around the paddock for just as Corbijn came in with their rear issue, the left side sprocket. Normally, you'll see the teeth come off it. They actually sheared the 3 spokes, and it was just rattling around on the rear axle. So It took a little bit of time to get that car fixed, hence their drop down the order. But as always, it's great. You walk out this morning and you've gone to bed and it's dark and it's cold, and you walk out this morning, you open the door and the sun is shining, and you can see on screen just, battle-scarred carts just trying to get towards the checkered flag. Even I've just spent 5 or 10 minutes down with Chris, who's doing the race for Ange and the solo world record attempt. I was in there with the team, and they've had the car in on schedule for a stop, and they've put some additional padding in. I think they've made a bit of a change to his neck brace that he's been wearing throughout the night, just to stop his head rolling, particularly around South Bank where it's sort of rolling to the left. They've got him a neck brace to help him out round that corner. So they've just made some changes to get him comfortable. He's well on schedule for that. We were just, giving him a few words of encouragement, the team, but even his car is battle-scarred. The pristine livery of the start is definitely no more. The nose, it's black where he'll have come into contact with a few of the higher carts throughout the race. As we see, this is about threading carts through. That's the MS Window Doctor cart just threading its way through. I think that's Ben Morby at the wheel of that cart at the moment. And if it's not, someone's got a different helmet on. I'm fairly sure it is, because Ike Needham has got a white and pink one. The other two drivers will pick the name out on the back. It is Ben Morby, as expected. Just sort of threading the needle down that back straight between the two higher carts, and not losing any time with it. As Ewan said, we are down into the final 4 hours of the 2024 British 24-hour race. I went to sleep with MS SoCo Select in a fairly comfortable lead, and I woke up this morning. The first thing I do, turn the alarm off, press the internet button on the phone, and up pops the timing, and Nexus Sport are at the top of the pile. MS SoCo Select with 2 issues, I'm told, in a short period of time. One regarding the chain, and then shortly after an engine change, which was a secondary effect of the chain going. I think it's taken some of the teeth off the clutch. So issues there for MS SoCo Select, and 2 back-to-back pit stops have put them behind this number 17 Nexus Sport kart now, which has Asher Blythe on board. And I get the feeling he will step out of that car at the end of this stint and then will re-prepare himself, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Asher Blythe take that kart to the checkered flag. Be interesting to see what the plan is for MS Lucas. I think it's Dan Crosley in that car at the moment. He was certainly getting ready when they came into the pits around about 15 minutes ago for an on-schedule pit stop for the 43 MS SoCo Select kart. I will confirm it when they come through and over start finish in due course. Class leading, it's very, very tight as well in Owner Pro between Team Tate 3, which has got Brandon Jennings in that car, and Max Plant, which has Max Shields in that car at the moment. They're on the same lap, and there is 4.8 seconds, and Shields took 1.2 out of the Team Tate 3 car on the last lap round. So this could get quite tight for the class lead in Owner Pro.
It could indeed. Of course, these two have been doing battle for the majority of the race thus far. I'm just trying to have a look as to what the situation is pit stop-wise. They are quite a way off each other, a good 49 lap disparity, 283 to 932, the last pit stops for both the karts respectively, but they are on track together. Team Take 3, I think, I haven't been aware of many issues for them. Max Plant, we do know, have had a number of them. Most notably, of course, that steering wheel snap. They had one of the spokes cracking all the way through.
Yeah.
That cost them a lot of time. They've been on the fight back since. Right now is a good opportunity to sort of make their claim and re-establish themselves at the front. Yeah,
Max Plant have just crossed the start line now, and it's another fraction that he's taken out of Team Tate. It's still 4.8. They both did 114s on the previous lap. They're is the Max Plant kart as he almost backs it into rib bend. They hit the brakes, hit the little bump on the entry to rib and slide the kart sideways. And I'm sure Max will be being told on the radio that he is closing in on the last couple of laps on the kart in front of him. The gap has come down from the pit stop that Max Plant made around about 10 laps ago from just under 10 seconds, and in the space of 8 laps has come down to 4.8. So this one's going to get tasty at the front of Owner Pro. Max Shields in the 181. It's Brandon Jennings, I believe, in the 75 Team Tate 3 kart.
See what the gap is at the line. Of course, Team Tate 3, a 1:14.1 that last time by, 15.5 this time by. Max Plant will be quickly across a 14.0. That would basically match the lap time they've done previously. I'm just going to have a look and compare 14.027 to a 14.099. That is incredible consistency.
1.5 seconds Max Plant take out of Team Tate 3 there. The gap down to 3.2. And by the look of things, Zach, all being well in terms of both karts running okay for the next couple of laps, we're going to have a battle for the lead. And this is what's been holding up Team Tate 3, and we've got tyres being scattered on that back straight. Someone's been in the wall on the outside of Barbecue Bend and out onto the Bob Pope straight. Black flag for the 1. That's the 1, not the 0-1. That's Teesside Tigers 1. Black flag for Teesside Tigers for an overtaking under a yellow flag. And a black flag as well for the 15 of MS Urban Blue for the same thing, overtaking under yellow flags. Penalties for both of those karts.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. Again, like I say, it is the easiest thing not to do. We have got a very, very close fight as they emerge across the line. The 75, the 181, one car in between them.
Steve Lyle, the well-tanned man, is in between Team Tate 3 and Max Plant in the 181. And will Shields see if Lyle can find a way through on the Team Tate kart of Brandon Jennings and then slip through the gap as well. Lyle looking to one side. Shields is going to try all the way around the outside. There's no yellow flag there anymore by the look of things. We are clear. There was no overtaking anyway as Shields comes to the inside. I think he's going to be an audacious move to get past the 115 there, and instead he elects to do it at hairpin number 1. And now the top 2 in Owner Pro are nose to tail as they head down the back straight and towards South Bank. Shields is in the slipstream of Brandon Jennings. Shields is out of the slipstream and Shields is through, and we have a change for the lead in Owner Pro with 3 hours and 47 seconds on the clock. 181 Max Plant leads Team Tate 3.
Not much that 75 can really do in terms of a counter-attack, and if they were to do it, I mean, what is the point? What are they going to gain from it? But a very nice move indeed from Max Shields, it must be said. Saw the gap open up on the inside going into South Bank and just put the kart there and just said, this is my lead now. Took it, was brave, was decisive, and in the end was able to take the lead of the race and will now, you'd assume, try and claw away and bridge a bit of a gap back to the 75 Team Tate 3 machine. With just 3 hours and 46 minutes left to go, Max Plant are in prime position once again to win this race. And, of course,
just getting an update. There's more black flags coming in. Team Tate 3. Black flag overtaking under yellow. More importantly, though, the race leader, Nexus Sport 017. Black flag overtaking under yellow for Nexus Sport. We've got the same for EDPKT as well. Plenty coming in. I'm guessing that's for up at Barbecue Bend where the tyre wall was being fixed. And we're not going to have a big enough pit board at this rate. So, first one to step in then is that 75. So Max Plant got the overtake done on track, and they're going to gain even more because of the because of that black flag for Team Take 3. That's going to open the gap up to at least half a lap between Max Plant and Team Take 3.
I'm interested in what this is going to do for that fight for the overall lead. Nexus Sport versus MS Soko, of course. We think that Nexus are in the prime position for the strategy. We won't know until a little bit later on. Where is the number 17? Of course, have they even seen the black flag yet? So it probably won't be until the next lap that they actually come in. MS Soko are a lap behind, about a lap and a third back. So they are probably going to lose, what, upwards of maybe 30 seconds from the black flag, if they're lucky. So that's going to effectively halve the gap decrease it to about 2/3 of what it was between MS Soko and Nexus. And that is a huge help for the 43 for their pursuit for the race lead, and a big dampen for Nexus.
Yeah, I think Teesside Tigers know that their penalty's coming, because their driver went past on the way in and pointed to himself and went, "Was it me?" And they've nodded back. So I think he's acknowledged. I'll expect that. And we've got a slow-moving cart down the back straight, up towards South Bank. I think he may well be able to get it back on his own power, but we do have a slow-moving cart up at South Bank. Arm is up in the air for that driver, and then it's down again. It's like he's fixed it by himself, I think. No, we've got a cart round as well at hairpin number 4. Not sure if our camera guy up there has spotted it just yet, but we've got a cart against the barrier on the inside of hairpin 4. There he is, we've located, and he's done a grand job of getting that down the ditch on the inside. He's going to need some marshal assistance. He's going to cross the track and get there now.
I think it was. I did look, and it was very, very busy actually going into hairpin 4. And I think there was about 3 or 4 carts wide going in. A couple of owners trying to lap.
Yeah, that's the 22 that's gone round in hires. That's play carts who've had their off. Now the tyres are all getting pushed in, aren't they? And they're trying to use a bit too much on the inside, and if you get squeezed, you get put into the tyres and it spins you around. It just makes the back end really light and just tips you into that spin. Keep an eye out for other teams taking their penalties. I'm sure Teesside Tigers should be round.
Just also interesting to note, while all of that was going on, we were tracking that battle for P3 in the higher elites between Car Events Belgium and, of course, the Core Blimey Racing 113. Of course, the 113 having multiple issues in recent times, and then Car Events Belgium able to capitalise on that. The gap was about 3.5 seconds when Ewan was in the box, and now about 20 minutes later, they've finally been able to get their way through and ahead. Not by much. The 113 is still hot on the heels of the 06 Car Events Belgium. That is the fight for the podium between 2 of the carts that you'd tip as favourites for the win. They're fighting. I mean, I want to say only for the bottom step on the podium, but it's still a decent achievement nonetheless. But compared to what those 2 teams came into this race to do, I think they're going to be disappointed that only one of them is coming home with a trophy.
As it stands, yes. Race for Ruben. They had a difficult start to the race, but have come back into things in Owner Pro, in the higher elite. Sorry, but they did win the last race that was a full 24-hour here back in 2021. Because we had a shortened race in 22, and last year we started late and then we finished a little bit early on a 23-hour. So the last time we had a full 24-hour race here, Race for Ruben won that. So there, it's the it's LPBRT who've just been consistently putting in the laps. For me, I don't recall them having a problem throughout this 24-hour race, and they have just been putting in the fast laps, putting in the hard yards, and they have now a 1.5 lap lead from Race for Ruben. Still plenty of strategy time for this to pan out. and we'll see how it goes. At the front, Nexus Sport have been in and served their penalty, and the gap is 55 seconds now between them and MS SoCo Select. So it's starting to, it's got a little bit closer because of that penalty. And when it comes to pit stops, we know Nexus should be next in, because MS SoCo Select were in the pits round about half an hour ago. And looking at Nexus, they had a stop on around about lap
9:14 for Nexus, 9:19 for.
So yeah,
MS.
they're starting to just work towards now that reverse strategy of that's where we need to be at the checkered flag. Let's go backwards. Do we need to stretch the fuel window slightly? Can we go a little bit shorter just to make sure that we are light towards the end of the race? And it'll just be really, really interesting to see how that goes. Looking at the one of Red Graphics now, with Sam Spinale in that kart. 4 laps off the kart in front, 5 off the lead for the 0-1 Red Graphics kart. Probably not the race they were hoping for, but issues with engine changes throughout the night have set them back a little bit. Pace is still there in the kart, but they will now be reliant on other teams in front of them falling by the wayside if it is going to be a Red Graphics victory at the 2024 British 24-hour race. There's the leader making his way through, the 17 of Nexus Sport. Still Asher Blythe at the wheel. They've not come. They have been in the pits, but it wasn't for a scheduled stop. It was for a penalty. As he sweeps round the outside, goes through the chicane, and then he'll head down towards Rib Bend down this hill. And then you just see them sliding it in sideways. Shields just rotating the cart on the brake, the driver behind in the 181. But Asher Blythe in that 17, now trying to extend the gap. It goes out and it shows us 1 lap on timing. And then when MS SoCo Select trigger the timing loop, they are currently, by the look of things, heading round South Bank. So when they do trigger the sort of timing loop for SoCo Select, then it sort of tells you how long. I think the gap was some 54, 55 seconds previously. As Dan Crosley brings the 43 over the timing line, gap is fairly consistent at 53.8 seconds. So we are sort of plateauing at the minute. There's still, it's the time in the pits. They've got to, they've got to make up. They've got to just ease it now through without any problems. In the early hours of the morning, just trying to think who followed me on. Ewan followed me on. What was the sunrise like for the carts? It normally rises up over South Bank as they're all coming down. They come out of the trees in just pure daylight, and then your eyes take time to adjust them. By the time they've adjusted, you've got the curbs of the Wiggles. Was it? Yeah, there was a guy yesterday when Tom and I were on in the other direction when the sun was setting. As he was coming over the start line like that with his hand above his visor because he had a clear visor on. And that's the thing now. All of our drivers, some of these drivers that maybe done a double stint, who could well have started this stint when they had to have a clear visor on, are still out there with a clear visor on, heading pretty much into direct sunlight, and then later on everyone will put the tinted visors back on at the end of this stint. Anybody's done a double. Be interesting for me as well to find out who's going to be finishing these races. Now I imagine Tom will be round the paddock at around about 9:30, asking the teams who they plan on putting in their car at the end of the race to give them the best chance of, either winning the race, winning their class. We obviously had that great battle 10-15 minutes ago between Max Plant and Team Tate 3. we still do have other battles going on where we have teams within a few seconds of each other. Advantage by contact to 29th, but they've got JS Racing less than 10 seconds behind them. Then behind them we've got Pedals in the Racing for Ange now. He's dropped into the higher kart ranks because he's taken time to get himself in the pits. He's heading towards the mark where he only needs 100 laps now.
Yeah, he's not got too long. What is it, 986?
968, I think.
968.
Yeah.
I knew it was one way round. Yeah, he's pretty much nearly bang on 100 laps, which he could well do with still an hour and a half to spare.
Yeah, I was actually had the I had the record up earlier on, and I was just confirming what the distance was. Distance travelled is 1,586.3 kilometres. So if you take that amount, stick it in the calculator, Jobby, which is a technical term for calculator.
Of course. So you've called it a calculator jobby, so you've said calculator.
That's exactly what it is.
Sure.
86.3. Divide it by the track length, which is 1.64 kilometres, I think, when it was laser scanned.
Oh, who's that with a problem kicking up some smoke?
Oh,
there
yeah, that looks like it's Grab X303.
Is that another rear bumper rubbing against the rear wheel? Or is there another?
That is a rear bumper running against the wheel, and it's Grab X303 coming over the start line now. And Slavek scores, and that's had a higher kart go into that rear bumper. And Slavek in the 303 Grab X kart will bring that kart into the pits. Where are they at the moment? They're 19th overall. They've got a cushion of around about 12 laps back to RAF Vulcan, so they should be able to take their time, get that fixed and get it back out. But that's the danger. These rear bumpers, they've got 2 fixing points, and then they've got around about 7 or 8 inches of basically free spanning steel. And if a higher kart goes into the back, or you decide that you're going to go down the straight, come back onto the racing line, and the higher kart goes into the back of you in the corner, it pushes that rear bumper into your rear wheel, and it's not coming back out.
Yes.
You know, it will either be a change of bumper, or, as we saw late last night when Steve White was going to work, they've got a big bar down in the pit lane. They just chuck the big bar in the back and hoink it backwards.
A bit of leverage can't fix.
Yeah, absolutely. You just, it's generally what size scaffold pole you elect for.
Exactly.
I've seen it before. There's some 8-footers in the paddock. Just, they basically just put the bar through and then they can leverage it back, and it's a little bit easier sometimes than having to take the rear bumper off and then try and straighten it and then put it back on again. So, or even just replace it completely. So yeah, I've got some really close battles further down the order. Some teams that have had a few difficulties earlier on that were running very, very well, and then had some issues in the night. Lockwell Hill 1 was one of them. They were going really, really well. Their pro entry, it's still there in 42nd place, but they are in 5th in class. They had a brake binding issue in the night, followed by a further issue.
Who else have we got that's quite close? Dr. Vapes, 2.7 seconds off the back of the 39. I won this team, which again is a fantastic story. So that's not too far at all. They should be around about halfway through. The 303 Grabex is back out on circuit, so whatever issues they did have are now sorted, which is good news to say the least. And they won't be losing any track position. The thing is that those hire karts typically are built for the general public. The general public like to do general public things and therefore they need to be built to be indestructible, essentially. That's why they've got that big wraparound. That's why they're really heavy. What is it? Yeah, 235 kilos all in, pretty much, which is a lot.
Yeah,
with obviously driver and kit involved as well. So that's a lot of mass, pretty much 100 kilos heavy, or well, about what's that, 50 kilos heavier than the hire car, than the owner carts. That's a lot more mass that's going to be hitting you, and a lot more of that owner cart is exposed, ready to be bent. So
and the owner cart, you see, the hire cart, you see, even though it has a big plastic wraparound, it does absorb some. So when they make contact, they don't feel it in the same way that the owner cart, which is a solid lump, with other solid bits bolted to it. There's Teesside Tigers in the 1, the driver in the grey helmet, black suit, being pursued by the 443 MS.BE entry. There's Teesside Tigers, who had that penalty. I think that is Lewis Blench in that cart at the moment. He had that penalty, as did lots of other people at the same time when they all decided to overtake under yellow flags. It's going to get busy down at Rib, because it looks like we've got 4 or 5 hires all scrabbling up towards then the bottom end of the mountain. They've got themselves sorted now, which is fine.
going towards the Wiggles, and I don't think we're really seeing too many dramas. A couple of moves being made, obviously, because the owner carts are able to just put their foot down and blast their way through. Just trying to keep up the tabs, of course, with all of the gaps, which you guys can do at home as well. If you go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR, you can follow live all of the teams, all of the positions. You can keep up to date with messages from race control to see what the penalty situation is like, and of course as well a live track map so you can see the position and just how busy the circuit is. There are very few uncovered places, and if they are uncovered, they're not uncovered for very long. So make sure you are tuning in. Of course, hello and welcome to those that are now waking up here, tuning in, of course, on YouTube. Make sure you like, subscribe, and of course share around. Get everyone watching one of the biggest karting races here in the UK for 2024. We have appreciated all of your support thus far, all of the chats, all of the weird questions that you and I got last night from one Mr. was it Reese Williams that was giving us the intrigue.
He was throwing some left field questions at us that we were fielding superbly.
We were on fire. I still do not understand how you prefer Mayfair to the Oranges, but that's fine. That is another 24-hour race discussion.
Yeah, the monopoly question, that wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just having a quick look into the live chat as well. Mike Barnard's been on, so he went to sleep a few hours ago, woke up, and his lads' team are leading. So that will be Nexus Sport. His lad Greg Barnard sharing the drives with David Wagner, Charles Wagner, and Asher Blythe. Blythe currently at the wheel of that one and leading the race in the 0:17 entry. Ian Williams coming on saying he's pledged 10 pence for every lap that Chris Pellingham completes in his quest to complete the most laps by an individual in a race, in a 24-hour race in a kart. So he's heading well towards the target, I think, of 968 laps. So that's good. LMC asking how many of the hire carts have died. Well, in terms of entries, we've got 4 not circulating, but all of the carts are fine because we fixed them, and we generally just put the driver back in the seat and send them back out onto their merry way.
AOR are going to start racing this morning. They're just having a rest. Metro Club, they may stop doing it. I don't know about the other one.
Okay, so we're just getting an update there. AOR, they're going to come back this morning, and I think they're going to try and take the cart round for a few hours and get to the checkered flag, which would be great. We like to see all of our teams try and get to the checkered flag. Metro Plum, they've had an injury, I think, and that's left them a bit short on drivers, so they've just wrapped theirs up, I think, for the meeting. Kenty Racing and Bard Racing, similarly, we haven't seen them out on track in a while, and they are a number of laps down now, but the cart will be fine, and if it's not, we've got 4 or 5 spares, and if it is that it's going to take a long time for a problem to be fixed. Oh, we've got karts going slowly. We've got BTM facing the wrong way, but he's been the wrong way for about 2 minutes, waiting for a gap in the traffic. And then I think a few of the hires checked up, and I think it took Josh Henderson in MS Urban Pink by surprise in the 96 kart as they came through the chicanes. So we head towards the bottom of the hour with 3.5 hours remaining. I'll run you through where things stand at the moment in the 2024 running of the British 24-hour kart race, live here from Teesside Autodrome on the TSK-Motorsport Media YouTube channel. We're on link number 3 now, which means that we need to press the like button once again. Let's get this promoted. It's been a great race so far, and things are bubbling along nicely with the 2 leaders being on the same lap, not only in the higher elite class, but also in owner elite, in owner pro as well. We've got close battles in higher elite as well. So, and to be fair, we've got one in higher club as well between Track Limits and Teesside Academy. Very close battles all the way through this race in all of the subclasses. So it's going to be tight, it's going to be exciting as we head towards midday. At the moment, the time is 8:38 with 3 hours and 24 minutes to go. And Nexus Sport lead from MS SoCo Select and Red Graphics. Then it's your leading pro in owners. It's Max Plant from Team Take 3 and MS Urban Pink. MS JSR, the triple one, are in front of Team Keen DWS, and the top 10 completed by MS Urban Blue. 36 Motorsport, the leading club runner, are in 11th in front of Exceeding Track Limits and SKA Racing. SKA second in owner club in front of Rethink Racing International in the 104. Last year's third place Team Alessia currently sit P4 in front of MS Scorchio. That's your top 5 in owner club. Overall positions for them, 15th and 16th. Then it's 17th, MS.BE, 18th atop with Motorsport, with the Grab X303 and RAF Vulcans completing the top 20. MS Window Doctor and Shenby Racing are 21st and 22nd before your leading higher overall and leading higher elite Le Petit Bouchons 1 are in 23rd. Track Limits 24th with Race for Ruben in 25th. Then it's Teesside Academy in front of KartEvents.be. Core Blimey Racing in the 113. They were leading an hour ago, but are now down the order in front of Advantage by Contact. And then the kart we can see on screen now, the number 4, Racing for Ange, Chris Pedlingham on his own. And you can see now as he rolls around the big neck brace that he's got in place just to stop his head rolling round the looping hairpins here at Teesside. He is well on his way. He's on lap 869. He's into the single. He's into 2 digits now. Less than 100 laps for Chris Pedlingham to take the world record, and he's got 3 hours and 21 minutes to do it. I think they're going to shorten the stint, but they're also going to shorten the rest time and keep him going. Anthony Pogson and all the team driving him on. He's 30th overall in this race. Triple One, JS Racing are in 31st. Then it's Newmarket Hornets and Le Petit Bouchons 2, the leading higher rookie class runner, in 33rd. Then it's Accelerate Kent Brewery and Teesside Tigers. And then A66 Higher are 4th in higher club, 36th overall, in front of the I Won This Team entry and Dr. Vapes. Then it's Core Blimey Racing 213. The second entry are now locked in a battle with Lockwell Hill over 4th place in higher pro. 41st, Williams Esport in front of Apex Twin Cartwheelers and Test Tees, who are second in higher rookie. And then it's another one of our owner runners who've had a few issues with the English Deaf Pro Kart team. Then it's T4 Autosport over from the United States and going well in 46th overall. Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, Cal Speed Crew, the second of the American teams, only 1 lap behind their effective sister kart, so they'll be looking to take the bragging rights. Ledyard GP 49th, and then the top 50 completed by the 33 of BTM. Barry R Racing, they've had a few problems, currently sit 51st in front of the 969. Then it's Mulsanne Racing and Hyro Motorsport Academy, top with 1 and CBR 313. Team Yellow Racing in the 555 at 57th. Then it's another owner runner, RAF Spitfires, in the 121 are 58th. JC Motorsport 59th, and the 60 completed by Benato. Then it's Wacky Racers and UTR. Bargain Racing and Still City Racers. Playcart, the 22, are in 65th place in front of the second Dr. Vapes entry. Dr. Vapes Racing. Then it's Badger's Best Racing and Team Cringe. Random Racing and Scenario 77. Cole Clark Racing and TRX Motorsport Pro, with Perfect Card and Casual Racing in front of the second Lockwell Hill entry in 75th. JK Racing and Armstrong Nard Racing 76th and 77th. TRX Motorsport are 78th. Fantastic Four, top with 2, and JJH with All Roads Asphalt racing for Ron. And Circuit Breakers, the final team still circulating at the moment, as MS.BE, a stationary on the outside of hairpin 2. He's going to get going, and that's going slowly. He's down a motor, is MS.BE. As he heads down the back straight, he's come to the inside. He'll let the karts go round the outside as he looks, and then he will move offline for the 443 MS.BE entry. Sepe Gertz in that kart. First time I think we've seen him over for the British 24, at least in a while. He was a late addition to that team. It should have had Elliot Burrell in that kart. Sepe added in the week running up to this race. He's going to bring that 443 kart back into the pit lane with a problem. We've got a contact warning for the 066 of A66 higher. Team that's running rather well after issues early on in the race. Cullen in the live chat asking if the higher karts are the ones with the wraparound protection on the wheels. That is correct. So yes, they're the higher karts. They're the karts that are provided by the circuit, that teams of drivers can just get together. They pay their entry fee. They still have to work out their strategy. They still have to carry out certain functions in the pit stops, like pushing the kart through the pit lane. But the same as the owners, they get fueled up on their behalf. And so it's a far more relaxed way of going racing for our there we go. For some of our teams. But what we have found is it provides a stepping stone into the owner ranks. This year, English Deaf Karting have become English Deaf Pro Karting. They've stepped up into the owner ranks, as have SKA Racing. As a team name, at least, they have borrowed 3 drivers from a BPEC team. Although having said that, I think one of them raced for SKA in Hires last year and also raced BPEC as well. But so they have borrowed a few. So they are a team of drivers that are relatively experienced, and they've got some quick drivers in there as well. But running in the owner ranks is new for them. Boneheads too, they made their debut in owners last year, having done Hires previously. So it's a stepping stone. It gives them that sort of taste, that feel for endurance racing. And without the added expense of going out and buying your kart, without needing to be here from Tuesday for setting up, and you can see from having a pretty much a capacity entry of 63 hire kart entries that it's a it's a steady way of getting in. That's the 104 Rethink. They're currently on the podium at the moment. Let's see if I can figure out who's in that one in the white and green. Could be Cal. It's Cal Tanner in that car in the 104. And you could tell from looking at the back of it, you can see the number board. The bottom of the number board's actually been pushed inside the rear bumper. That's where he'll have been bump drafted down straight by somebody, and he's just tapped his rear number board inside his the bottom of his rear bumper. No harm done with that. But yeah, that's what's happened there. I'm going to sort of keep track in the next 15 minutes. We can't be too far off the leaders pitting now.
No, we won't be. 10 laps max. Realistically, 9:14.
I think Nexus were in, about that. Yeah, they were, weren't they? You said 9:14, 9:15 for Nexus.
Well, that's their out lap, isn't it? The slower one.
Yeah, so let's add
So they came in
75 or 70-ish laps onto that. 65 laps is going to be roughly
990.
Yeah, about anywhere between 980, 990. We're on 977 at the moment, so can't be too long before we welcome both of our leaders in. The gap still saying on timing that it's 1 lap, but what that actually means is it's 1 lap until MS Lucas crossed the line. Track map guide suggests that they're heading round South Bank, and it's bang on.
Yeah,
they are heading round South Bank. He's just down the inside. There is Dan Crosley. Here's the leader. Oh no, it's not. We're still following the 10. He's still following the 104. Leader's not far actually off getting the lap back, I don't think. Crossley will cross the line now. The gap is 101.
Wow.
And it was 53 seconds 15, 20 minutes ago. So Asher Blythe just adding tenths here and there, and he's just crossed the line now. So 101. So he's going to be around about 10 or 15 seconds behind that kart. Now in the pits, now is the time. It's whether we get that full course yellow and whether it's enough for them to pit, because they'll be looking, you see, to do 1 hour 20s and 1 hour, 1 hour 20, 1 hour 22. Corblimey Racing 313 have got a problem. Kart going slowly through the chicanes. He's got his arm up in the air, but he's got a problem, and he'll be similar down the back straight as well. He's moving. I don't think we're going to have yellows, because then everybody would overtake him and then they'd all get into trouble. But he is moving slowly, but he is offline. But he's done well just to let everybody through. So he'll travel round and back into pit lane in that 313 kart, heading round South Bank at the moment. Ash Wright, I think, could potentially be in that, although we'll just check. So I've got 2 drivers with red suits. I think it's either Ash Wright or Jordan Jackson. I'm going to go Jordan Jackson in that one, because I think he's got a red and black helmet. He has. Yeah, and absolutely it is Jordan Jackson in that kart at the moment. So he's going to bring that back into the pits.
It's a shame, because Corblimey, all 3 karts have had issues recently. The 113, the 213, and the 313 have all had to come into the pit lane for problems.
Within a minute of the 113 getting rolled off the ramp, the 213 was taking its place on exactly the same ramp. Different problem. Didn't quite ascertain what the issue with the 213 was, whereas with the 113 it was that rear sprocket was the issue. For that kart. Oh, we've got tyre again. That luckily this time it's gone all the way across the straight and onto the grass on the inside. So we haven't got tyres on the track, but somebody's been in the wall on the outside of Barbecue Bend. There is a tyre. It's right on the side of the track. If one of the experienced pro karters fancies giving that a Scandinavian flick back into the tyre wall, that would be handy. But let's not put ourselves in any danger.
Or do and sacrifice yourself. No, that would cause a bigger problem.
Yeah, sacrifice yourself for the cause.
Just do it. It's volunteerist tribute.
Yes.
Yeah, but no, that should be all right. That's to be fair. We didn't see that at all yesterday, and then coming into today, it's happened 3 times in the time I've been in the commentary box.
We had an incident in the night where there was just tyres everywhere, and it's difficult. It's a tough corner. You basically turn into it, as a right-hander, and then it just keeps going right, and you naturally just sort of push wide, and the tyres don't quite give you the grip as you were expecting. There's Alan Lowe's in the exceeding track limits entry, the 1, 2, 3 kart. And I think I'm going to see where Pedals needs to be with 3 hours to go. You know, I know he's in front of the curve, but I want to know how many laps an hour he's got to be doing now.
Where is he? There he is. So he's on 8.78 at the moment. The record is 9.68. So he's got less than 100 laps and 3 hours to do it. He is cruising.
Yeah, 90 laps now. So that's 30 laps an hour and an extra 9 minutes.
Yeah. He'll smash it.
He was. They did joke with him last night that, you know, towards the end, they've probably got another set of tyres they could use. Does he fancy going out and trying to beat the fastest lap? He did politely tell the team to go away, is the best way to describe the very short but stern conversation that he had. It was all in jest and all good fun as MS Window Doctor and ETL just get hooked up behind one of our higher entries. They came out side by side, and there's always that problem where one of them wants to pick one side, the other tries to pick the other, and neither of them really get through for any benefit. Ewan's been in touch, and looks like Josh Thompson won't be out.
Yeah, I did see that.
Anymore. He's not feeling too well. So that looks like that entry will be down a driver. We've got a stationary car, and that looks like it's lost a wheel.
Yeah.
That's a wheel to the right, and that is Teesside Tigers. The number 1 kart, Teesside Tigers, and there's a fairly... We may go full course yellow here, because to get the quad to that kart safely, once it's on the quad, it's fairly simple, and we have gone full course yellow as the quad will be dispatched down. So we should be able to pick it up on the rib bend camera and then down from the mountain. But team's just being slowed down. As you'll see in a minute, the quad will make its way round Howells, the bend near the paddock, and down towards the... here it is. You can see it come in. The driver, easily noticeable. He's the only one that you can see above the barrier. And he's off down to collect the cart. So the reason there is an additional person on the back there is A, it needs 2 of them to lift the cart on.
Yeah.
But B, when the trailer doesn't weigh anything, it bounces round.
Yeah.
And, you know, so that's the 2 reasons why we have a passenger. A, he's there for ballast, and B, he's there for strength. You know, we have got the marshal down there already as well, but handbrake on for the quad. Here we go. Bend at the knees, lads.
For your legs.
Oh, yeah. Strong technique by, I think that's Callum at the back. He's got a good lift and bend, a good bend and lift technique. Kart is on. Driver will be normally requested to sit in it, and then we'll also be told then to put the brake on. And then also the kart will just be held in place as well. And the collection is almost complete. All we need now is a member of Teesside Tigers to sign for the delivery when he is returned to the pit lane.
Left in a safe place.
Either that or we'll leave him behind your garden shed or in your blue bin.
It's true. Or in plain view where anyone could nick it.
Absolutely. You know, put him in the safe place under your doormat.
Yes. Very conspicuous. Yeah, I don't really think you could hide a go-kart delivery, to be honest. There's no many ways you could get away with that. Hello and welcome to everyone that's now joining us in the YouTube chat as well, by the way.
Sorry, Zach. Nexus Sport pit under a full course yellow. The race leader is going to try and take advantage. They're roughly in their window of a 1 hour 20, 1 hour 22 stint at 3 hours and 5 minutes. And Nexus Sport have taken the opportunity under the FCY to pit out of the lead, but are going to lose a smaller amount of time. We go green, so it's not going to be as advantageous as they'd have hoped. But the field then, hopefully by the time they come out in a lap's time or so, will have fragmented a little bit, which is going to allow them to
Ease back
sort of
into
filter through the traffic once again. Not sure it's going to be Asher Blythe at the wheel again. I think he needs a rest, and then he'll go again. I get the feeling he's going to take it to the checker. I think Tom will dispatch Mr. Butterworth to confirm what the plan is of taking karts to the end of the race.
That was bang on a 70-lap stint as well, by the way. So that was perfect time for him.
Yeah.
To come in and do it. Makes sense. We've got 3 hours left to go. If they can do bang on an hour and a half, they can do it on... Well, actually, they need a little bit more than an hour and a half. They need an hour and 2 minutes to do it on bang on 2 more stints. Or, well, 3 more stints, 2 more stops. Which is going to be tough, but potentially doable. If they're able to, that would be great, because it stops them doing a splash and dash, which I think the other 2 elite karts are going to have to do. More so the relevant one, sorry, Red Graphics, they're a bit way down, but MS Soko in particular, they're still in the lead lap. I think might have to do an extra stop. Obviously, we'll confirm that again closer to the time. They shouldn't be too far off their next stop either, probably within the next couple of laps or so.
I think they're going to be more comfortable with MS Soko Select.
Oh, yeah, because they'll be pitting closer to the hour.
Yeah, they can get there. Roughly, we've found teams doing, I think normally they try and keep it fairly safe at 1 hour 20, and then safe goes out the window at the end of the race, and they try and push every little drop. And when they're getting the fuel in the tank, they'll be making sure that the fuel guy fills it right to the top.
They
and
spill
then,
over actually,
yeah,
and then put it on.
And then shakes the nozzle as well to make sure. So I think that, they'll just be trying their best to see if they can get all the way to the flag without needing a splash and dash, because the pit lane will get busy again at some point, because ultimately everybody's trying to get to the end on as least amount of fuel as possible. 4 wide, in fact 3.5 wide, because one got pushed out onto the grass on the outside for some of our higher runners. As behind them, that is the race leader with a change of steering wheel attendant. Now, let's have a quick look who's in white and blue for us in that kart. Well, having said that, all 3 of them normally have the same... I think that's Greg Barnard now in that kart. When I thought it was Greg earlier on this morning, I think it was actually Charles Wagner who was in that one, but I get the feeling it's Greg Barnard now in the number 17 Nexus Sport entry. And after the pit stop, there is 1.3 seconds between Nexus Sport and MS Soko Select on track. They're heading down the Bob Pope Straight. There they are, and there is the chasing 43. So they head up towards hairpin number 1 and then hairpin 2. We'll pick them up as they head down the back straight towards South Bank.
So as things stand, this is a battle for the class and overall lead, but don't forget the 43 does owe us a stop, so they'll be coming in the next couple of laps. So if there is a battle, it will be short-lived, but carving their way through the traffic very effectively is the 17 and doing...
Oh, that was one of the core blimey karts. I think it was the 213 taking a trip over the gravel. There we go. That's the battle for the lead on camera right now. Nexus Sport, who have just pitted. MS Soko Select, who owe us a stop in the next 10 minutes, we think. But they'd love to take the lead once again briefly from Nexus Sport. I don't think Nexus will be too venomous, as we've got Chris Pellingham off and on the grass. Kart seems to be okay. He takes to the grass again just so he doesn't have to cut across one of our hires, but let's see whether he's going again at pace. Don't know why he was off to one side. Looks like his engine had cut out, but is going again now. So whether he decides to pit and have that checked out or whether he continues, we'll let you know in a few moments' time. The battle for the lead, though, with less than 3 hours to go, sees Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select nose to tail through the D chicane and on the run down towards Rib Bend. And Dan Crosley chasing down Greg Barnard, and Crosley looks like he's going to be down the inside. Crosley is down the inside. Change for the lead with 3 hours to go. And MS SoCo Select lead the 2024 British 24-hour kart race. He's down the inside. And Dan Crosley in the 43 leads the way from the 17 of Nexus Sport. It will be brief. They are due in the pits. But we've got a yellow flag over the start line. We've got a driver off. No, we've got another yellow at the paddock at Howells. So it looks like we could have... that's why we've had a kart with a problem on entry to the pits, and the tyre is on the track, I think, heading down towards Rib. So we'll pick up here for me now. All the 17 needs to do, just tuck in behind the 43. Let the 43 do the work going through the traffic, and just sit in the gap for as long as you can and let them drag you round. Because, again, if you're in the slipstream behind that cart, you're going to save fuel as well. You know, you're going to save on fuel mileage, so you're going to be able to maybe eke out a little bit more by slipstreaming another cart.
Every little helps, obviously, in karting. And even if you don't get a whole extra lap out of it, what it does mean is you've already got a little bit of fuel left in the tank. It takes less time to fill back up, so you save time in the pit lane that way. So even if it's small gains, they are still gains. And at the moment, the Nexus kart knows that the 43 is going to be coming into the pit lane probably this lap, if not next, and they'll be able to get themselves back into the lead anyway. So there's no need, there's no reward, so why carry the risk of fighting for it anyway? Because there's just you're not gaining anything, but you can very quickly lose everything if you're overly aggressive. They're carving their way through the traffic through hairpin 3. Obviously, when the 43 does 1, the 17 copies and does the exact there's the exact mirror and does the same, follows them through very nicely. Yeah, the 17 throughout the early part of this lap though was 4 or 5 kart lengths back, and you can see that how it works with the traffic is that. The 43 gets held up, the 17 catches back up again. He's right on the back of him again, and yet he was a kart length back because there was another hire between them earlier on going through the D chicane. So they're still nose to tail. Crosley doing the hard work in the 43, and then the 17 taking full advantage of the gaps being created in front. They head down what is a very, very busy back straight. Here at Teesside, the Bob Pope straight through the wiggles, and then hairpins 1 and 2 out onto the back straight. We've got an exhaust. Don't know how long that's been there, but it's on the grass, and so it's off track, which is fine. But it's on the left-hand side, so don't know whether that's a fresh one. I know recently the 069 of Racing for Ron have had a mechanical flag. Not sure if that's for them with the exhaust off, or if it's something else. Their problem. We'll try and figure it out, but we shall see. Well, we're closing in 2 hours and 56 minutes of this race left to run. Not long of it left to go at all. I've got less than an hour until my commentary duties are over for the weekend, and Tom will jump in for the final two to take it to the checker flag with yourself. Of course, once again, hello and welcome to everyone that's joining us in the YouTube chat. I hope you are enjoying the coverage. Of course, I have seen a couple of questions. It's taken us a while to talk through. We'll get back to them in a second because there are more yellow flags being waved. I think all is good, though, out on circuit. Coolian asking what the differences are between the owner classes. Basically, it's experience. So you've got Elite, Pro, and Club in descending levels of experience and competency and sort of pace as such, based on previous 24-hour results and experiences. They can use that to then sort of divvy themselves up. There is a kart going round at hairpin number 3. Arm up in the air, clearly frustrated, but able to get going, no big dramas. So there's no difference in terms of the karts as such between the Elites, Pros and the Clubs. They're all the same weight, which obviously for the highs is 185 kilograms, a lot lighter than the highs. But yeah, so in theory, a club kart could win the overall race. It's unlikely, but it could happen. Similarly, in the hires, they use the same engines as the owners, but obviously they are corporate karts, so they're not race spec, and they have got the big bulky wraparounds, which add a lot more weight to them. They also have Elite, Pro, Club, and then Rookie as well at the back, obviously, again, in descending experience. And interestingly, actually, in the hires, you have got an example of one of the lower classes doing really, really well in the overall. The number 20 track limit in the second lowest class is P2 overall, and so too is Teesside Academy. They're P4 overall. So we've got an Elite from a Club, from an Elite from a Club, for the top 4 places overall in the highs. That's pretty good going for them.
Yeah, and with the exception really of Race for Ruben, I know Teesside Academy, I think they dropped a chain, as in the chain came off around about a couple of hours ago, but generally have had trouble-free runs. Teams behind them, Kart Events Belgium had multiple trips into the Mechanics Bay in the night. Core Blimey Racing had that lengthy stop earlier on that I think lost them nearly 10 minutes and took them out of the lead just before I came on to commentary at 8 o'clock. It's all about having trouble-free runs. JS Racing, I think, would probably be in that sort of 3rd, 4th overall had they not picked up a multitude of penalties. Airbox cover has come off one of the owner carts because it's stickered up rather than being solid black. So they do often come off through here because it's probably the fastest part of the track where they're turning, and yeah, the airbox filter just normally falls off the top. It's bolted on. It's not normally too much of an issue as long as the air filter doesn't come off with it. And we saw that in practice on Friday, where the air filter came off with.
Saw it about 20 minutes ago as well.
Yeah. Whereas, yeah, it did, didn't it? It came off down here, so everything going off. Just having a quick look into the chat as well. Trevor Bugard saying, watching from the Iron Man, supporting his son Dan and the team at MSJSR in the 111. Mick Barlow saying good morning to myself, and then forgetting about Tom Butterworth and left him out. Well, Tom won't be with me until 10 o'clock. Until then, it's myself and Zach Sweeney for the next 50 minutes.
Sorry about that.
It's all right, Zach, apologising, but no need to. It's been a great race so far. MG Motorsport asking how much fuel would a team use in 24 hours? Well, I've done a quick calculation. There's 1,440 minutes in 24 hours.
Right.
Stints are roughly around about 80 minutes. We'll say 1 hour, 24 hour owner carts. They're using 7.5 litres of fuel a stint. 18 stints in that time would give you 135 litres per owner cart. The hires are probably going to use slightly less because they're not as quick in a straight line, so they're going to use slightly less fuel.
But they're carrying more weight.
But they are carrying more weight. But they go longer for the stint, so their 7.5 litres is lasting longer. They're doing roughly 1 hour 40s. But yeah, about 135 litres per cart throughout the race. Even if we average it and say it's 130 per cart, we've then got 89 carts.
It's a lot of litres.
Yeah, let's take it to 130 and
over a ton of fuel.
Multiply that. It's total. I think it'll be roughly 11,500 litres for the carts for this race. Pitting is the 123, exceeding track limits. MS SoCo Select still have not pitted out of the lead. It's 2:50 to go, 2 hours and 50. That would give them a 1 hour and 25 stint. I still think Nexus Sport might need a splash and dash unless they can find a way of saving a bit of fuel. And it'd be interesting as to how they do that, because I don't think they're going to want to do it with, let's say, 20 minutes to go.
You want to leave it as late as possible, so the pit stop itself is as short as possible. The sort of controlled variable in that equation is the drive-through pit lane. That's the thing that's pretty much going to be constant. What you can control is how much fuel you put in. If you leave it as late as possible, you're going to allow the car to run as light as possible. You put less fuel back into the car, and therefore you only use what you need. Whereas if you come in earlier with sort of 20 minutes to go and maybe you've still got a little bit left in, not only are you going to have to run the car heavier for longer, you're also going to be slowing yourself down in doing so, because obviously you're running the car heavier. So they're going to want to leave it as late as they can. There's the 115 is having a problem. Holding under the seat there is the 115 into the pit lane. And don't know what's going on there.
No, let's see if we can have a look at the fuel bay. MS SoCo Select have pitted now. So if we can go to the fuel bay, we can't because we've got the fuel bay camera on the pits, but there are people running, and I think possibly the 115 could have a problem. If he's holding the left side, it's a seat stay. Now, 90% of the seat stays are for the owners a bolt-on. They bolt the seat stay on the chassis, and then they if they do break, they can just unbolt them and put new ones on. Greg Barnard there with a long look over his shoulder, a bit of a death stare back towards one of the higher carts. There is the 115. We're going to track it. Some superb tracking. Cat's on the PTZ, just tracking it through for right to left. And it will get pushed down pit lane. And it's going to come down here towards the tyre change area where they're going to carry out some work, I think, on that 115 Team Keen cart. Steve Lyle was in the seat. Looks like the helmet's staying on, so I think he's going to stay in that cart. As we have a look, and the chances are now the seat stay, if it's there, will be getting unbolted if it is a seat stay issue. Running over with some spares. Looks like Lyle's going to stay in the cart though. Helmet's on. He's just walking off. He'll be back. Mick McDonald there on the left of the screen, just overseeing the works on that cart. It's going to drop them down. They've got a few laps to in the bank from DWS in 9th place, but we'll see how they go. And then I'm also going to keep an eye out for MS SoCo Select. I get the feeling that Connor Lucas could well be back in that cart in the 43. And I get the feeling he's going to take it to the checkered flag. He's going to do a double stint. He is indeed in the cart in the yellow helmet as he comes through the chicanes. So Connor Lucas in the 43. Showing as a lap down, I think it's going to be roughly around about half a lap by the time they trip the timing. So we'll try and keep an eye out on the 115 Team Keen cart. That's the cart that we were talking about, the 43 MS SoCo Select machine.
Where is the MS SoCo Select? They're now running their way down towards Rib Bend. Nexus Sport now running their way out of South Bank. You can see them there. They're going through hairpin 3 and 4. I don't know how this pit strategy is going to go. We think that MS SoCo Select have got a much better strategy. They were able to extend that last stint by a lot. They pitted on lap 9:19 and have only just come in on lap 9:95. So they've done a good 76 lap stint. to sort of get them well under the 3-hour mark. What this does do is give them a really comfortable, I'd say really comfortable, a more comfortable split in terms of the final 2 stints. There is a cut off and buried in the tyre barrier, hairpin number 1, facing head on to it. That's going to be awkward to get out of. I'm assuming he's ran wide going in, got sort of 2 wheels on this outside concrete and just looped it round essentially, and then into the barrier.
He's going to get out and try and push that back, but I don't think what his right rear's on the floor. It's not. You can see there that it's not on the floor. We're waiting for a gap in the traffic for a marshal to make his way over the track to assist. He's going now. And marshal's just assisting. They're going to pull that cart to the side. We've got yellow light board on anyway, so that's thing as the field slows itself down until they're past the incident, and then carries on, and he is away.
All is sorted then. All is all good, and they are once again going. Hairpin 1, it's been the site probably for the most incidents thus far today. I would put that down to, I've always said it, the entry speed. You run through the wiggles, and then you're having to brake. And just look, if we catch a cart going through into hairpin 1, you'll just see the sheer amount of speed they carry through. Particularly look at the owners as well, because it's quite frightening actually. The inside rear, basically the rear left wheel lifts up off the floor because of all of that weight transfer that goes to the right-hand side of the cart. They have the option to run torsion bars. They don't. Basically, a torsion bar is the cart equivalent of like an anti-roll bar, basically. Stops the cart moving too much, and without it, basically the weight is free to move as such. So when they chuck the cart to the left after pretty much coming in full pelt, pretty much flat out through the wiggles, it lifts up. That's how you want to drive the kart, though. A lot of people, my friend Jack Willis, when he first started driving Junior Rotax a couple of years ago, he sort of said that when he took the torsion bar out, his aim was lap after lap trying to actually get that inside wheel to lift up. Yeah. Because if you can do that, you're committed and you're carrying a decent amount of speed through a corner. Yeah, it helps you because there's no slip differential. It's a solid rear axle on a kart. The inside wheel, if that's on the floor, it's travelling a lot less distance than what the outside wheel is, and therefore your outside wheel will want to turn you round. The inside one wants to push you straight on. So the idea is if you can jack the rear wheel up and basically unicycle round on the rear wheel, the longer that inside is not on the floor and it drops back down, it makes for a quicker cornering experience for the driver because there's a solid rear axle. And the best way I can describe it is if you go down to the fuel bay here and watch them try and push the carts when the carts are stationary round a corner, it is very, very hard to do because of that solid rear axle and one wheel wanting to go a shorter distance than the other. Like I say, it's not a slip differential, which means that the rear wheels maintain the same speed when you're going round a corner, and the outside will maintain the speed that will give you the same distance when you get round the corner. So the outside goes quicker. Yes. Yeah, so that doesn't happen in a kart. It's a solid rear axle, and therefore, if as we follow the 43 in here, we'll just see there, he turns in, inside left is jacked up in the air. The same will happen here with the right-hander, albeit he's not going quite as quick, so it doesn't happen quite as often. But in them heavy braking zones, particularly hairpin 1, they drive in, it basically it buries the front right into the tarmac and lifts the left rear up into the air. And it is the quickest way round. We've hit the 1,000 lap mark a few moments ago. In terms of on the screen, we are around about a lap or so behind the actual result on the timing, which you can find at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR for 24 hour. So you can watch all of that. And we have cleared the 1,000 lap mark with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Are we going for a distance record, do you think?
Overall, I think we're
it's close.
It's going to be tight.
11:46. We're on 1:002. So we need 144 laps in 2 hours and 41 minutes.
It's definitely
If we go green
doable.
to the end, we'll do it, I reckon.
Yeah, even some short full course yellows, I think we should be okay. You know, roughly, I'll whip the calculator out again.
The calculator.
The calculator. So it's 47 laps, 48 laps an hour, normally. And we've got, what's that, so we've got at least 2 hours and
2.6 hours, 2.67 hours.
That's it. That's 128 more laps. So yeah, it's going to be tight. We are going to need to go green to the end. We've got. Normally we say we've got support coming in via the live chat. What we've actually got is support coming in via the overhead gantry, because we can put custom messages on it. We're not going to do it for all the teams, although I think one year we should charge teams to put messages out to their to people in their team, you know, to spur them on. Pedals is going well in the quest for a solo attempt, a distance record. Liam Gallup saying big respect to Shenby Racing for their comeback. They had some problems in the early hours of the morning, late hours of the night, so to speak, just as it was getting dark. Looks like Max Planter in. They're now up into third place because Red Graphics pitted, and it was a lengthy stop, almost 5 minutes. For Red Graphics about 15 minutes or so ago, but that will drop Max Plant down into fourth overall, but they're currently third. Having a quick look as well, Martin Joyce saying go pedals on target, and by his calculations he's got roughly 1 hour in hand to make the record. If he keeps up the average pace. I imagine Tom's been down there. We'll have a chat with him shortly. Because I imagine he's been in contact with the team behind Chris Pellingham. We'll give you a run through again with 2 hours to go as to what he is doing and why he's doing it. We've also got a Kate Bell saying, keep up the good work, really enjoying the race. The weather looks beautiful this year. It's been superb. I mean, I'd have taken a freezing cold overcast race after the last 2 years, but with the sun being out, it's been beautiful all weekend. It was very, very windy when we arrived at the track on Thursday, and there was a bit of talk because it was a tailwind from out of Barbecue Bend and down the Bob Pope Straight that we were going to potentially have issues with engines sort of over revving. But it's not been anywhere near as windy throughout the race, so no problems at all with that. We have had naturally 1 or 2 engines go by the wayside, but that is part and parcel of a 24-hour race. You know, it's not just a test of driver; it's a test of the machine as well. You know, we saw the DWS engine. Which we took a picture of. Having a quick look at the Max Plant kart, that looks like it's Sebastian Pereira back out in the 181. Keep an eye out as to who follows him, but I get the feeling that Jack Morris might end that 181 unless Max Shields goes back in it. Don't know whether Tom's done some digging, but I get the feeling as well that Connor Lucas is going to double stack that MS SoCo Select 43 to the end. And when the time comes for Nexus Sport to pit, I get the feeling that Asher Blythe will go back in that kart. There's currently around about half a lap between them. It's going to be tight when they pit again, and we get the feeling that SoCo Select might only need to do 1, and that Nexus Sport might need to do 2. So it's going to be tight. Nexus in front at the moment, but we think probably 1 pit stop more for them. Although, having said that, probably not a full pit stop. What the thing for me here is, we spoke about sort of going. You spoke about going long.
Yeah.
And in terms of to get the fuel. Basically, then you run light at the end, come in, splash and dash, run light again. I'm going to caveat that and say that I would get down to 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 30 minutes on the bottom of the hour, with effectively 2 1 hour 15-minute stints, and then I'd put the fastest driver I've got in for 2 full stints and maximise the driver, because I think, yes, the kart will be a tenth or two slower on a full tank of fuel, but you're going through traffic anyway, and I think then the option there is that you put the fast driver in and maximise the fast driver for 2 full stints. Who the team decide that will be, but I get the feeling that could be an option.
I agree, yeah. I think
for Nexus Sport,
that they're basically, what they would do then is to take their shorter stint now, come in, do a driver change, do what they need to do, and then have 2 clear tracks. I mean, it's not like the driver at the moment is slow by any means. They're running quite well, 14.2 that last time by, which is actually a really competent lap time based on the standards that we've seen so far today. But you are right in saying that if they weren't going to do a splash and dash and just have 2 normal stints, that would be the way to do it. Because the driver, if it's quicker, if they're quicker, sorry, not they're in it, that they'd probably make up that 10th difference anyway.
Yeah.
The traffic, as you say, will slow them down. So again, that's going to fluctuate things anyway, and it just gives them less of a headache.
Yeah. Into the chat again. Matty Scarrett Jones is saying, "Come on, racing for Ron, who've combated mechanical failures, fatigue, and injuries. They're fighting against circuit breakers." Now, this is what I love about the British 24, is that we'll focus on battles throughout the race, but then each team will have their own personal battle. This is a battle for 83rd place. The final 2 running karts out on track at the moment, racing for Ron and circuit breakers, in 83rd and 84th, having their own personal battle. There's a few laps between them, but as Racing for Ron have pointed out, they've had the mechanicals, they've had the fatigue, so there's still plenty to play for. We've seen this race go down to the final lap of the race after 24 hours, so it's not uncommon at all to see the battles go down. We still follow Seb Pereira in the 181. The kart did indeed remain in 3rd place. I thought they were going to drop down behind the Red Graphics kart, but I think they are still in P3. Gap is 0.7 of a second, and I just want to check who's in the Red Graphics car at the moment. There should be rejoining us off the west track shortly. The 181 will be first, the white and orange car. There it is. That is Jake Richardson in that car. Black suit, red little accents on it, and a white helmet. So Jake Richardson out in the number 1 kart. The Red Graphics machine at the moment.
He was quite committed going through the wiggles. Got a little bit sideways going into hairpin 1. I respect the commitment, got to be honest. Unfortunately for the 01, they've had a really difficult morning. There was a time about 6 or 7 hours in where after some full course yellows they were able to sort of get back on sequence with what was going on, but then after that they unfortunately just tailed off, and to the point now they're at the moment behind the Max Plant car. I don't know if that's a legitimate pass.
It is. Red Graphics pitted about 20 minutes ago. Max Plant have been in the pits in the last 10.
Yeah.
But Red Graphics, when they came in, it was a 5-minute stop, so I'd imagine they had another issue at the same time as they changed their driver for Red Graphics 01. So they have fallen behind Max Plant, and they are both on schedule for one more pit stop before the end of this race.
So that is a fight for the overall podium then. That Max Plant car could well win and be on the podium.
Yeah, trophies will be handed out for classes only.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's where it's at. The RAF Spitfire car, they're just waving the 181 through, and then the 181 acknowledging with a thank you, which was really good there, and just shows the teams, like where the sort of sportsmanship is at the moment for everybody. The thank yous for letting them through. A lot of the teams as well, they'll be on the radio just saying, look, you've got the class leader behind you. Let's not hold up. Let them through. We'll just tuck in behind them. We'll go together. Team Keen are back out after their earlier problems. How long did that cost them? They're down in P10 now. I think they were P6, but it was a 6-minute stop. We saw them having the work done. We think it was the seat stay, potentially for the 115. With the way they came in, it looked like Lyle was holding the side of the seat when he came in. So, and then there was work going on down in the pits.
It's been a busy day, isn't it, for everyone? They have really had to be on it from pretty much hour one, and no or very little rest. You sort of, especially if you're working at a race team, you get very little rest. You sort of get what you can. You become a giraffe, similar to how giraffes sleep, which is at like 5-10 minutes at a time, because that's all you can afford. You need to be ready at the drop of a pin at a moment's notice.
Well, we saw it earlier on, didn't we? When that cart came in with a problem, everybody just scattered and went running.
Yeah.
It's
like being in a fire station.
Yeah,
just
it
ready
is,
to be chilling for like hours, and then boom, go. And that's just, you work. No matter what you're doing, you drop it and you get on with the task at hand. It is such a high pressure environment. I remember looking into some of the garages at a different event of some of the race teams, and when you've got a thing to do, whether that's changing the tyres or something a bit more serious like changing the bearing or getting the engine out, even for a big job that you know is going to take you a long time, they're still trying to shave off half a second. They are still pumping the trolley jacks up as quickly as they can. They're still getting ready with the guns as quickly as they can. They're still having 2 people take off a wheel so they can sort of distribute the workload easier. Because if you, on a job that's, say, going to take you 30 minutes, if you can shave off 3 minutes of that, that's going to save you 2 laps. And come the end of the race, that's going to be quite a helpful margin. So even race mechanics, they are, again, superhuman. And without them, the racing drivers wouldn't have a go-kart to go quick with. So yeah, hats off to them, because when there's an issue, they're the ones that need to sort it and get it ready.
Yeah, we were looking at the class-leading 36 Motorsport entry there, coming through the pink and blue cart, currently leading the owner club class by around 5 laps from SKA Racing, and then a few more to Rethink Racing International. The driver lineup in that 36, Michael Kimber, Sam Nash, Michael Houghton, Ben Clark, Alec Mallard, going very well. It's Michael Houghton in the car at the moment. It's just at the front of the train. There's the 121, that's Matt McClure in that cart for RAF Spitfires. Coming up on a bit of the higher carts in front, and just got to work the way through the traffic. It's the bottom of the hour. We'll run you through the top 3 in each of our classes. Nexus Sport, MS SoCo Select, red graphics. That's your top 3 in Owner Elite. Owner Pro, it's Max Plant from Team Take 3 and MS Urban Pink. And in Owner Club, it is 36 Motorsport, SKA and Rethink Racing International. Into our higher teams, Le Petit Bouchons lead higher elite from Race for Ruben and kartevents.be. In higher pro, it's JS Racing from Accelerate Kent Brewery, and now Lockwell Hill 1 back into the podium places in higher pro. In higher club, Track Limits from Teesside Academy and Newmarket Hornets. And then it is Le Petit Bouchons 2 in the 25. They're looking for a double at the moment with Testes and Ledyard GP, and we've got 2 off. One of them is Perfect Card in the 56. They've got a bright orange Nauseo panel, and the other one we can't quite make out as he comes through. It's red and white on the front. We'll try and pick up. Yeah, it could be. Tom could be right there. He's just behind us, saying he could be Core Blimey 3, but the Nauseo panel's depressed down, not fully, but we'll keep an eye out on it. Not enough, certainly, for it to be deemed a mechanical. It's still attached. It's just there's a mounting bracket that's just gone a little bit loose, and it just drops the Nauseo panel down. It's when it fully drops down that we have to worry about that kart. It's going to cross the line right now. It's the 126 kart of what's one of the top width entries. Strangely, top width 1 are in a lower class than top width 2 because they like to play with us and make it difficult. We are 2.5 hours to go. Chris Pellingham is now within 60 laps of the 24-hour record for an individual distance travelled, but I'm reliably informed, in technical terms, his neck has totally gone. And what that means is it hurts quite bad, like proper bad. But at the moment, he's tucked in behind the leader, the 43, and
it's hard to keep upright. You could see it on the straight. He was leaning.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He's just leaning it, and we've seen drivers here that have done far less than in terms of distance than what Pedals has done. I think if we remember back to 2020 when Adam Nichols triple stinted the number 13 kart that year, and his head was rolling down the back straight. It was just rolling his neck just to get him. Just to try and get a little bit of extra life in his neck. He'd been pushing throughout, like sprint pace, qualifying pace, lap on lap on lap to try and hold the gap back to the chasing 43 of MS SoCo Select. They were being assisted by the 111 in getting through the traffic. Nichols did a grand job maintaining a pace as a single kart when there was effectively a 2-kart train pushing through behind him. So I'm not even going to say I can imagine how Pedals is feeling, because I can't, and I don't want to.
No.
He's going to be in agony, but he's in agony for a superb cause, and he's getting closer. 911 laps. The target is 964. He's getting closer. I think the actual target for them, they wanted to try and get to 1,000 if they could. And if they can get to the magic mark, it could well be in the next hour for Chris Pellingham. He's heading towards that target now. Hopefully we can get him up in the money as well. He's at £1,700 raised so far for Pedals. I'm going to put the link in from. It's going to come up as TSK-Media 01 for Chris. And if you can chuck a bid in, that would be wonderful. There's buckets at the track as well to be able to donate. The team is down at the front, the black and white awning up towards the left. You'll see the guys in the British Heart Foundation T-shirts as well. They are raising money for a superb cause in memory of a superb individual in Angie Hutchinson. And Pedals is well on his way to breaking the Guinness World Record. The stints have come down, the brakes have come down, but he's lapping little and often. When he is coming in the pits, he's got to get out of the kart, you see, to refuel. They can't leave him in because of a safety. And they're helping him out of the kart. Sitting is fine, then he can use it, but they're helping him out of the kart. I saw Anthony Pogson earlier. They pushed the kart to the fuel bay, and he's hooked under his arms and lifted him out of the seat. I'm sure that it's more, it's there just as a general in case, but, I'm sure Pedals is very, very thankful of that additional arm. I think down there, Anthony Pogson was saying that Tom down there, not our Tom, their Tom, has been on the radio for the best part of 20 hours. Poggy's just on the radio now by looking to it. They're just passing the radio around. They're keeping it nice and fresh, keeping the dialogue consistent, and just letting him know where he is. And that's all. He's just coming over the start line now as he goes round the outside of Race for Ruben. And we'll see him as we head down here towards Rib Bend. There he is on the right-hand side in the yellow kart. He'll have an owner kart down the inside of him. He's not really racing anybody. Just at the moment, just getting the laps in, and just, every lap he adds is another lap on the board, and one less lap for him to worry about. He's all, I've heard it all weekend. Got to get the laps in the bank. You don't want to be chasing, because you don't want to be chasing when your body's not going to allow you to chase. So RPM Racing's just asked which kart is pedalled in. He is in the number 4 kart, and it's got its own individual colour on the background. It is a darker blue rather than the sky blue of the higher elite. So it's like a dark blue with a white number 4 in it. Team name is Racing for Ange. He's currently in 30th place overall, having completed 913 laps. And 964 is the magic number. If he can get this to 1,000, it's going to stand for a long, long time, I think. The last record, from what we can see, was set, I think, back in 2022. I was looking this morning just to check what the distance was. Marko Radicic, the Serbian, set it on the 13th of March 2022 in New Orleans, Louisiana. And hopefully we're going to bring that record, and we're going to be able to open Google up and it will say Chris Pellingham, Great Britain, at Teesside Autodrome. 2 hours and 18 to go. And he's chipping away.
And to be fair, his lap times have been incredibly consistent. Understandably, nowhere near his quickest time. He's probably running about 4 seconds slower, which, considering he's done 22 hours in the kart,
you can see there,
going. He's just leading.
Round South Bank, he's just being pushed by the 111 higher kart round South Bank. South Bank will be where it's hurting him, because you are turning right and then right into hairpin 3 for the best part of 8 or 9 seconds, and the head is going to be rolling off the shoulder. So we are on the PA. We've been back on the PA since about 8 o'clock this morning, and there's no better way to wake up to the voices of ourselves here on TSK-Media. Could a member of the team 369, that's Circuit Breakers 369, go to the pit lane, please, for a driver change? That's 369 Circuit Breakers to the pit lane, please. Nexus Sport still lead then from MS SoCo Select overall. They're on the same lap. The gap is 31 seconds. Haven't seen Nexus come in. So they're still out on track at present. So we've got the black flag on the board for the 369 Circuit Breakers. Oh, and that's it. He's seen the black flag and then immediately tried to peel off into the pits, and the top with 78 kart has had to take evasive action. So they've seen the black flag, and then rather than do another lap and then pit, which is the standard procedure, immediately peeling off in the pits. And as we saw it last night in the middle of the night with Alessia, with a higher kart deciding to take a late entry into the pits. Took them by surprise as they were going right the way around the outside, and he bounced down the grass on the outside. The 78 there of top with Arthur Louthian in the seat having to take evasive action. And as Dan Tate goes up and over the curbs in the 75 TTM kart, he is squeezing his way through. An impatient Dan Tate there in TTM3, and that's because he's trying to close the gap down to the class-leading Max Plant kart, who've now fallen back behind Red Graphics 01 into 4th place, but they still lead. They've got a lap as that Red Graphics kart moves up into 3rd place. Looks like we could have a pit stop potentially, could we? No, what we had there was Dan Bugard in the 111 going past Chris Pellingham in the 4 and just encouraging him on the way past. And that's what we want to see. You know, do it safely, of course, but you know the encouragement is there as well. Well, that's the 45 of JK Racing, just taking a chunk of the concrete curb on the exit of the D chicane. As the 43 of Connor Lucas threads his way through. He's behind the 01 Red Graphics kart shortly, but on the previous lap was 1.6 seconds quicker than Nexus Sport, and the gap is down to under 30 seconds.
And that MS Soco Select kart is on a better strategy, we think. We don't know, we think it is, purely because they came in well under the 3-hour mark, which gives them a much easier run to the end in terms of their fuel stint. Nexus Sport potentially are going to have to either do a splash and dash later or come in and do 2 shorter stints. So cut this one short.
Either that or they're gonna have to go to an hour and a half on each stint and really push the envelope boundary really to make this work. It's doable. We've seen teams before go long by varying strategies of lifting and coasting and things like that. So there is a chance that they could do this, but it is very much on the tipping point and in the balance. It really is. 44 peels off into the pits. Good arm up in the air technique. From the 44. Who was that in that kart? Because we've just had a bit of a problem, but then we've had... it's Craig Gamble, who came into the pits with his arm up in the air, so good awareness there. You know, we've just had a slightly unsafe entry into the pits, and that was textbook. And
not taking any gambles,
no, we should film that for next year. We'll film it, and then we can show people how they enter the pit lane. There's the fairly battered 115 Team Keen kart. It's been in the wars. It's currently got Jack Grinsell at the wheel of that machine.
Just getting word that one of the drivers has got a hood flapping around.
Yeah, maybe. We're going to have a look. If he has, I think he'll be invited to have a chat.
Yes.
With somebody in the pit lane, and then told that it's not the best idea he's ever had.
Yeah, I'm going to say no on that one in terms of it being a decent idea. I mean, if it's a small hood, you can just about get away with it. Obviously, if it's cold, you want extra layers under your race or whatever. Been there, done that.
It's not cold though.
It's not cold. It's
not cold anymore.
Sort of 3 hours ago, fair enough. I was freezing last night. I've now got a t-shirt underneath my shirt that I had on. I put it on so I could use my shirt as a blanket essentially last night because I didn't have one in the car. That's how cold it was. But now it's fine.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need a hoodie on.
Okay, Pedals is pitting in the 4. So he's going to pit, and looks like that could well be on schedule. He's been out for a while, actually. As Chris Pellingham. When was the last time he pitted? It would have been a lengthy stop. It was a 5-minute stop on 883. Now he's on 940. He's sort of aiming to do 40 laps an hour now to go to the end, and he's got lots and lots of laps in the tank. At the moment, I think one more 40-lap stint could well see him towards the end. I don't know whether they'll split it into 220s with a bit of a break in the middle for Pedals. Let's see if we can get the pit lane camera on and just see whether what the plan is, because he'll fuel up. There he is in the 4. That's Anthony Pogson with the cart. Every single time that cart's been in the pits, he's been on the cart, and he's going to walk it back. Being assisted as well by one of the marshals. You know, take that into the pit lane, and it's whether the cart stays in pit lane or whether it goes down into their awning. I think it's just going to sit to one side. It will do. Pedals will be getting a drink. They've got buckets. They've got, you know, they've got a bucket with ice and with water and drinks in up there. He'll be taking on small amounts of food. We've seen people here before. They've had big meals in between stints, and it doesn't work.
No.
You know, it's little and often. You get the body in. You let your body take in the bits of fuel that it needs. You know, so that cart will be waiting, ready for Chris Pellingham to jump back in that when he can. Who else is waiting down there to go out? That MS Window Doctor look like they've got a cart, a driver waiting to go back in, back out onto track, as they do indeed pit. At the moment, the 171 cart peels off into pit lane. At the moment, Jack Hewland is going to hand that cart over. Could well be Ben Morby getting back in that cart. So we'll confirm in a few moments' time. But yeah, looks like they've come in for a driver change.
Also, to end the 181 karts race, which could well be race winning, probably will be. In fact, actually, back to Team Tate, they are about. To be fair, I say they're about 37 seconds back, which isn't a lot. But considering there is only 2 hours of the race left to go, it is going to be very difficult for them to go and close that. Also, Max Plant only 5 seconds behind an overall podium. Of course, they get no extra prizes for it, but if they want a little bit of pride, they can. The point I was making is that Ronnie Smith is going to be getting into that kart to do the honours of bringing it to the checkered flag, which is probably the highest honour you can get as an endurance driver, is to bring it to the checkered flag. Asked Guy Smith, the 2003 Le Mans winner, when I spoke to him in an interview a couple of months ago, and I said, would you rather start the car or finish it? And he said, finish it, because the relief that you get crossing that checkered flag, knowing all of the hard work has been for something, especially a race win for 24 hours, knowing that you get to bring it across the line, the atmosphere that you get is unparalleled. So Ronnie Smith will get the honours of doing that and bring the 181 home for what they're going to be hoping is going to be a very well-earned victory.
Yeah, I've done both. I've brought a cart home for the checkered flag here in Hyers. I've also started the race. I started the race in 2009, and I don't think that year it was a run across the track. It was a rolling start, where we just went down the back straight round South Bank, did a rolling start, and then we put all the other bits of the track in on the second lap. And then ever since I can remember, since then, it's been the famous Le Mans style run across the circuit. Like old school Le Mans, from back in the day, where you used to run over and then it'd take 20 minutes to seatbelt somebody in. But we're nearly at the 2 hour to go mark. Michael Burke in the chat, and MG Motorsport as well. Just with support for Chris Pellingham. Neck is hurting, but he's got a lot of pride, and I think he's going to do it. But we'll see what the next 2 hours brings.
It's crazy how quick this race has gone as well. 24 hours at the start feels like it's never going to end because there's just such a large amount of time. But then very quickly, it was 4 hours, then 5, then 6, and then it's, oh, we're a quarter of the way done already. Then very quickly it was, oh, we're halfway through. And then you wake up and it's, oh, we've got a quarter of the race left to go. We've already done 75% of it. It puts into perspective, though. I mean, although it feels fair, like it's gone by relatively quickly from our perspective in the commentary box, it does put into perspective just how long a day is, though. Because you go about your normal day-to-day life, you go from Monday to Friday, it feels like it's gone in a flash. Then you do a 24-hour race, and it gives you a true sense just how long 24 hours actually is when you've got to win a race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long, long race, and you know, you'll see them teams that had the problems early doors. You know, whether you have a problem 20 minutes in or whether you have the problem 20 minutes from the end, it's still the same problem. You know, yes, it will change how you go about your race, maybe in terms of strategy. As on the screen we see the 123, the Greek god of speed, Costa Karitsis, in that kart, threading his way through, and TRX taking a trip across the rumble strips. They're not the only one. Looks like that was the 39 of I Won This team as well, going up and over the curbs. Might not have been them, but it had a white and orange colour scheme on the kart, so we'll keep an eye out if it was indeed them. Aaron Crow in the live chat saying SKA are doing well. They are. They're currently second in their first assault at an owner-driver's 24-hour race, RSKA Racing. Their 5-driver outfit, Seb Francis, Brett Crow, Adam Stainer, Josh Mercer and James Brown, going very well. As that's Kart Events Belgium, the middle of the three, going down the inside of Le Petit Bouchons, and Bouchons turn in and they don't know they're there, and LBPRT2 are round and into a spin at hairpin number 3. And he bounces over the curbs as the 43 of Connor Lucas slides through down the inside. There's a contact warning as well for the 75 of Team Tate 3. So gap at the lead. It's been fairly consistent now. For a period of time, MS SoCo Select were chipping away, and it was down to under that 30-second mark. And then it's been fairly consistent at 29 seconds or so between Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select. Gap back then to Red Graphics. They've got they're 8 laps down on the 2 leaders, but have Max Plant, the leading pro runner, only 4.7 seconds behind them. They've been fairly close for the last 10 or 15 laps or so. Going to have a quick look to see whether Pedals is back out again or not. See whether he tripped the timing. He did. 8 minutes he was out of the kart, but he's back in now and has tripped the timing line. So the countdown continues for Chris Pellingham. In fact, before you take the headset, Tom, can just give it back to Zach for 2 minutes, if that's all right. I know he wants to probably go and get a little bit of sleep before the end, but
I'm not going to be able to. I can promise you that much.
2 hours to go. Your first British 24-hour. Give me your take and your wrap on what the race has been so far.
It's been really enjoyable. I've loved being here. So obviously, thank you for having me. I've got to say, as Tom's found something hilarious out the window.
Yeah, I've just seen Pedals going around and they've literally taped him up.
Oh, nice.
They've taped his shoulders and his helmet.
They've mummied him.
There we go. 24-hour things. When in Middlesbrough, you do stuff. But no, it's been really good. Obviously, it's been very enjoyable commentary-wise. The race itself has been very intriguing. Obviously, tracking the strategy as things go through, and it's my first ever karting commentary as well, which I have to say I'm actually quite surprised about, because I've been following karting for quite some time, but I've never commentated on a kart race until I'd done a 24. I've done 24-hour races before, plenty of them, but never karts, and it's been a different challenge, so a learning curve in that regard as well for me. So it's been it's been enjoyable, and hopefully it's not my first and last, because it's been a pleasure.
It's been brilliant having both yourself and Ewan. It's time for me to welcome back into the commentary box for the final 2 hours of the 2024 British 24-hour race. The wonderful, the knowledgeable Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Hello. I've got myself a double espresso.
Are you going to do it in a one?
I'm doing it in a oneer, and I've got my sunglasses on because I'm refusing to take them off. We've got a sign up across the start-finish line that says "You can do it, go pedals." I'm going to be his biggest hype man for the next 2 hours.
We're not going to apologise for that.
No,
either.
I genuinely
no. Oh,
yeah.
I'm just going to lower that slightly.
Cat's turning into a vampire. Yeah.
There we go. The sun's not quite up high enough yet.
It was the reflection off the laptop. Anyway, so I'm going to be Pedal's biggest hype man for the next 2 hours, unashamedly so. What I want from everybody who's watching, all 279 of you, please, is to get in touch on the comments. Show that man as much support as you possibly can for what he's putting himself through in the name of raising money for the British Heart Foundation. If you can find it in your heart to make a donation, that would be huge. What I really, really am hoping to see is people's commitments to say, if he does 970 laps, we will donate X. If he does 980 laps, we will donate Y, and so on.
That was the thing. I think Ian Williams has donated him 10 pence a lap.
I've said if it. Oh, is it 10 pence a lap?
Yes.
Oh, I misquoted him then.
Well, you said it was
I said it was a pound a lap.
10 pounds a lap.
But no, he's doing 10p a lap. Okay. If he makes it to 1,000 laps, and Poggy and all the team over there, if he makes it to 1,000 laps, I will stand here on camera and donate £50. I would donate more, but genuinely, that's more than I can afford at the moment, but that's a whole different story. But I will donate £50 live on camera in front of everybody. The man's driving around at the moment gaffer taped to his car, and that is not even an exaggeration.
I thought you were joking.
No,
and you're not, are you?
He's got tape from his shoulders over the top of his helmet, as you can see there, and down the other shoulder, just to hold his head in position.
Yeah.
Because he can't physically hold it up anymore. You can see him leaning to his left, right, as he comes down towards the camera there. He can't carry on anymore, yet your donations and the money coming in, everything that we can raise and all the support will spur him on, and will just get a few more laps out of him. If he can get to 1,000 laps, I don't think that record will be broken until we get some super fast, reliable karts in the future.
Someone's going to have to do it in a race with a Rotax or something, and
around an oval
or
something ridiculous. Yeah, unless Guinness World Records change the format for it needing to be done in a race, I don't think we'll see this broken.
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
So what's going on at the front then? We've got Soko Select now 26.2 seconds behind Nexus Sport. Red Graphics now 8 laps down as they tick over there. So it's sort of to and fro between 8 and 9 laps. So it's about 8.5. Max Plant back at the front of Owner Pro. Team Tate, Owner Pro P2. MS Urban Pink, Owner Pro P3.
Sorry, Tom, we've got Bonato by the look of things. No, it's not. It could be TRX off on the outside of hairpin 1. He's some distance off as well. Engine just being started on that car, and he will be helped back onto track. I think it's the 276 entry of TRX on the outside of hairpin 1. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I was just reading through the order to get myself up to speed because I haven't actually looked at live timing for about half an hour or so. Le Petit Bouchon leading higher elite now as well, with race for Ruben. Amazing comeback drive from them, to only be 1 minute and 15 seconds, less than a lap off the overall higher win, after giving them what I've called a 14-minute handicap at the start of the race.
Yeah, well, they had a tough start.
They had a 14-minute
yeah.
stop in the first hour, so they've given themselves a 14-minute handicap, and they're within a minute and 15 seconds, and closing in as well on LPBRT1 for the overall higher class victory, which would just be incredible. And again, another brilliant cause that they're raising money for, as always. Of course, they've won this race before as well. So I'm not sure who's out for them at the moment. I saw Owen Burton out for them earlier. Of course, he gets recognition because he's Yorkshire, and he's got the white rose on his helmet.
I've just noticed as well on the way past, the I Won This team cart has now got their experienced driver in.
I mean, look at what Pedals is going through here. This is genuinely... I spoke to Chief Strategist for Teesside Academy earlier.
Paul Channer?
Yes, and every time I walk past him, because he's just down here, every time I walk past him I go, yay, strategy! I spoke to him earlier on and I described what Pedals is doing as running an ultra marathon while somebody's trying to pull your head off. And I'm standing by that. It's fierce, it's hard, it is incredibly painful, and I can't express to you how much respect I think everybody's now got in the paddock for Pedals. He's got another 40-ish laps to do, so about another hour. He's got an hour and 53 minutes left in the race. He's got about another hour's worth of driving to get to world record, but we want 1,000 laps.
We do.
We want 1,000.
Right.
We want 1,000.
You just mentioned strategy.
I did.
And on Friday, I spoke to the man who's in charge of strategy for the current British Pro Kart Endurance Champions.
Yes.
And we're going to...
And we haven't shown that yet.
No, but we're about to, Tom. Hence why I was trying to say... I was trying to segue into it rather nicely.
Can you tell I've had coffee?
Yes. Probably too much, actually.
Multiples.
You're peaking.
I'm hyped.
But I think you're peaking too early. You're a hype man.
No. We're going. We're going
so
in.
Yeah, on Friday, I had a chance to sit down in the Apollo Karts awning with Robert Mathershaw, Chief Strategist for the current British Pro Kart Endurance Champions Red Graphics. It's around about 10 minutes. It's a great interview and a great insight into what happens behind the scenes and off track to help these teams, these drivers, get to the checkered flag with the best possible outcome. Behind every great team is a great man on strategy, and probably the greatest in the paddock in terms of Pro Kart Endurance would be Rob Mathershaw, strategy man behind the #1 Apollo Kart, the reigning British Pro Kart Endurance Champions. Rob, tell us a little bit about what you do on a race day.
Yeah, so on race day, it's very much communicating with the drivers, the strategy, thinking about what we need to do, adapting to evolving needs throughout the race, especially when we're looking at things like when there's weather conditions that are changing, whether or not we've had a mechanical issue that we then need to account for. It's keeping the level head during the race. We know that tensions can run high during a race weekend, so making sure that I am that voice of reason all the way through and putting up with some absolute wallies out on the rest of the team.
So in terms of an endurance event, it's the flag drops for the start of the race, but before that there's a lot of prep goes into it, sort of pre-planning, the testing that goes behind it. You're obviously using that to sort of collect data, particularly on a 24-hour race. Each year generally we find stint times are different because of weather conditions. We've had 2 wet 24s now back to back, so where we've been able to eke out stint times to an hour and a half. Now, fingers crossed, we're heading towards a dry British 24-hour, which means your stint times are going to be in that 1:15 to 1:20 region. Yep. What are the sort of plans? what do we collect on Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays to make sure Saturdays and Sundays go well?
So from a strategy point of view, it's quite a unique challenge for a 24-hour race because it's not the same. So with a B-Pet round with 6 hours, we've got 2 drivers, we've got Jess and we've got Sam. It's very much kind of a rhythm that we've got into over the past couple of years. You bring in the 24-hour race with the sheer duration of it, the challenge, and also additional drivers coming into the team. Wednesday's very much getting everybody settled into the go-kart, making sure that everybody's happy, just starting to get everybody else into the same rhythm and that cadence that the whole team is really feeling throughout the season. And then we just start to kind of find our groove, and then, as you say, it's looking at fuel number, it's making sure that the kart's not only fast but drivable across all the range of different conditions of the tyre, of conditions of weather. So we had a little bit of rain yesterday, which was really useful just to give that first indication of how things were going. So yeah, throughout the weekend for me, it's very much a case of bringing the drivers in to the data station here. We've got the data loggers on the kart so that we can look at the GPS traces, some of the different stats, just to see how people are taking each of the corners, what we can improve. And then it's a gradual process. Every time the kart comes in, we'll look at the data, we'll compare with different drivers to make sure that we're pushing them as far as they can go throughout.
Now, I first saw this data station in its infancy 2 years ago when you were sort of developing it, at a time where we hadn't really seen anything like this in pro kart endurance racing. It's something that you've developed over the last couple of years to now give you the information that you want, that you can relay back to the drivers. Now, we don't want to let out too many trade secrets, but what can you show us, what can you tell us about your data station?
Yes, as you say, it was an evolving process. I've done some endurance racing with Jess with the 24-hour and the higher karts, with the BUKC 24, and indeed with the British 24 for the last kind of 5 or 6 years. And to start with, it was an Excel spreadsheet. It was all very manual, and you were kind of clicking away. And gradually it's become more automated. It's making sure that the easy things become automatic, which means that I've got the headspace, and we as a team can make decisions about the more complex matters without really worrying too much about the automatic stuff. When are we pitting should be trivial. That means that we can do stuff. And as you say, I've been developing some software. I won't go into too much detail with it, but in short, we've got the live timing pulled from Alpha, and then throughout the strategy, it tells me when we're pitting, and then throughout the stints, we can select the different drivers. If we know that there's going to be weather, I've got a second screen at the moment with the weather conditions, but on race day, that might well have the live stream on with you guys. And then as well as that, if I've got a single screen set up, we can start to look at the weather radar over here to make sure that there's nothing coming in. And then, as well as that, we can always start to look in a bit more detail to see what the different teams and what the different karts are doing as things go on.
Good to see you clicked on your main rivals there, Rob.
Well, you've
got to check out the competition.
You've got to keep your eyes on the competition. So one of the things during a test day is obviously you focus on yourselves. You make sure that the kart's going better throughout. But at the end of the day, we're here to race people, so we need to make sure that we're aware of what's going on. And that's something that I have to communicate to the drivers as well, to make sure that if we're in a good rhythm and we're in the lead and we're happy, we don't have to go too far. I can leave the driver alone for a bit of it. And then if we're in a really close battle, or if we know that the driver's just gone out, it's keeping them abreast of the lap times our rivals are going for, how things are progressing through the race. Are we gaining? Are we losing? What do we need to do differently to make sure that that kind of balance is kept?
So, obviously, we've spoke about it and touched on them, but just to be clear, you are in radio contact with your drivers throughout the race.
Absolutely.
They've got a connection on the side of the helmet. They've got either a push to talk button or an open channel of chat to yourself on the pit wall. In terms of that, normally you run as 2 drivers in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, team of 2 for a 6-hour race. You bring in 3 extra for the 24-hour. In terms of your drivers, we see it from Formula One. You have your drivers like Kimi Räikkönen, who's like, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
You have your other drivers that want quite a lot of information. You obviously know your 2 drivers well.
Yes.
Your 3 that are coming in less so. But what is it that they want from you, and what is it that you want to be telling them?
It changes very regularly. So someone like Jess, she's very good at providing feedback to me about what the track's what's going on in the track, how it's evolving, any messages we need to pass on to the other drivers to make sure when they go out that they're absolutely on it. To be honest with Jess, quite a lot of the time, it's just feeding information that maybe she doesn't see from the other side of the track in terms of the lap times if we're quite distant from our rivals. Other than that, it's very much a case of leaving her alone because she does know what she's doing, believe it or not. With Sam, for instance, when he goes out in particular on the start of a stint, I'm very keen to give him the lap times, make sure he's keeping up to date with what's going on, just so that he can find his rhythm as fast as possible. With the new guys, so there's always that dynamic. So Scott was in our team last year for the 24 hours, so I've got to know a bit of his style as well. He's very similar to Jess. As long as things are going all right, he'll just crack on. And then we've also got Marcel and Jake for this year as well, so slightly younger drivers. And one of the things that's been really important throughout the week as well, in terms of looking at the data, is making sure we keep making just those little progressive updates, and then while we're out on track, it'll be a very similar story, I think, giving them the information they need to make sure that if there is an area for improvement or an area just to kind of work on, we can work on it during the race. Sometimes we can get one of the drivers that's been out there on the radio as well, because we have two pit side channels which then go into the kart, to make sure that I've got the strategic side and the strategic element covered, but then also the drivers that have been out there and have experienced it, particularly in the changeable weather conditions, can really give that message over nice and clear, and always do a bit of live driver coaching throughout the race.
In a 24-hour race, it's all about getting to the checkered flag.
Yes.
But from a strategy point of view, when do we start looking at what we need to do to get us to the end of the race on the best possible strategy? And by that, I mean, you know, is it when the daylight comes up? Is it 4 hours from the end of the race? And what's the, because obviously it evolves. You'll have a plan at the start, but nobody ever gets a perfect run.
No, far from it. I'm thinking about the checkered flag now. You have to make sure that the fuel mileage and everything to do with that has been accounted for. If you can push the fuel longer, of course, you're going to do fewer pit stops. Fewer pit stops means less time spent stationary, particularly with the strict rules in terms of pit lane speed limits here at T-side, because we've got obviously the higher cars. We've got such a congested paddock and a congested pit lane that there are rules in place for a reason. For me, making sure that we're back timing everything from that checkered flag, literally the first stop of the race has to be back timed from that. It gives me the knowledge of where we can perhaps push things if there's a full course yellow. I'm aware of the kind of the time frames we've got available to us to make sure that we can take advantage of that. Because if you pit too early within a full course yellow window, maybe 2-3 hours into the race, you might be boxing yourself into a corner that in a later full course yellow, if there is one, you can't take advantage of it in the same way because you've almost used your margin and your leeway beforehand. So, as you say, it always evolves and it's always changing. But it's very much a case of making sure that we have a plan A, and to be honest, it'll be a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C before we even start tomorrow morning.
So the final question, away from strategy, the number one kart behind us, prepped and ready for the race.
Yes.
Apollo, a fairly new name to the pro kart. Obviously Adam, the team principal, won national championships in the past, set Apollo up a few years ago. We are on the cusp of a first Apollo win at a British 24-hour. It feels like it's only a matter of time. The team is there every year. It's a strong driver lineup. Behind the scenes, it's a well-run outfit. Chances of us seeing an Apollo on the top step for the first time this year?
Oh, I'm a very superstitious man. I'm not going to go too far into that, but I think we've got all the ingredients. And if everything goes our way, I can absolutely see it happening.
That's the thing. That's the thing, Rob. I have to ask the difficult questions.
We're very well placed, I think. But yeah, and the other thing is that we don't race this in isolation. We've got a fantastic outfit against us in the 43, and then we've got Nexus in the same morning alongside us, battling in Elite for the overall win as well. This is not going to be an easy race, but we'll see what we can do.
It never is it?
Absolutely.
The British 24. It's a gruelling track for the drivers. It's a gruelling track for the karts. Prep is the main thing.
Yeah, as much as anything, it's who's going to have the least issues. If we can get the prep right and we can stay clear of the higher karts in the traffic, make sure that we keep the thing straight, we're in with a fantastic shout. And from anywhere from there, I think it's anybody's game.
Rob, thank you very much. A wonderful insight there into the behind the scenes and the strategy of the British 24-hour kart race.
Hello, hope you enjoyed that. I'd like to tell you it was insightful and hugely interesting, but we can't actually hear it in the box, so I would rely on David telling me that it was insightful and hugely interesting.
I enjoyed it. It was a really good interview.
I jest, of course, because I know what you were talking about. I've seen the bit of kit and etc., and it's I've nicknamed it the Death Star.
Mate, we're up to nearly 2K for pedals.
Okay, well, I think we need a big push, especially as he heads towards the mark.
Yeah, the last. Go
got
20
about
minutes
30
or so.
laps to go.
We've got 29 more pounds, which will take us to £2,000. That would be amazing.
Just while that interview was on, though, we did have a full course yellow on circuit for recovery of the EDPKT team, who broke a track rod, and the steering has completely gone kaput. So they are currently in pit lane having that repaired. But what that has done is allowed MS Soco Select to close in on Nexus Sport just through the bunching up of the trains under the full course yellow. The gap is now 11.2 seconds and coming down around half a second a lap. So in around about 20 minutes time, if things stay static as they are, we'll see Soco Select on the back of Nexus Sport.
Just had a look at the 78 Tockwith kart. Ooh.
Somebody kicking up all of the dust.
Good luck getting through that dust. It's like in NASCAR, you know, when your spotter says go low, go low, go low, go low, and you're through the cloud of smoke. It's a lot like that, but yeah, huge amount of dust on the
Like
inside.
someone's driven through the Gobi Desert and brought half of it to Middlesbrough.
I was looking at the back of the Tockwith cart, and obviously the rear bumper is caved in the middle. That's had a higher cart straight through the middle of it. Better than having it through the sides, because GrabX and 36 Motorsport have both had issues at some point with carts going into their corner of their rear bumper. Into the live chat, Digital Talk on saying shout out for the 181 and the 39. That's 181 Max Plant, 39 I won this team in hires from Dijak Karting. They're watching live from Lanzarote, where we've got Seb Pereira in the 181 at the moment. And last time I checked, we had Stuart Lynn out in the 39 machine, their experienced driver. All the other drivers sort of in their teenage years. There's Seb Pereira in the 181 that we were talking about. MG Motorsport saying he's just donated. Levitt66 watching from Spain, go on pedals. Aaron Wonnacott saying Ollie Bierman could have done with that helmet tape in Saudi. I think we should patent it. Patented helmet tape.
I think if you want a laugh relating to Ollie Behrman, you just need to go and watch the end of, watch the Kartmasters finals from last weekend, because that was hilarious with Ollie Behrman's younger cousin. And the interview that took place on the grid.
It was very funny.
It's one of the funniest interviews I've seen in a long time. And bear in mind, I'm normally involved in the hilarious interviews.
Shall we recreate it? But you can be the interviewer and I'll be Sebastian Behrman.
Okay. You're coming up to the final, Sebastian. Your cousin's Ollie Behrman. What support has he given you?
None.
Okay, but he's been in touch with a supportive message, hasn't he?
No.
Okay. Well, he's wished you good luck, though, hasn't he?
No.
Right, there you go. And that was how it went. That's pretty much a recreation, almost word for word. Much lols. Mike Barnard has asked, so 43 gains 10 seconds over 2 laps on a full course yellow. Yes, they did, but there was nothing illegal in that by any means, because under full course yellow, the trains bunch up as they slow down. The carts bunch up together, and it was just the rub of the green that it went the way of the 43. It could well have been that 43 got caught in a different train and could have lost 25, 30 seconds.
Generally, the idea is that you should form up behind the leader. That's the point of it. So, yes, they would have closed up anyway under the full course yellow. It's not like we don't have slow zones where everybody has to slow to 20 kilometres an hour until a certain point. This isn't Le Mans. It's not the Nürburgring. We don't do slow zones. We form up behind the leader, so it does bunch the pack up. In the same way that if you're one lap in front, it benefits you as well, because even if that cart was, you've just overtaken them, they're then going to be in a huge amount of traffic. We saw it in the night when Nexus Sport were on the front of a train. They then got 4 laps without any higher carts at all and just got the power down. and just
pulled
pulled away.
It's just pure luck of the draw as to where you come out, whether you gain or lose.
This is going to be tighter than a submarine door, I think, after the final pit stop. We are down to 8 seconds gap between. I think now Nexus Sport have stretched this enough that they're going to be able to pit. They've been out an hour and a half now. They've got an hour and 36. 2 or 3 more laps, and they're in a good enough position that they can get this to the end. I think Connor Lucas is double stacking the MS SoCo Select. I think Asher Blythe will go out in the Nexus Sport Kart. They're your top 2.
And it's going to be good to see those two go head to head here at Teesside. It's something that we haven't really seen, well, for a number of years, actually.
Yeah, in terms of it going on.
Of those two?
Yes. Well, Nexus Sport was second last year. They were a bit of a surprise package last year. And they've strengthened the lineup with the addition of Asher Blythe this year. And they've had a fairly trouble-free run of things in that 17 machine. The gap is down by another second to 7/10. And that's what happened last time, Tom. MS SoCo Select, Dan Crosley got in front briefly, then pitted, and it put them all the way back again, and then they've had to catch up all through this stint. They have caught up throughout, and it's going to be a mouth-watering final hour and a half here for Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select.
I'm just having a little look into the higher kart field as well. Kart Events Belgium, after their troubles through the night, have recovered well to 3rd place in higher elite. They're only sort of 2.5 laps off the overall higher kart lead as well, with 90 minutes to go. It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, Michael Burke asking if there's any Aussies in the field. No, I think we've got...
Not that I can see.
No.
But then I'm not looking at a field.
We've got Americans.
I know what he means.
We've got Americans, we've got Belgians, Frenchmen, we've got Tunisian racing with the Track Limits team. We've got teams over from Switzerland. We've got Dr. Vapes racing under the flag of Denmark. Mulsanne Racing will race under the Scottish flag. Perfect Card under the flag of Lithuania. So even Casual Racing under the flag of Wales, Thomas. MS.BE are slow down that back straight. And then he gets on the power again. I don't know why he was having a look over his shoulder like that.
7.5 seconds down the gap for the overall lead. It's coming down every lap. That time not by much. It still came down, but it was less than 1/10 of a second.
Do you know when we
9:41 laps for pedals now. 941 laps. About 25, 27 to go, something like that, until he equals the record. I'm just waiting on. I have messaged Poggy to find out.
Oh, sorry, Tom. We've got an owner kart round at hairpin 3, and I think it's potentially 36 Motorsport, the class-leading owner club runner. We're round at hairpin 3. Doesn't look like it's been...
Should have tripped the timing beam by now, according to our little...
tracker. There he goes now. Yeah, there was the...
1 minute 27 laps, so lost about 13 seconds.
He's got plenty in the tank, though, in terms of gap to the others. There's Cole Clark Racing. I think that's Andy Clark in that kart. He peels off into the pit lane. That will be their final stop with an hour and a half to go. And this is now, Tom, where we see teams making their final pit stops. This sort of hour and a half, the fuel bay is going to get very busy with hires, which is going to be a problem for teams like Nexus Sport, who need to pit, we think, pretty much in the next 2 or 3 laps to get this to the end.
A big shout to RAF Vulcans in 20th place, who have just ticked over the 1,000 lap mark, which means our top 20 karts in this race have now completed more than 1,000 laps of Teesside.
It's a good effort, that, isn't it? I think they're on a 7 kart as well, the RAF Vulcans, whereas I think Spitfires are on a hash chassis. I think they've decided to split their awning.
So 1,640 kilometres is 1,000 laps, which I'm going to work out what that is.
See if we can
before
get to
the end of the race.
Can we get to Michael Burke? How many kilometres is it to Australia, Tom?
It's around about 11,000 miles, I think.
Oh, it's a few then.
I worked out because I wondered whether you could,
and
using as much land as possible, drive it.
The one, Red Graphics, is in and pitting for the final time. Don't know who will be in that kart. We will keep an eye out who it is when they go back out on track. But yeah, the number 1 Red Graphics kart pits for the final time. And almost every lap now, Tom, somebody's peeling off into the pits. And it's going to get very, very busy. And it's strategy-wise, so the 39 there, I think, of Stuart Lynn, saying that he's going to be pitting soon. He'll hand that kart over for the final time. And again, it looks like here they want to top with karts. It's going to be it's risky now, Tom, particularly for Nexus, who we know need to pit. The gap's down to 5 seconds,
which means he's now going to be able to see him.
Yes.
Where they are, they're around about half a lap completed, so they should be coming down towards us now, possibly through. Is that are they heading down the back straight?
No, there's Connor Lucas coming through the chicanes up towards hairpin
so
number 1. Greg Barnard's at hairpin 2.
Hairpin 2 now, yeah. And Connor Lucas out of hairpin 2 now. There's 5 higher karts between them, but he's going to be able to see the 17 of Nexus Sport. We are going to try and pick them up on camera as well, so we can bring that battle to you. 1:14.635 last time around for Nexus, 1:13.3 for MS SoCo Select. They're just about to come over the line now. And it's a 1:14.3 and a 1:13.6 for SoCo Select. 4.2 seconds the gap for the overall win in the British 24-hour 2024. 1 hour and 28 minutes still to go.
1 pit stop apiece required for MS SoCo Select and Nexus Sport as it stands at the moment between the two of them.
Just two Sheebas has been on asking how is the Racing for Ange going. That's the world record attempt. I'm sure you all know that by now. He's currently on 945 laps, so he's got just over 20 laps to go to break the world record. We're going to have, hopefully, don't want to preempt anything, he's got a little while to go, but we're going to have a huge cheer here at Teesside. Everybody who's up on the top of the bank behind the commentary box here over start-finish line, we're going to have everybody down to our left that's monitoring the race from there. They're all going to be cheering as well. As the 43 comes into the pits, the gap went down to 5 seconds, but Connor Lucas has pitted the 43 from second place. We're expecting Nexus Sport as well any moment now.
Oh, yeah, because Nexus pitted before MS last time.
But they know they can go to the finish now, to SoCo Select.
Yeah, and Nexus will too, because they'll pit as well. But, yeah, having a quick look once again, Brandon W. just asking, do we know what happened during the night for the gap to be 6 seconds for the lead? Yes, MS SoCo Select had a rear sprocket carrier move.
That's pure tiredness from Rethink Racing at hairpin 1, tried to go between two higher carts. Didn't work at all.
No, and collected
Team
scenario
Yellow.
77.
Is that scenario 77 or Team Yellow?
No, I'm sure it's 77. The 77 was off on one side. I'm not saying that Team Yellow weren't involved either, because if you said he's gone down the inside of 2,
he did, and it didn't work out at all. Turned round. Where is it? It's just about to come over the line. I think we'll try and. That was 77. 22.
That's play cart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's who got turned around by, I believe it was MS Urban Pink as well.
No, 103 was Rethink. Yeah, it was.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, not. Yeah, sorry.
Well, they normally race as Rethink Blue and Rethink Pink.
Yes.
And then Urban have nicked the colours this year.
So we've got MS Urban Pink. Yeah, you can understand my confusion. So we're going to see. It looks like Nexus Sport have pitted as well. They haven't tripped the timing beam. Did they come in before and we missed it?
No, they came in after. Let's see if we can have a look down in the pit lane.
If they came in after,
keep an eye on fuel,
it would have tripped the timing beam. They must have come in before. 2 minutes 9 seconds out lap plus pit stop. So where is the 43? There it is, and it's got Josh Falkus behind the wheel of it.
Didn't expect that.
I didn't either.
I was told he wasn't in the greatest of shapes.
He's a poorly boy.
Yeah, so very surprised. But having both pitted, the gap is 18 seconds, Tom.
Max Plant in the pit as well from the leader of Owner Pro.
Yeah, let's see. We were informed that Ronnie Smith was going out in that car. I don't think that's the case. I get the feeling we're going to see a T-side Stig in that car, Tom.
To bring it home at the end.
We'll see.
See what the strategy is.
Yeah, I get the feeling that they're going to do what they need to do in order to keep Team Tate 3 at bay. And earlier on, it was Team Keen as well, but they had their own issues.
18.8 seconds, the gap.
Yep, that's when they came out on the previous lap but what we need to do, Tom, is just see who's in that Nexus Sport car. I'd put some strong money on it, but I just need to figure out whereabouts they are on track when they come round.
You can see Pedals on track now. He can't even hold his body up, never mind his head. And they've tried adding more tape to his shoulders and his helmet to try and hold him upright just to get him to this record. He's got around about 15 to 20 laps to go to get there. He's really not far off.
No, not at all, Tom. I think he's around 20 laps, isn't he? We're heading towards it. Just trying to pick out the
968, Poggy says.
Yeah, it's 968. We confirmed that with them. We calculated it back as well. 181. Jack Morris now in that car, and we'll take it to the checkered flag for Max Plant. They're currently third overall and leading in Owner Pro.
It's Asher Blythe in Nexus Sport.
I thought it would be.
And we've got Josh Falkus in MS Soco Select. Who's out for Red Graphics at the moment?
Haven't clocked it. Previously, it was Jake Richardson. We've got a yellow flag at hairpin 1, but I can't see anybody off.
Jess is out for Red Graphics.
Yes.
So potentially we've got 4 of the quickest pro kart drivers in the country currently out on circuit.
Yeah, problems for Alessia, Tom. Down the back straight, left rear engine. Not giving the driver the required outage, and he's trying to pull start that himself. Given where he is, he can probably get that back to the pits, but problems for Alessia. They were in 5th place in the Owner Club class, just behind Scorchio, having been in 3rd place. We've got, BTM are off, and what looks like Lockwell Hill 1, Flynn Claxton, in the seat of that car. They come into contact through the chicanes. There's That Lockwell Hill 1 car was onto the podium in Owner Pro and has fallen back down into 4th place. Not because of that incident, but they are behind Core Blimey Racing, and that spin won't have helped them at all. They're currently a lap down or so on that 3rd place in the class. I wonder if Brandon W is Brandon Williams, formerly MS Lucas 42.
I think it is, but I can't see his picture properly. So, and don't say because I've got my sunglasses on.
Well, no, it's because it's a really small picture. But he can confirm or deny. It's fine.
We've got Mark Stevenson's been on again saying, "Come on, pedals." Yeah, we are hyping him up, mate. We really are.
Hour and 20.
I didn't earlier on give out the link, did I? Do you want to put it back in the chat?
Yes, of course.
In fact, Deborah Bomberg has just beat me to it. She's asked for it. So the link to donate is going to go into the live chat, but it's justgiving.com, and you can search Racing for Ange, A-N-G-E, and that will find the page for you. It'll be the top thing on the search. Brandon Williams says it's a picture of him in his cadet days.
Oh, lovely. Well, no wonder you couldn't pick him out, because he's about 7 foot tall now. So I imagine his cadet days were a while back.
I tell you what, we're nearly at $2,000 for the donations, for the raising money for the British Heart Foundation for Pedals for his world record attempt, and whoever takes it over £2,000, we will give a big shout out to.
Class leading owner clubman runner 36 Motorsport Pit for what will be the final time for them as well. Gap for the lead is down to 17 seconds. It's being chipped away. It's always easier to chase, isn't it, Tom, than escape?
Very much so, yes. Very, very much so. Yeah, 17 seconds just under. As I don't like it when Cat freaks out next to me. It just goes, oh! And I'm like, oh! It makes me jump, and all of a sudden I have to peer around the monitor. I might have to start standing up.
Yeah, you're trying to lower the monitor.
I'm trying to lower it so
I'll be standing up towards the end. That's
I can
for sure.
meerkat over the top of it now.
That's for sure, towards the end of the race.
What we also want as well, just as a little bit of public service announcement, if you can get messages out to your drivers on track, if they've got radios, please get messages out to them to, one, be very, very careful of pedals in the number 4 car as he's going round. Give him plenty of room and just be nice, be aware of your surroundings. I know we're all tired, I know it's late. But give him a clap as he comes past. Well, I mean, the lads, or a thumbs up.
Thumbs up, yeah.
Whatever you can give him a cheer. I mean, good grief, the lads earned it.
15 laps away now.
He's done 22 hours and 41 minutes in a go-kart straight without, I think the longest break he's had is 15 minutes. And he hasn't had many breaks.
Yeah. So the actual record is titled "The Greatest Distance Travelled Karting on an Outdoor Circuit in 24 Hours Individual."
Yes.
That is the record that he's going for.
Yes.
It currently stands at 1,586.3 kilometres.
Yes.
Individually. Set in New Orleans, Louisiana on the 13th of March 2022. By a Serbian called Marko Radicic.
Yes.
And we're going to smash it.
The big target here is to get to 1,000 laps. Then there's no ambiguity. There's no question of how far he's actually gone, whether he's beaten the record or not. We've worked it out that is 968 laps. So 969 will give us a new lap record. That's 13 laps away. Sorry, 15 laps away for a new world record. He's on 954 laps, so 46 more laps in an hour and 16 minutes is very doable, and that will take him to 1,000 laps.
What I was saying about an hour ago, I like the fact that here it says it was achieved by the individual, where they're from, and where it happened. And I can't wait to read that is Chris Pellingham, United Kingdom, Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, I genuinely need to come. I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Like genuinely, I know it's been a long weekend for us in terms of how long we've been at the circuit, how long we've been hyping this up, how long we've been talking about it happening as well.
But that's not the. I'd be emotional if I'd had a decent night's sleep, because it's a special achievement for somebody, and what he's put himself through is unbelievable.
I think you missed it earlier. I think you had your headset off, but I described it as to Paul Channer as like running an ultra marathon while somebody's trying to pull your head off.
Seems a fairly accurate representation.
And I mean that genuinely. It is so hard.
Yeah, gap at the front is still consistent. It was 16 seconds last time.
DWS in, that's Steve Nichols pulling in. I believe that will be their final stop, if it's scheduled. That will be their final stop of the race.
Gap down by another second, 15.8 last time round, as we follow Jack Morris in the 181, carving through the field.
Racing for Ron have received a curb warning. So we haven't seen AOR, we haven't seen Metro Plum, we haven't seen Bard Racing, and we haven't seen Kenty Racing for, well, a very, very long time now.
Tom, just a quick one here. You're Asher Blythe and you're leading this race, and you've got Jack Morris in front of you here.
This doesn't sound like a quick one, but carry on.
Do you push him? Do you just push him and try and work together to try and... Do you see if he'll work? Do you push him? Because they need to go quick as well, because they're leading their class. So why not go together?
I think he does the opposite. I think he overtakes Morris if he can, and if Morris can work with Blythe, then that's the way they should do it.
Because Blythe is outright lead in the same way
but
that
Blythe doesn't want to be dropping pace because he's behind Morris.
In the same way that Kart Events Belgium were in front and Teesside Tigers tucked in behind. They were in a different class at Le Mans. And it worked exactly the same for them, didn't it? They just tucked in and pushed, and they both sort of went together towards their individual goals. DWS back out on track now. We'll see who's in that car after that change. An hour and 13 to go, so on schedule. And as they go through the chicanes, Asher Blythe and Jack Morris. Blythe won't get through there because Morris is already down the inside of a Hyatt, and then we'll sit to the outside. I think he'll push him down the straight, will he? No, I thought he'd have just used the slipstream and then pulled out at the far end. And then...
gives him the thumbs up as he comes past.
Yeah, and here we go.
And now we're going to see whether Jack can go with Asher here, and both of them can work together as they went down the inside of ABC. ABC, of course, have had a difficult, probably, well, not just... second half of the race, but race in general, I think. Where are they now? 29th overall. They are 6 laps only off LBPRT1, the leader in hires overall. But of course, we've got Race for Ruben in second. They're now only that was track limits. They're 46 seconds behind Race for Ruben. I got a little bit excited then.
Oh, sorry, Tom. We had it was ETL, I think, going
less.
It was ETL going wide at the back, Tom. I thought there was a bit of an issue there. They ran wide onto the grass and nearly ended up in the wall. I'm fairly sure that it was exceeding track limits. I think it's Harry Nottage back in that car. He was squeezed out wide. And
so Race for Ruben in the battle for overall higher class victory and the higher elite class, 31 seconds the gap between Race for Ruben in second, 24th place overall, LPBRT 1, 23rd overall. Both first and second on the road in hires, first and second on the road in the higher elite class, and we've got a black flag for 115 Team Keen, 10th place overall. And because somebody's
overtaking under yellow, Tom.
Oh, okay. Well, somebody's moved me messages about on here, and now I can't find them. I have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. So overtaking under yellow. Thank you, David.
Yep, no problem at
So
all.
yours are still where they should be.
That's fine. Try a refresh. I think,
Oh,
I think the
all that.
screen's gone across to one side. That looks like the second screen on the.
No, I don't know what's going on. No, it all fits on this bit. But
Yeah, but
my messages were here, and now they're not.
nonetheless, Team Keen for an overtaking under yellow infringement will be called into the pit lane for a black flag.
I blame the Wills.
There's a gap now being created between Nexus Sport and Max Plant. Max Plant had been going with them, and then lap traffic has sort of fractured their relationship. And after a few laps of working together, unless Jack Morris can tow up onto the back of Asher Blythe once again, I get the feeling Morris is under a bit of an instruction to push to an extent, but also, you know,
Play it safe.
yeah, let's not do anything unnecessary, because they've got a reasonable gap. They are 13 seconds off red graphics for third overall, but more importantly for them, they're 12 seconds in front of Team Tate 3, 25 seconds between third and fifth in the owner class overall.
I can. The reason I made a bit of a noise there was because Josh Falkus came over the line, and certainly was not sparing any horses, shall we say, taking max risk coming over the start-finish line, overtaking two carts at the very least in his pursuit of Asher Blythe in Nexus Sport. 15.9 seconds the gap now. I'm just going to remind myself what it was when he went. So it was 18.8.
Yeah, it's been down to 15, 16, then out to 17 again, and has dropped now down to the 15 or 16 second mark for Asher Blythe, leading the race for Nexus Sport.
Okay, let's have a little look at how Pedals is doing now. He's at 959. We're within 10 laps of a new new world record.
Yep, single digit. And we were. I was joking about the. They did say that they had some new tyres for him, and they were going to send him out with 10 minutes to go to see if they can break the lap record as well. And he politely told them that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I was there in the awning at the time, and it definitely wasn't as polite as you just said it.
No, we try and keep it PG.
It was two words. Was the reply.
Back out to 17 seconds, Tom. The traffic is, it's swinging this race, isn't it? The traffic, there's almost certainly some more twists to come. An hour and 10 to go. Will we see another full course yellow that will bunch this field up? Asher Blythe's just got to keep picking them off, lap on lap, to try and bring that number 17 machine home to the checkered flag.
I tell you what, if there's a battle for the lead on when there's a new world record breaking, I'm going to be fuming.
Yeah, if you boys could just, back it off for a bit.
17.5 seconds the gap, David. I think you just said that, didn't you?
Yeah, it's going like anywhere between 15 and sort of 17. I think it's traffic dependent, isn't it?
Pedals begins lap 962. It's all right. It's fine, Cat. I'm just going to. I have to meerkat over the top of this monitor.
We need a third commentary headset, Cat, just for reaction, because it draws our attention to a potential incident.
Lap times down in the 121s at the moment for Pedals. He's just coasting, just easing it home now, as he should be doing. An hour and 7 minutes to go. 39 laps needed if he wants to get to the 1,000 lap, or 38 laps needed if he wants to get to the 1,000 laps. He needs 969 for a new world record.
21.50, Tom, we're up to.
Brilliant. Keep it coming in.
Loads of people donating. Leanne Howard, Lucy Eagleston, Carol Mead, Barry R Racing, who are racing here this weekend. Christian Watcott, he's racing here this weekend as well. They're at the track and they're either watching the stream as well. Deborah Bomberg, Shenby Racing, who are up in the top paddock in the 959. Sean Dabbin, Malk Stewart, and Aaron Watcott as well, all in the last half an hour. Lee Huxtable at 40 minutes ago. And everybody, so brilliant. £2,150 now donated.
Pedals has just started lap 963. Can we please have everybody who is at the circuit, everybody who's at the circuit, if you can please make your way towards the start-finish line.
On the gravel area
on
out
the gravel area out
brilliant.
the front, where we do the trophy presentation. Please come out and show your support for this Herculean effort. And we're going to get everybody up on the bank to our right from the commentary box as well. Everybody here at the circuit, if you can please come and show your support for this effort. He's going to do it. Got contact warning gone out for Max Plant in the 181. Can we lift that one up?
Yeah, I'm just going up slightly because we'll be stood up for the last bit of the race, Tom, and that's going to be in the way slightly. So we'll move the screen so we don't blind each other, but at least we can see now.
About to start lap 964. Here he comes.
We'll track the leaders.
5 laps to go.
Yeah, we'll track the leaders and where they are in terms of. I'm just going to turn the brightness on my screen to actually be able to see the numbers for the leaders. They're still lapping at with a gap of 17 seconds with between the two leaders, Asher Blythe and Josh Folkus. Red Graphics in third place. Jessica Alexander will bring that cart round towards the checkered flag for them. Jack Morris in the 101 Max Plant cart. Team Tate trying to chase them down. The gap 12.6 seconds for the lead in our Owner Pro class. So we've got 17 seconds between the leaders in Owner Elite. We've got 12 seconds between the two leaders in Owner Pro, and we've got 26 seconds between the two leaders in Higher Elite as well. Le Petit Bouchons 1 and Race for Ruben are together on the same lap with a gap of 26 seconds. So 3 incredibly close battles across our classes here at the 2024 British 24-hour race. We've got a little over 1 hour to go, so the battle for the lead will continue. The focus for the next 10 minutes or so will be on that number 4 car of Chris Pedlingham.
He's just crossed the line one more time. He's just heading through Howells. Another lap completed for Chris Pedlingham. If you are down in the bottom paddock, if you're in the car park, wherever you are, please come and show your support for this effort.
5 laps to go for
We
him.
want the biggest cheer that Teesside has ever heard. I want them to hear it in the city centre. And I'm not exaggerating. We might break the microphone in here. We're going to be that loud.
I don't know if I can get any louder, Tom.
No, yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you struggle anyway. But to get any extra volume, we don't need any more from you. Thank you very much.
15 MS Urban Blue are going to pit out of 9th place. They are currently 6th in the Pro class, having run inside the top 3. But inside the top 3 is the sister car, MS Urban Pink, the 96 machine for MS Urban Pink. Joe Sumner, Michael Finch, Cameron Bailey in that one. Gregor Knight and Josh Henderson in MS Urban Pink in 3rd place. Trying to hold off MSJSR. There is the 96 of Urban Pink. He's got some tape on his helmet as well.
Oh, it's a trend.
It's either holding the radio in place, because I don't think any of it's fastened to his body, but we might have started some fashion.
965 laps completed. This is lap 966.
Asher Blythe, the race leader, crosses the line. The gap on the previous lap, 18.1 seconds. back to MS Soco Select, who've now got a bit of clear track in front of them for the next couple of laps. Yes, they'll be picking off 1 or 2 carts, but there's no gaggle of traffic as Josh Volkus brings that 43 over the line. Gap 17.9, fairly consistent between the top 2.
The leaders have completed 1,082 laps. They are still circulating at full pace. We've got some of the top, the fastest drivers in Pro Karts in the UK are here right in front of your very eyes on camera. There goes Pedals through the shot, through South Bank corner. You can see how much he's struggling, how much pain he's going through to do this, to raise money for the British Heart Foundation in memory of Ange Hutchinson.
And he's still, with 4 laps to go, Tom, and towards the record, still got the foresight to thank one of the higher karts for giving him some space. Round hairpin number 4. That's the racing driver in Pedals. He's done a lot of these as part of offline.
He's never been off the podium, as far as I know, in class.
He's going to have to let that one go this week. He's in a class of 1,
He's in a class of 1.
He's in a class of 1.
Metaphorically and literally, he is in a class of 1. He's on lap 967 now. 2.5 to go.
Yeah, got to complete 966, hasn't he? So he's on 967.
No, he's got
969.
Is the new world record. 968 to equal it. 969 will be a new lap record.
Asher Blythe going through traffic on these next couple of laps means that the gap will probably come down. But for every kart that Asher Blythe passes, Josh Volkus has got to pass them as well. It's just a matter of time for Volkus to catch up, and he is wringing the neck out of that 43 kart, chucking it round like a dog toy into hairpin 1 and 2, trying to close down that gap on the 17 kart of Nexus Sport in front. We'll track the other battles. Max Plant and Team Tate still split by less than 15 seconds. Race for Ruben appear to be closing in on Le Petit Bouchon's 1 as well for the leader in the higher elite class. We're going to keep tracking Chris Pellingham round for
967 laps completed.
Laps.
This is lap 968.
So when he crosses this line, that is when we need 1 more lap.
He will have equaled the record at the end of this lap.
Following him down the back straight, he's just gone past Ian Nielsen, I think they're in Teesside Tigers, and then just allows Nielsen to go through in front of him. It's definitely Ian Nielsen because he's wearing the weight vest that he normally wears. And then out onto the back straight he goes and then tucks his way through. Looks like that's the MS Scorchio kart behind Pedals as well. Connor Botting is that in front of him. He is in the half and half helmet. Looks like he's going to bring the JS Racing 111 kart home. They're in a great battle at the moment with Accelerate Kent Brewery in front of them. So it looks like they've opted to chuck the fastest, what they feel their fastest driver in, Connor Botting. The world record has been equalled by the 4.
He comes across the line. We now have a shared world record, ladies and gentlemen. Please cheer him all the way home now as he heads out onto the international circuit, up the mountain, through Rib Bend, then up the mountain section, around Barbecue Bend and back down the Bob Pope Straight for 1 more time to break the record.
Yeah, Pogson will be on the radio now telling him that this is the lap. This is the lap to break the record.
Everybody at this circuit, please be cheering for this man.
There is awnings
Here he comes.
Yeah, there's awnings down at South Bank. So as he's coming round South Bank, that's where I want the applause to start. Down at South Bank, Jack Morris in the 181 goes down the inside. Pedals will just tuck in behind. ETL Harry Nottage is just behind him as well. As Morris gives him a thumbs up, Tom. And encouragement down the back straight. And he's in a race for the lead. Round South Bank comes the 4 of Chris Pellingham. Let the applause start now. The Guinness World Record for the furthest distance travelled by an individual has been broken here at Teesside Autodrome by Chris Pellingham.
Come on, Pedals! Amazing work, my friend. He's cheering as he rightly should. What a hero. I'm genuinely lost for words. There are no words to describe how hard this effort has been. It's incredible, and he carries on.
Yeah, he's
going to carry on. He's going to keep going. I know he is.
Yeah, he may well pit. He may well have a bit of time.
But we've still got 56 minutes to go.
Harry Nottage is in front of him as well, and he clapped him over the line. He was the kart following in the 123 as Pedals makes his way round hairpin 1 and round hairpin 2. Tom, I think we should go outside. I think we should take the headset off for a little while. And we should go outside. I want to clap him from outside.
You go. I'll try and find words to describe what's going on at the moment. Everybody has come out to support Pedals over the line to set a brand new world record. We've got it up on the digital flag. I'm going to take a photo of it and try and post it somewhere that says record breaker. On the digital flag here at Teesside, a new world record. You can all now say that you were here, you witnessed it, you were witnesses to a new world record being set. I've never seen one done before in anything.
It's an honour and a privilege to not only witness it, but also to lend our voices to this special, special moment. 55 minutes to go as well, Tom. I mean,
there's still time for 1,000. He's still going. He's coming round hairpin 2 again. He's still going.
The pressure's off now. At the front, though, the gap is 18.3.
Post the link for me again, please. I was trying to sign that to you. Please post the link. JustGiving.com. Please search at the top of the page, Racing for Ange, A-N-G-E. And please donate whatever you can spare.
Yeah, the link I've put in is a direct link to there, so have a quick look at that. Nothing to stop him now. Just keep going. Let's see what we can do. MG Motorsport, seriously amazing. Loads of people there with an amazing job. For Pedals as Josh Volkus as well in the 43. He's battling for the lead and he's just come past and give him a massive thumbs. I've just been watching it on about 30 seconds ago on the delayed feed here in the commentary box. We've got the live one on the screen in front of us.
Too many coming in to mention at the moment, really. So much support coming in for him. Amazing, just amazing.
Yeah, an emotional time.
We've never seen anybody go longer than 11:30.
Yeah, Andrew Smith, D-Jack, Paul Turlin, Dylan Roach, Bob Murray, Grace M. Just all of us, everybody just donating for that. A special moment, a proud moment, an emotional moment for everybody involved. Obviously, none more so than Bobby. With 53 seconds, so we've got 53 minutes. We've got a kart off at hairpin 1.
Right.
We are going.
I'll keep my eye on how he's getting on.
Yeah, but we're going to have to. We're going to have to
1,000 laps. But we are going to need to focus on battles at the front now. 18.5 seconds the gap. MS Soko Select are behind Nexus Sport. We've got Team Tate 3, 15 seconds behind Max Plant for Owner Pro. And we've got Race for Ruben now 12 seconds behind LPBRT1 for the overall higher victory and the victory in higher elite as well. So all still to play for here across at least 3 classes. I haven't even made it further down the order yet. Looks like higher pro is fairly comfortable, higher club is fairly comfortable, and higher rookie is fairly comfortable, as is owner Clubman as well. It's about 4 laps between 36 Motorsport and SKA Motorsport. Track Limits, big shout out to them in higher club for being 3rd in the overall classification for the hires. Kartevents.be around about a lap and a half behind Track Limits now as well. They are still on the podium for higher elite. Whew, I need a breather.
It's incredible that normally we'll see one class where it's close at the end, maybe 2, but to have 3 classes split all by less than 30 seconds is unbelievable, really.
To be less than 20 seconds apart after 1,090 laps.
But look at your battle there, 3rd overall, red graphics, of course, but then they're only behind them in different class, of course, but it's still 12.3 seconds for Max Plant, and behind them only 16 seconds back to Team Tate 3.
That's what I mean.
So incredibly tight.
We've got battles in. Oh, we've got a track limit warning going out for red graphics. Oh, no, that's Teesside Tigers. Yeah, because it's 0-1 for red graphics. My apologies. So we've got the Battle for Owner Pro, the Battle for Owner Elite. Should put them in the right order. Owner Elite. Then we've got the Battle for Owner Pro, and we've got the Battle for Higher Elite as well. Both, 2 of those classes are overall in their particular type of kart as well. We don't actually award overall trophies for either, but it's certainly prestige that you may finish, like Track Limits, you may finish 1st in your class, for which you will be awarded a rather large trophy. But you could potentially finish 3rd of all of the hires.
Yes, and it's hires. Sometimes it can be a bit of an anomaly because you never really know until the race how a team's going to fare in terms of where they are in terms of the class standings. You'll often find, as we did on Friday, that one of the rookie teams was like 3rd or 4th quickest, but they only have really one driver that's able to consistently do that sort of lap times, and everybody else was 2 or 3 seconds further down. And then, that's why we have this multi-class format. And what you'll find is if teams generally tend to win the class, they get put into the class above the following year. So they can't just keep turning up as a rookie and taking the trophy home. So, you win, you get promoted. Then you win again, you get promoted. That's how it works. 50 minutes to go. And Asher Blythe has caught up to the back of Jessica Alexander, Tom, in the number 1 kart. As Alexander looks over the shoulder, down the inside of Ian Nielsen in Teesside Tigers goes Asher Blythe, and Jessica Alexander in front doing exactly the same.
I'm just going to check whether Pedals is in the pits.
Good.
I'm just having a quick look.
Just quickly, Tom. Yeah, I'm going to... don't think so. Nothing there. We're checking all our cameras. Not sure when he last tripped the timing.
He might have come in and... oh, no, the cart's here on the left.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yes, it's tucked in there. So I'll await an update from the boss of the effort, Mr. Pogson, as to what's happening with that, whether it has been parked up for a rest or whether he is going to actually go back out or not.
He'll take the checker. I know he will.
Oh, he will, absolutely, yeah. But it's whether he wants to do many more laps.
Yeah, he'll take the checker, even if Poggy's got to sit in the seat and he's got to sit on his knee.
974 laps at the moment. So the record has been well beaten.
Yeah. Asher Blythe on the back straight is now in front of the 1 of Jessica Alexander. And could we...
I think we might.
Could we see a bit? Could we see a bit of a formation finish for?
I think
Apollo here.
Asher Blythe could potentially have a set of stage 1 boosters.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's in a slightly different. I know what you're saying. I think we're definitely, the assistance is going to be there, isn't it? And Jess is just going to use him to get through the traffic as well. but that red graphics kart is comfortable.
In its
Is
position.
not going to close up on MS SoCo Select. Kart off in the gravel at Rib.
Well, the
Got the yellow flag out down there at Rib Bend.
wheel off.
So driver's going to try and get that. You can get higher karts back with 3 wheels normally if it's a front that's missing, because most of the weight is off the back. So we've got to see whether that kart can get back under its own power. We'll see anyway. We are away.
We've got another one off.
Yes, we have. We've got another one off in the gravel behind. That's an owner kart in the background. That's SKA. SKA Racing.
From second in owner club.
Yeah. Under a yellow flag as well, have gone off into the gravel down at Rib Bend. Don't know whether it was assisted, because we can't see in the braking zone whether he's taken a hit from the rear.
But what it might have been as well is it might have been a crash or spin in avoidance of a concertina effect as they came up on the kart rejoining the circuit.
Yes, absolutely, because we were obviously
We've seen
on
that
the
a
other
few
camera.
times at Hairpin 1.
Yes. Yeah, so we don't want to lay immediate blame at that 67 because we didn't see any extenuating circumstances. Okay, right. We've got a slow-moving kart down the back straight at the moment. Yellow flag is on the overhead gantry in front of the commentary box. That's gone off now because the incident down at Hairpin 1 has been sorted. Waved yellow because of the slow kart. And he's moved over. And everyone's concertinaing because they don't want to overtake. They can overtake the slow-moving kart that's got a problem. They just can't overtake each other.
Yeah.
Get through single file. There we go. He's missing a left rear. Dr. Vapes are going to be out of contention. They were there or thereabouts, I think. They were 5th in higher club were Dr. Vapes. That's going to be a solid 10 minutes of... Or he may well just getting under the kart, Tom.
They'll
with 45 minutes.
Take the transponder off it, which is
it's attached to the
NASA
panel,
to the big foot panel. Yeah, they'll put that on the new kart and send him out to complete the race. 44 and a half minutes left. 17.9 seconds the gap between Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select. On our timing, it says that potentially Jess has moved through and overtaken Asher Blythe, but that isn't the case because she's still right behind.
Yeah.
And very much working with, it looks like.
Well, they're getting balked there by some higher traffic and also the 96 MS Urban, who Asher was imploring to just maybe be a little bit more robust in finding a way through.
I think he was looking for a push from Jess, in all honesty. I think that's what he was saying. Come on, push, push, push.
Contact warning for the 017. That is Asher Blythe.
Was that for pushing out of Hairpin 1?
I think it was. Pushing round Hairpin 1. He needs a calming influence on the radio for this remaining 43
I thought
minutes.
you were going to say from behind pushing him, because he's not going to get that from Jess.
No, but a lot of hard work's gone into this race. We've done 23 hours and 15 minutes, and this is where you need a calm radio person to get them through to the checkered flag, effectively talk them home, like Lando Norris was talked home in Austria last season. Basically, you've got to talk them through to the checkered flag. Let them know where the issues are coming. Let them know on the radio when the track goes green, if it goes green, if we have a full course yellow, that sort of thing, so they're not having to wait to get to the next board.
Speaking of talking them through, race for Ruben, 4.9 seconds off the lead in higher elite.
Right, let's see whether
Team Tate, 13 seconds off the lead in higher.
I want to find out where Race for Ruben are, because if we can pick them up on camera, if they're closing in at that rate of knots.
They're going to be heading down here anytime now.
So we're going to try and pick up the 95. It's got a red and a reddish and orange. Now, there they are.
Just
coming
coming through
in.
the wiggles and into Hairpin 1 now. It's got a red Bigfoot panel on it. The driver has got orange flashes on his race suit and a green and black helmet. There you go. There they are on screen. Brilliant.
Yeah, that... Ooh, let's have a look. Could be Zach Dawson.
That's not them. That's the Belgians. That's kartevents.be.
Yeah, we want to drop back about 10 carts or
so. A
so.
little bit back from that, yeah, into the next group of 4.
Need to drop
Just
back
heading
off that
through
cart.
hairpin 4 now.
And he should come into shot there.
There. That's
and
them
there
with the orange and black suit. Just a little bit of help from us to find them on camera.
4.2 seconds. They took 7 tenths out, and they were in a lot of traffic as well there. Looks like it could well be Zach Dawson in that cart. That's not his traditional race suit.
Well, no, he's got the Race for Ruben suit.
But he's got, yeah, that's what I mean. So he's got his got a Race for Ruben suit on. But he does have a green and black helmet. And that looks a lot like Zach's normal sprint helmet. So he's stepping into that Race for Ruben cart this year, sharing the driving duties with regulars Paul White, Cameron McLean, Owen Burton. They're also being supplemented by Jamie Henderson in that cart this weekend as well.
16.8, Soco selected Nexus Sport. It didn't go down, well, it actually went out by 7 tenths of a second that time around as the traffic ebbs and flows. Team Tate, we're just going to get them across the line to see what the gap is to Max Plant in the front of Owner Pro. 13.2 seconds, a quarter of a second quicker for Team Tate. 3. And just about to come over the line again.
We've got a bit of a we can still see this camera and we can commentate, but we've lost a bit of control on something. So we're just going to have to commentate on what we can see as Zach Dawson goes through. Almost got collected by the 61 of Alessia coming in hot into the chicane. Blythe still leading as he makes his way round the outside of the 4 of Chris Pellingham. He's back out on track, Tom, with 40 minutes to go, trying to head towards that target of 1,000 laps. He's only got 25 to do in the remaining 40 minutes. It's very achievable if he can, if his body will allow. Gap for the for that higher lead is down to 2.9 seconds at the moment. We'll talk you through it. We'll make it into a bit of a radio broadcast at the moment because we're just staying on this camera whilst we try and fix something with 40 minutes to go. But Zach Dawson is trying to close in on a battle of carts in front of him as well that does involve the Le Petit Bouchon's cart. And also just in front, looks like, Jules Van Hool is out, Tom.
Oh,
for Kart Events Belgium.
His DJ-ness himself?
Yes, his royal disc jockey.
Disc jockey?
Yes, him.
DJ Jules Van Hool in the house. Shabba.
1.2 seconds now, Tom, is the gap with Race for Ruben. We'll see them coming into shot shortly, I think. Out onto this back straight. As we looks like we have
1.2.
got
1.2. Yeah, they're right on the tail now.
Looks like we've got usage back on the cameras, which is good. So if we can see if we can pick up that cart once again.
There they are.
Coming through. That's Jules Van Hool at the front. There's Zach Dawson in the middle here. And now he is right behind, I believe, the Le Petit Bouchon's cart. If ABC will play ball, and they don't. So he was right behind them for a brief period of time. But round South Bank, they've got advantage by contact in the middle of them, by the look of things, at South Bank.
Heading through hairpin 3 and now into hairpin 4. There we go. We can just see them on screen now as they head out and across the start-finish line one more time.
So there's the 24 with the white helmet, Le Petit Bouchons. And right behind them now, with no other carts between them, is the Race for Ruben with Zach Dawson in that cart at the moment. The gap is less than a second, 6 tenths, is it? 9 tenths of a second with 37 minutes on the clock for Race for Ruben in their quest to charge down Le Petit Bouchon's one for the outright lead in hires.
16.5 seconds still the gap between Nexus Sport and Soco Select. There's not much happening there. It's fairly static at the moment. 17.6 Team Tate to Max Plant as well in Owner Pro. So the big fight right now is between LPBRT1 and Race for Ruben.
Oh, they've been split because some owners have come through. Jess Alexander, then the 111. Looks like George Ludwell's in that cart. All came through down the inside, and on the outside was Zach Dawson, so he's gone backwards slightly, and the owners have got past Le Petit Bouchon's a little cleaner.
Anyone wondering what it means, Le Petit Bouchon? We did Google translate it live on air earlier, but to save us the effort, Kat told us it was a cork.
The little cork.
The little cork. Le Petit Bouchon. The little cork. No, I've no idea either, folks. Genuinely.
Gap went out then to 1.3 due to
fill your own blanks.
Finding their way through that traffic on the previous lap. Battle for the lead is still 15 seconds with 35 minutes to go. Focus needs to find nearly half a second a lap going through traffic to catch up onto the back of Asher Blythe. Race for Ruben are back in within with no other carts between them, between themselves and Le Petit Bouchon's out onto the back straight. Bouchon's are alongside.
They're about to have a Focus in between them.
Well, yeah, Teesside Tigers. And Focus just needs to be careful here because there's drivers that are, their only focus is going to be on the cart in front as he finds his way through. First of all on Zach Dawson. Can Dawson slip into the gap created by Focus? Dawson can slip into the gap created by Focus. Side by side, out of hairpin 4. The lead for hires sees them nose to tail. Dawson slots back in. The battle continues.
Kind of pointed him back through, didn't he? With Le Petit, he realised he wasn't going to out-drag him. Didn't want to go side by side into the D chicane in case it all came to blows, and so slotted back in behind. Discretion, the better part of valour. So they head round one more time. The gap was 0.128 of a second. We're going to try and get them coming down the hill again, and here they come, and they are in the order that they were. Are they? No, they are not. Race for Ruben have overtaken Le Petit Bouchon, won for the overall higher kart lead, the lead in higher elite.
Heading down towards the South Bank corner there, we saw them on screen.
And to be fair, not a bad effort to say they gave themselves a 14.5-minute penalty at the start of this race. Well, not penalty, but handicap. They were in the pits for 14 minutes, were Race for Ruben, in the first hour of this race. Since then, gone about their business quietly, not picking up penalties, not picking up not having crashes, not having mechanicals, have just gone about it, climbed their way all the way up the order from, I'm going to have a look how far down they went, out of 89 karts. They were, at one point, 86th out of 89.
All the way down the order, and to battle themselves back into being the leading of all of our higher karts now overall for Race for Ruben.
Huge effort.
This would
and that shows why you never give up.
This would be their second victory. The last time we had a full 24-hour race here, Race for Ruben won that race in 2021. 22, it was affected by rain. 23, it was affected by rain. They claimed in a Facebook message that they still want to be referred to as the reigning 24-hour champions, as they were the last team to win a 24-hour race here in the full 24-hour, and they may well be staking a claim for a second victory. It will be bittersweet for Wayne Clark, who is the man behind Race for Ruben, but has decided to go on holiday this year. Terrible decision by Wayne, because he could be missing out in 32 minutes' time on a second victory for Race for Ruben in our higher class. At the front overall, it's still 17 seconds, Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select. It's still 14 seconds off the back for Team Tate onto the back of Max Plant. The thing to note, Tom, as well, Nexus Sport are racing on an Apollo chassis. Yet to win the British 24-hour, one of the newest names in terms of chassis manufacturer here in the UK. It's been a strong couple of years for that chassis, having won the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship in 2023. Sam Spinale last weekend at Clay Pigeon was crowned the British Pro Kart Sprint Champion, also on an Apollo chassis. And Nexus Sport, that's Williams eSport with a penalty of the 17 for them. And the Apollo chassis underneath Nexus Sport can bring them home. It will be a maiden win for an Apollo chassis car at the British 24-hour race. 30 minutes and 30 seconds to go for the British, the 2024 British 24-hour race. Half an hour, Tom, is what we've got here.
Yeah.
As the clock ticks down to the bottom of the hour. It's 11:30. 30 minutes to go at the 2024 British 24-hour kart race.
Just while he's here, I'm just going to hand the headsets to Zach for a moment while I nip off for a quick comfort break.
Oh, lovely.
I'm bursting.
It's
that coffee's gone straight through.
Oh,
me.
fantastic.
Not in that way.
No, not a problem. You pop the headset on, Zach, now. Press the button. You can start your overtime claim now.
Sweet. I was about to say, yeah, cool. Charging time and a half, is it?
Time and a half.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Result.
We'll up your salary from £1 to £1.50.
That is true. I'm only 12.
You
so
are
I
only
don't-
12,
I
so you don't even qualify for any form of minimum wage.
Yeah.
We've paid you in Haribo for most of this event.
And Coke Zero.
And Coke Zero, because obviously sugar tax and all that for the youths. We can't do any of that. You've been sat in the commentary box really watching the last hour and a half unfold. It's been a mouth-watering hour and a half with plenty more to come. Obviously, the world record attempt being smashed by Chris Pellingham. He's still out there, or at least he was a few laps ago, still putting in some laps to take him towards the magic number. He's currently on 983 laps in that number 4 kart. So he's still making his way round. Looks like most of our teams have pitted for the final time. If they have not pitted yet and they're pitting late, it'll be just in order to maybe change a driver to take them towards the checkered flag and let them take us. Looks like we could have a problem for MS Window, Doctor, just as we said that they had that nobody would really be pitting. They coming in, believed to be chains come off that car. It's either snapped or just come off the rear sprocket. So with half an hour to go, MS Window Doctor in the pit lane out of 21st place.
It's a shame to have an issue this late on because, again, there's not really much that you can do about it from this point. Obviously, you can repair the issue and get back out there, but in terms of time lost, there's not going to be too much they can do in terms of recovery. Fortunately for them, they're they're a decent chunk ahead of Chemi Racing, 23 laps ahead of the 959. So they're not going to be losing any positions. It just gives them an opportunity to come in and sort the issues out. They've got 27 minutes to sort it.
Yeah,
so
one of the higher karts in as well. Ideally, what we'll see now is we'll see some of our teams that had maybe parked their karts down the bottom. Kenty Racing, Bard Racing, Metro Plum, AOR, who may well get back in that kart just to come round for the ceremonial checkered flag to complete this race. Into the live chat, Max Mannion saying, come on, I won this team. Keep pushing, especially Isaac Duff. Well, at the moment, it's Jared Fox-Whiteley in that kart. He's going to bring the 39 machine to the checkered flag. They're currently running very, very well in what has been a very deep, higher club class. A lot of numbers in that, but they are currently in 5th place behind Cartwheelers. The top 3 in that class, Track Limits, who've been the leaders in that class pretty much since the get-go, with Teesside Academy putting up a valiant effort in the night before problems dropped them down the order. They're still holding on to 2nd place, and A66 Higher, who were 3 laps down at the start of this race, as they had an engine die at the start and he couldn't get it up the hill and had to get it started. He was lapped on lap 2. A66 Higher are currently on course for a podium, and that looks like Lockwell Hill 1 are in. That looks like Sam Barrett in an MS suit white helmet heading in. Lockwell Hill 1, they're currently in 4th place, so they're not going to fall off the podium, but that is going to be an unscheduled pit stop, I feel, with 26 minutes to go. Either that or he needs to fuel, he'll short fill it, and Barrett will take that through to the checkered flag.
Race for Ruben now 4.8 seconds clear of Le Petit Bouchon Racing Team 1. Track Limits, of course, still leading in Higher Club. XLR8 Kent Brewery leading in Higher Pro. Higher Rookie being led by LPBRT2. That's Le Petit Bouchon's 2nd team. So both karts on the podium for them. It's a stellar effort, really. I mean, all things considered, up until about 10 minutes ago, they were on for a double victory. The BTM kart has come round in front of us with a flat Bigfoot panel.
Yes, it's offering 0 aero.
No, quite the opposite. Yeah, very, very flat.
He's not upgraded his aero package.
All he needs to do is lift it up as well. This is what gets me when they're like that. Just lift it up.
It's fell down for a reason, because it's loose. It'll probably just flop down again. He's got to have tried it, surely.
You think?
Yeah,
Maybe
surely.
I'm doing him a disservice.
It's amazing with 30 minutes to go, the drivers that are still throwing these karts around. I've just seen, I think that's Dan Tidwell in the MS Scorchio. Just chuck it in sideways into hairpin 1. And that, it's just so rubbered in now, this track, isn't it? And that, Mick Mac as well. Mick McDonald in the 115 going in sideways. That kart has been through the wars, as you can tell by the front end. It's got it looks like it's got an extendable nose, like when
saw the tape hanging off.
No, it was when F1 decided that the nose had to stick out about 7 meters.
And you ended up with the Gonzos.
Yeah, and it had a big nose or it had 2 pointy bits, didn't it? And it looks like that's the option that they've gone for. As it stands, then 25 minutes to go. Your podiums, provisional, of course, with 25 minutes to go. Nexus Sport, MS Soco Select and Red Graphics in Owner Elite. Max Plant Team Take 3 and MS Urban Pink in Owner Pro. Owner Club, it's 36 Motorsport, SKA and Rethink International. Into your hires, the Elite, Race for Ruben, Le Petit Bouchons 1 and Kart Events Belgium. Higher Pro, Accelerate Kent Brewery are holding off JS Racing and CBR Core Blimey 213. Then in our higher club, Track Limits, Teesside Academy in A66, and in higher rookie, Le Petit Bouchons 2, looking for a Bouchons double, but looks like the number 1 may fall slightly short. They're holding off Test Tees and Ledyard GP. That as it stands, they're your podiums with 25 minutes to go, but will that be the case when the checkered flag drops on this 2024 running of the British 24-hour race? 24-hour races, Tom, that have been run by, not necessarily here, but by people associated to this track since 1991. They've been running 24-hour races. They're well over 100. I think they're probably nearer 150 24-hour races in various guises. I think we were speaking to Kat this morning, and she said in terms of races that she's done, this one, the ones over in Le Mans, the BUKC ones, the bike ones,
Spa,
that were probably about 140 that she's been to. you don't get used to the fatigue though, you know. But then I knew that when I came back onto comms at 8 o'clock this morning, despite the fact that I'd only had a few hours sleep, that adrenaline was getting me through. Looks like the second Lockwell Hill kart is in the pits. That looks like it's Richard Cannon who's going to bring that kart in, and Nigel Moore's gone running. Someone has lost a bit of kit off their kart at Howells, Tom, the corner, the left before we drop down to Rib, and he's just picking some bits up. I don't know what it is that's come off, but Nigel went running, and when Nigel goes running, you pay attention.
You were wondering why I kept staring that way. I was waiting for a team to come through. That was fine, and I found them on circuit now. All good. I was looking for Team Bonato to see if they got a helmet cover on, but Rob hasn't.
No,
done that.
Rob Chalmers doing his first stint of the British 24-hour to the checkered flag.
He's pulled full rank, hasn't he? He's got, yeah, I'm doing it. Oh, I'll take it.
Kat, we've got an issue. The lights are flashing, or they've gone off, but they were flashing the wrong colour of...
They were flashing their slip surface, we're not sure.
Oh, okay, cool. It's just from the back of this one, it looked a bit redder. We don't want that.
Oi! There we go. That's BTM, who with the flat nose panel, and it almost got a bit flatter, as did the driver.
Yeah, that nose panel now is down on his feet. How that's not smacking his knees every time?
I think it is.
Yeah,
but it certainly have bruised shins by the end of this one.
That basically, if they bring that car in the pits, basically they lift the nose panel up, they tighten the bolt and send him back out again. It's whether he can continue with 20 minutes to go. It's not whether he can continue, it's whether it's safe for him to continue. That's not for me to decide. There's the chasing 43, Tom.
16.5 seconds the gap.
He's got,
to Asher Blythe.
Yeah, he's got Ludwell behind him in the 111. Don't think he's going to be able to push enough.
Where is Jess in relation to Asher on circuit? There goes Asher in front of us now. Then we've got the 115
behind the 43, heading up towards the right-hander at hairpin 3.
Oh right, okay. So Jess has lost around about 15 or 16 seconds. Then is that right?
Through traffic, yes.
Potentially even more. Oh, and they get Jess gets a nice push from
Urban Blue.
MS Urban. Was it blue?
Pink, 96, yeah.
It's confusing this, isn't it? Because we're used to, as you said, Rethink Racing having multiple team colours.
I wouldn't mind, but in BPEC they're just Urban 1 and Urban 2, and now they've decided to chuck some colours on for this one. Ian Glazebrook, Bryn Alban, Kirsty Royce and Bryn all donating as well. Brilliant. Thank you very much for the... We're up to 2,361 online. I'm sure there's a bit more to add from the track as well.
990 laps completed. 10 laps to break the... well, in fact, 9 laps to break the 1,000 because he's on currently lap 991 and 19 minutes to go.
Okay, into the live chat for what could well be the final time, Tom, as the focus will be very firmly on the track. Tom Zevin, shout out to T4 and Cal Speed Crew. Valiant achievements for a first-time group travelling over from the United States to compete. We welcome you here and we hope to see you again at the British 24-hour. We hope you've enjoyed the journey over and we hope you've enjoyed the British 24-hour race, and we do hope that you come again. Ruby Stern saying, come on, Alessia. Support as well coming in, and congratulations for Chris Pellingham. Simon Russell saying, come on, race for Ruben. And then what's the gap?
Dave Cyrus,
with,
by the way.
Is it?
Yes.
His pseudonym?
Yeah.
Simon Russell, his weekend name for Dave Cyrus. Wanted to know what the gap was, what they were closing in. They've got it. And RPM just wanted to know how many laps Pedals has done.
Well,
he's
he's done 991. He's on 992.
It's going to be tight for him to get to the 1,000, but I think
it's going to cost me some money.
I think he's on schedule if he can do it. And what he's doing at the minute,
he does.
He's at the minute he's doing 121s. He's just doing the higher kart pace, Tom. Just tuck him behind a higher and just go with it. It's what he's.
I genuinely think this is all he's got.
Yeah, but that's.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
That's all he needs, though, isn't it? At the minute, he's got 18 minutes. That's almost 2 minutes a lap. He's got the pace to get to the 4-digit number for Pedals.
he stopped as well recently, so he's got fuel to the end. He won't need to pit again if he doesn't have to. He's so close to 1,000 laps. I'm telling you now, if he gets to 1,000 laps, nobody's beating that record.
No,
for a long time.
Race for Ruben have extended the gap out now since they've got past Le Petit Bouchons. The fight appears to have gone, and the gap is out to 20 seconds. At the front, the gap is 18.5. Max Plant are closing in on third overall on red graphics. The gap's down to 4.9 seconds. We're going to wait for Team Tate to come through. I'd expect the gap, last time we checked, to Max Plant was roughly 10 seconds or so, but they've had a pit stop, Tom. Team Tate 3 appear to be out of contention. They pitted 5 laps ago, and it would appear to be for fuel. It was a 2:23 pit stop, which is about right.
Yeah.
But that 2:23 suggests they filled the tank, which they definitely don't need to do. Not for us to surmise, but the battle at the front. Max Plant now just need to take it steady. They're going to cross the line now. They're trying to close the gap in overall on the red graphic 0-1 for third overall. Do they want the third overall, or are they just happy with the Owner Pro victory? They get the same trophy nonetheless. They just get maybe a little bit more bragging rights for third overall, as we see the 113 of Core Blimey Racing. And this is a battle for... no, it's not. Advantage by contact are just behind Core Blimey Racing, according to this on timing, Tom, for 4th place in class. And there's 6/10 between them.
There's Jess just coming through hairpin 1 now. Jack Morris lit, to say the very least, in the 181. Red graphics doing 1:14.7, so not far off the pace.
No. Well, I was saying there, Core Blimey Racing currently 4th in higher elite, but behind them by 6/10 of a second is advantage by contact. 3.2 seconds behind them, Teesside Academy. 4 seconds splitting 3 karts at the end of this 24-hour race. We're 3 hours and 45 in 15 minutes to go here, and the gap at the front overall is 18 seconds. Higher car off, that's Cole Clark Racing. It looks like Andy Clark's at the wheel, but he's kept it going, and then he just needs space to rejoin.
And the gap with Max Plant and red graphics is now 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
As they came over the line.
Clark just needs some space to rejoin here, and just needs karts to be aware of him. He's going to rejoin round the outside at hairpin number 1, and does so, just stays offline until he's up to a reasonable pace. But in the mix of that is Josh Volkus in the 43. There he is coming out, Tom. He's going to come down the inside as the some of the hires just waved them through. MS.BE behind them in the 443 as Kart Events Belgium pit, Tom, out of their 3rd place. Looks like the chain is off, and they have got a gap of 3 laps for the final step on the higher elite podium. Core Blimey Racing in 27th overall, 4th, and they're being pushed as well by ABC.
That's genuinely going to be touch and go for that one.
JS are in as well. Connor Botting there in 2nd place. Their chance of a class victory in higher pro looks to have gone, as Connor Botting, with 13 minutes to go, brings that car into pit lane. I wasn't expecting quite as much activity down in pit lane at this time of the race.
Yeah, less than 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I just want to see what's happening down there. They should get pushed through. Don't think either of them will fuel. There's the pit lane. Oh, they are fueling, Tom, in the 111. So Botting's fueling that. That looks like they were short.
Yeah, it'd be a splash and dash for them.
Yeah, he's got to be mindful, because I think he had an engine drop or refueled. There is Jules Van Hool back out in the 6 Kart Events Belgium entry with only 15 minutes to go, the chances are it's just now 0 panel off, now 0 panel on.
Onto a new car,
That's generally the policy that we employ in the final sort of 45 minutes of this race. We saw it last year when we raced at Le Mans, Tom. There was a kart in the final 5 minutes, broke down. Don't fix it, just stick the nose panel onto one of the spare ones and out you go.
Yeah, take the checker flag.
Yeah, we'll fix that in the week when we've got a little bit more time.
So Race for Ruben now have extended the gap to 23.5 seconds in higher elite. Track limit's very comfortable at the front of that one in in club. Yeah, Max Plant and Red Graphics are nose to tail, David. I knew that was coming. Trying to find them on track. There they are. And in fact,
number
it's
one,
changed.
and Morris is through.
Morris has taken 3rd place overall, but still retains the lead in Owner Pro. So it actually makes no difference in terms of the trophies they're going to be presented. But as you said, David, there's a bit of bragging rights there. It's going to be 3rd place overall
Hairpin
for
3.
the 181
Yeah,
if things stay
there
as they are.
Tom. There is Jack Morris now up into 3rd place overall with 11 minutes to go. And it may well not have been the initial plan to have Jack Morris in that kart right at the end of the race, but I was told we were doing what is necessary in that 181, and they've managed to close down 3rd place overall in the British 24-hour kart race here. They've gone through, both teams have gone through problems of Max Plant and Red Graphics. Graphics have had an engine change. Max Plant had that steering wheel snap in the early hours of darkness last night around about 10:30 for them, which was a lengthier change than what you'd expect, because you don't generally have all the tools ready to go for a steering wheel change. It's not like, engines, you expect engines as, you don't expect the steering wheel to go on the kart. George Ludwell there in the 111. Not sure whether the side pod was dragging a little bit, because he was just looks like he was holding it up as he was going down the straight. 10 minutes to go, and you can just feel it now, Tom. The bank to the left of the commentary box is starting to thicken with people.
It's the busiest it's been for 24 hours.
Yeah, it's very similar to the start of the race where everyone was watching now. They'll be clapping them home. Whether you finish 1st, whether you finish 50th, whether you finish down the order in 89th, the fact that you've got to the checkered flag of a 24-hour race is to be commended. Everybody comes with a different goal. Everybody comes to try and do the best that they can. Whether you feel that your best is to win it, whether you feel your best is to get to, a top 10 in class, top 20, get to the end. That's what it means to some of these people.
Just as we wind down now for the final 10 minutes, it looks like most places and positions are set fair. The closest battle on track at the moment seems to be Max Plant and Red Graphics. The gap is now a 1.5 seconds from Jack Morris to Red Graphics. But just want to say one more time about the world record attempt for Pedals, who is now on lap 999. So he's about to break the 1,000 lap barrier with, it's going to be about 7 minutes spare.
Right, just before we bring him over the line, at the end of the race, hire karts will be into Parc Ferme at the end. Nobody will be allowed into the kart or out the kart, or out of the compound area. So all of our hire karts will be in Parc Ferme at the end. So just bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. That's the public service announcement. 8 minutes to go. Back to the action on track here for the 2024 British 24-hour kart races. More teams head towards the 1,000 lap mark.
And two karts have headed into...
That's Matt Davis, core blimey, one. Matt Davis in the seat. He's beached up on the curb and he's just trying to ease that kart free. But he's currently facing into head-on traffic at the moment, is Matt Davis. He just needs to get it off that curb and then get that kart rotated, but he's got karts coming at him through the chicane who need to be very, very mindful.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to bring your attention to our world record attempt. Well, not our world record attempt.
Oh, heavy contact. More contact as well as they come through. Drivers all appear to be okay, but we're going to slow this race. 7 minutes to go. Drivers...
No, we've got some medical assistance heading
heavy
over
contact.
to these drivers.
Marshals
as well.
are just going to go. We're going full course yellow with 7 to go.
Unsurprisingly,
FCY 7. We need to move the tyres on the track, so 7 minutes to go at the end of the British 24-hour kart race, and we are under full course yellow conditions. Teams with radios, get your drivers slowed down, particularly down that back straight up towards the chicane. Get them slow, because we've got marshals and teams on track. Matt Davis is going to get this. He's took a hell of a whack there, Tom, and he is going to drive that back. Hero status there for Matt Davis. So
well,
that's
somewhat distracted from what we were about to talk about, but that's fine. It was exactly what we needed to talk about.
He's still going to cross
right
the line,
there.
though. Here he is, Tom. That's 1,000 laps. That there should click through for 1,000 laps for Chris Pellingham. He takes the 1,000 lap mark in the Guinness World Record and extends that world record.
Because he's going to keep going until the checkered flag, isn't he? So we're going to get another 5 hours and 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Definitely not 5 hours.
5 to go. What's the gap at the front, though, now? What's the gap? Where are the trains? There is Asher Blythe in the 17. So far, he's set the fastest lap of the race.
It's a new lap record as well.
And a new lap record on these Dunlop tyres with an 1:11.7.
Falkus is in the following train. He's got to be somewhere in this train. There he is, just coming through the wiggles.
And it's a slow train as well.
Yeah. That's going to be that one, I think, set fair.
Yeah.
In terms of the result, unless anybody needs to pit again with 5 minutes to go.
It was going to be close anyway, wasn't it? It was going to be a tough call anyway for Falkus to reel it in. 5 minutes to go. And the light boards are flashing green, and we are back racing again with 5 minutes to go of the 2024 running of the British 24-hour kart race. We're going to take it through to the checkered flag with everybody clear.
4 minutes and 40 seconds to go here. Let's just hope everybody uses a bit of common sense now and takes it easy for these last few laps.
Yeah.
We don't need any banzai moves or anything like that. Let's just everybody bring it home nice and safely.
Let's all see the checkered flag. Let's enjoy the rest of our weekend.
So what that distracted us from was talking about pedals reaching the 1,000 lap mark, which we did cover. But of course, we just want to mention one more time as well, raising money for the British Heart Foundation in memory of the brilliant, the late, great Ange Hutchinson, much missed amongst this paddock, much missed amongst the BPEC paddock as well. Just a bit of a hero to us all, as is Martin Howell as well. We've named the corner just as you head out onto the international circuit, has now been named Howell in his honour. Because when you start a 24-hour race, that's the first corner. He was the pioneer. He came first when it came to him and Bob. Of course, we've got the Bob Pope straight here as well. They came first when it came to pro karts. They came first when it came to many, many things in karting, and we owe them all so much. So Howells has been named in his honour. But yeah, anything that you can donate now is hugely important. One more final push for them. JustGiving.com. Search in the box race for Ange, and then or if you scroll up in the comments, you'll see the link. David will post it again, I think, in a moment as well.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go though, Tom. Now the gap at the front, 22 seconds after the traffic, and Asher Blythe though is in a lot of traffic heading down the back straight. I think we're going to stay with the that 17 through, and he just needs to be really careful. Nothing silly. This is what I was saying earlier about he needs a calming influence on the radio. He's in a lot of traffic, and if he gets spun, Tom, he's going to lose all the time. Look, he's been tagged into the rear. We've got karts round at hairpin 4. He's got to be careful. Just got that Connor Botting round, I think, in the 111. Blythe, with 2.5 minutes to go, needs to just bring this home round now and safely. That's the tip. Bring the kart home. Gap was 22 seconds, but he's come through the traffic. Volkus is going to just keep pushing because that's the only real thing that Josh Volkus knows how to do. Your other battles that are tight. Max Plant still in 3rd overall. Red graphics behind them in our higher elite class. 35 seconds is now the gap. Race for Ruben have extended the gap out to a comfortable battle. Sorry, to a comfortable gap with 1 minute and 45 to go. But this now, we've got a kart going slowly out of hairpin 4. Think he's going to get back up to pace. Pedals is pitting, Tom. Chris Pellingham brings the 4 in, and he wants
I
big.
think there's a reason for that.
Yes, I know why. I think he's gone to collect something.
Yes, I'm hoping that's what the reason is. I'm hoping he's going to come back out and take a checkered flag. We will rightly focus on the leader as there is 1 minute and 14 seconds to go. Will this be the final lap, Cat, or are we going to have one more after?
It's the final lap, Tom.
It is the final lap.
Asher Blythe in the 17 for Nexus Sport on the Apollo chassis will take us down towards Rib Bend for the final time. It will be probably the only time of this 24-hour that he probably doesn't mind the bump on entry into Rib. Up the hill at the mountain as he follows the other Team Tate car. He normally races with Team Tate, Tom, in BPEC. He normally races with Team Tate in BPEC, and he's with the Team Tate car, with the 75. It's David Brewis in that car at the moment, following him home. It will be a ceremonial finish. Asher Blythe in his Team Tate Motorsport suit is slowing down on the back straight to wait for Harry Nottage as well in the 123. He's let the Team Tate kart go through in front. Asher Blythe out of hairpin number 3 and out of hairpin number 4 as well. They were second in 2023. Nexus Sport make the step up. Nexus Sport win the 2024 British 24-hour race. A maiden victory at the British for an Apollo chassis. And Asher Blythe takes the checkered flag. MS Soco Select have pushed them hard all the way through this race. Josh Volkus will cross the line for MS Soco Select in second place.
Just coming across the line as well now, Chris Pellingham taking the checkered flag. 24 hours straight in a go-kart. 1,004 laps.
Max Plant win in Owner Pro and a 3rd overall. Have 36 Motorsport cross the line? Yes, they have. 36 Motorsport win in higher club and in Owner Club. Race for Ruben. We still await Race for Ruben. There's Race for Ruben for the 2nd time. Race for Ruben win the British 24-hour hire kart class overall and in elite as well. So the field cross the line. We'll wait for them all, then we'll run you through your top 3 in each class. But overall, Tom, Nexus Sport win the 2024 British 24-hour race.
Incredible effort from all our teams. 19.1 seconds the gap in the end to MS Soco Select. Max Plant finishing 3rd, 9 laps down, with red graphics a further 6.8 seconds back from that. Team Tate 3 finishing 5th. Then it was, and there, here we go, just in front of the commentary box. You're going to see him across the, there we go, in shot now. Asher Blythe taking the checkered flag. And I think we're going to have some other flags going out for various class winners as well. Most likely Race for Ruben. And I think we might have one for another driver as well. We'll just hold on and see who those are going to be. And then we'll do a full rundown. We'll have a bit of our closing arguments, and then we will wrap up the British 2024 hour 2020. Hang on, British 24-hour 2024. It's been a long weekend,
yeah,
but a good one.
All of our teams coming into.
There's Pedals
into
now
Parc
just
Ferme.
picking up the Union flag, crossing the line as a world record holder.
He's going to do one.
He's
one
doing
more.
a lap of honour, and rightly so. I think all of those who have won classes are going to do so. Yeah, monumental effort. 1,004 laps, I think it was. So I'm going to donate. I said if he got to 1,000 laps, I'd donate 50 quid, and I'm going to do that right now. Once I've read you through the order, what's our total going to be, David? Can we have a quick refresh of what the Just Giving page is at the moment?
On your screen, though, there's Asher Blythe in the 17. He set the fastest lap of the race. He took the checkered flag for the 17 of Nexus Sport as well. We're up to £2,381, Tom, for the British Heart Foundation.
Going to try and make that 2,500 before the end of this one. So thank you very much for all your donations. Please, if you can spare anything else, please do. As we clap our drivers across the line.
Yeah. So Nexus Sport then are the 2024 winners of the British 24-hour kart race in owners, and Race for Ruben, who are making their way round hairpin number 2 with their checkered flag, are their champions. And in his hand now, Pedals has swapped the Union flag for the British Heart Foundation banner that he's had. They've made that into a flag, and he's going down the back straight. I've no idea how he's still going down that back straight, even on a ceremonial lap, Tom. But I'll let you have a few words, and then I will run through what would be the official order.
Well, if I take us through the owners or hires, which one do you want?
I will take hires, because I've just shouted a lot about the owners. So,
okay, so owners finished thusly. Nexus Sport, an overall victory and a victory in the owner elite class. MS Soko Select, a valiant podium, second place for them. Second place in owner elite. Max Plant, third place overall in owner pro. Third place overall in the race. Winner of owner pro. Red Graphics, fourth overall in the race. Third in owner elite. Then we have Team Tate 3, second in owner pro. Sixth place, the 96 of MS Urban Pink. They were in owner pro. 7th, the 111 MSJSR, also in owner pro. 8th, DWS, owner pro. 9th, MS Urban Blue, owner pro. 10th for Team Keen in owner pro. 11th place for your owner clubman class winner, 36 Motorsport. 12th place for Exceeding Track Limits in owner pro. SKA Racing, 13th overall, second place in owner clubman for them. 14th place, Rethink Racing International, third place in owner clubman. Then it was MS Scorchio. All the rest of these are going to be owner clubman. MS Scorchio, Alessia, MS.BE, Tockwith Motorsport, Grabex 303, REF Vulcans inside the top 20. Then 21st for MS Window Doctor, 22nd for Shenby Racing, and then as I look down, 57th for EDPKT, 69th place for the 121 of RAF Spitfires, and 89th for the early retirement of the Boneheads. That completes our owner-driver classification.
Into hires then. I think we might just switch the camera. You can just see the carts being pushed through. Race for Ruben, who are in front of the commentary box here, are the outright winners in Hires and Higher Elite as well. Behind them, just on track, a very, very emotional Chris Pellingham holding the British Heart Foundation flag, and is incredibly emotional time for him. We'll let him have his moment now in private. So it's Race for Ruben, the outright winners. Le Petit Bouchons finish in second place in Higher Elite in front of Track Limits, your first winner in the higher club class. Then it's Kart Events Belgium, who are fourth overall and third in Higher Elite. Then it's Teesside Academy on the podium in higher club in second place. Advantage by contact, then Core Blimey Racing 113. Accelerate Kent Brewery, the 55, win in higher pro from JS Racing. Behind them, the team in third place in higher club A66 higher. Le Petit Bouchons 2 make it 2 trophies for the two Belgian teams sharing the name. They win in higher rookie and finish 33rd overall in front of Cartwheelers. And then Core Blimey 213, who are on the higher pro podium in third place. I Won This Team, finishing 36th. Then it's Dr. Vapes in 37th. Lockwell Hill 1, finish in 38th and 4th in higher pro in front of Apex Twin. Then it's Testes, who are second in higher rookie in front of Newmarket Hornets and Teesside Tigers. The higher rookie podium completed by Ledyard GP in 43rd. Then it's Williams Esport 45th, because we've got racing for Ange, an owner runner for Chris Pellingham just above them. Newmarket Buzzard Hornets, then T4 Autosport, and then the 969 in front of Cal Speed Crew and BTM. Then it's Barry R Racing in 51st, High Row Motorsport Academy 52nd, Top with 1, JC Motorsport and Core Blimey 313 in 55th. Then it's Team Yellow Racing 56th, the owner runner in 57th, in front then of Bargain Racing, Dr. Vapes Racing, Mulsane Racing and Bonato, with Steel City Racers, Playcar and UTR. Then it's Wacky Racers, Random Racing and Badger's Best Racing in 67th. Scenario 77 in 68th, with another owner runner between them and Cole Clark Racing in 70th. The rest of your runners then, it's Lockwell Hill 2 in 71st, Casual Racing, then JK Racing and Perfect Card. TRX Motorsport Club and Armstrong Nald Racing in 76th. TRX Motorsport Pro are in 77th. Team Cringe, Top with 2 and Fantastic 4 are in 80th. Then it's JJH Motorsport, All Roads Asphalt and Racing for Ron. Circuit Breakers, the final team that raced all the way through the 24 hours before the teams that did encounter some problems. Kenty Racing, Bard Racing, Metro Plum and AOR, your final runner in the higher classes here at Teesside. As the karts make their way into the pit lane, Tom, it's time to draw a close to the 2024 running of the British 24-hour kart race. Another spectacular event that went right down to the wire.
As it has done many, many times before, but and we never tire of it.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we tire in general at these events,
oh, yeah.
but we don't tire of the action. We don't tire of the excitement.
I'm about to fall massively off an adrenaline cliff in
yes,
around about 10 minutes time.
I'll be joining you, and there'll be a big splosh at the end of it, I think, as well. Do you have any picks for team of the weekend?
No, we'll have a think about that shortly, but a big shout out to Rethink Racing, their first 24-hour owner class podium. So that's from Luke Tomlinson, and also congratulations to Nexus and Apollo on the overall victory. MG Motorsport can finally go to sleep now, having pretty much watched the whole 24-hour race. Because they've been commenting throughout, so thank you very much for that. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch throughout the live chat and enjoyed the 2024 British 24-hour race. We do appreciate the interaction, particularly throughout the night. It really makes the event when you can involve so many people that are at the track, aren't at the track, to get involved with this race.
And I'm going to thank everybody on behalf of the Teesside crew here, but also Bobby Hutchinson as well, for all the donations that have been made to the British Heart Foundation for Pedal's effort as well. I would also like to thank all the marshals and all the safety crew and the medical team here as well for keeping us up and running.
Yeah, great effort. Marshals have worked tirelessly throughout.
And the cafe staff as well.
Yeah, they've also worked tirelessly throughout, because sometimes the queues have been massive and they've been working hard, and they've completely ran out of food, Tom, as well, apparently. So
it must have been good.
Yes. There on screen, I think, a fitting end to the 2024 British 24-hour race. A spent Chris Pellingham, the gentleman through the middle, crouching down with him. That's Bobby Hutchinson. The two of them will enjoy this moment, Tom, as a special success and a special tribute, really.
It sounds like it's been a solo effort, but it really hasn't. There's been a whole team behind Chris, and it's been, you've got the guy on the left here with the glasses on. That's Anthony Pogson, who's been working with pedals throughout. I don't think he slept at all. He's kept him motivated, kept him up and running, changed tyres, he's hydrated him, he's done everything. Bar drive the kart. You had Tom Murray's been involved as well.
This is what Chris has put himself through. There we go. That, Tom, I think, is the image that we shall end the 2024 British 24-hour kart race on, with the team just enjoying their moment. Thank you to everybody that spent the time watching this race with us. Those that have taken part, everybody behind the scenes, from team managers, crew, people that have just helped, held the pit board, helped during the pit stops, things like that. All the mechanics down in the mechanics bay that worked tirelessly throughout the night to maintain all of the karts here at Teesside. It's been another superb 24-hour race. Already looking forward to next year's British 24-hour live here from Teesside Autodrome. From myself on commentary, David Sullivan, Tom Butterworth alongside me. We've had Zach Sweeney, Ewan O'Leary on commentary as well, not forgetting our camera ops. And we've had Adam and Toby as well directing. It's been a brilliant 24-hour. Thank you for spending the weekend with us here at Teesside, and we will see you again on TSK Motorsport Media.